In India's booming real estate market, there was a gap, a disconnect between what investors needed and what the industry offered. Five professionals from different worlds saw it clearly. Different backgrounds, one vision. To bridge that gap and transform how Hyderabad manages real estate wealth. Asset NX, a new age, full service real estate solutions provider. We simplify the entire life cycle of your portfolio, from acquisition to management to monetization, aligned with your goals and future. Comprehensive solutions for every stage: advisory, buying, selling, renting, leasing, legal and tax guidance, interiors, maintenance, and legacy planning. Everything you need, all under one roof. At Asset NX, real estate isn't just property, it's dreams, security, and legacy. Every decision guided by expertise. Every portfolio treated like our own. Asset NX, where real estate meets real expertise. Let's build your legacy together.
Summer came, you were not around. I tried to look out for you, but the love could not be found. Where are you now? When summer came, you were not around. I tried to look out for you, the love could not be found. Where are you now?
Respected dignitaries, a very good morning to all of you. Well, after yesterday's amazing day, I welcome you all once again to yet another power packed day of GCC Summit. This GCC Summit is GCC Summit third, and in fact, this third summit in India is attended by largest ever participants. So a big round of applause to all of you who have made this possible. So we'll begin today's day with sixth panel discussion of this 2 days summit. The panel discussion is Accounting GCC's The Global Finance Backbone. So may I now invite the moderator of this particular panel discussion, CA Karthik Venkatakrishnan, Managing Director, Eisner Amper India, to please come on the stage. Mr. Karthik Venkatakrishnan is the Managing Director of Eisner Amper India offices. He oversees the India operations and is responsible for the growth, office stewardship, client service initiatives, and talent maximization in their India offices. In addition, he leads the strategy and management of India operations and creates a strong foundation and culture for their offices and colleagues in India. Before moving into his role as MD, Mr. Karthik led their fund services practice in Bangalore with over 20 years of accounting experience. His expertise lies in hedge funds, private equity funds, real estate funds, fund of funds, general partnerships, management companies, and family offices. Prior to joining the firm, Mr. Karthik was a director with a leading global fund administration services firm where he was head of operations and managed service delivery for North America, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands. With this brief introduction, we welcome you all, sir. Please have a seat. May I now invite the panelist one, CA Fani Ilapakurti, partner Cherry Baker, onto the dais. Mr. Fanindra Prakash Ilapakurti, partner of Cherry Baker. With over 30 years of experience in audit, finance operations, consulting, and outsourcing, Mr. Fanindra is recognized as a transformative leader in finance and accounting. He served Fortune 500 clients during his tenure with Ernst & Young and Deloitte in the US before founding two successful ventures in accounting services and technology, both scaled through strategic PE partnerships. Today, as partner at Cherry Beckert, a top 20 US accounting firm, he leads GCC operations in Hyderabad. A chartered accountant, CMA, CFE, and IRS enrolled agent, he also mentors startups at T-Hub. Beyond professional achievements, Mr. Fanindra is a former Ranji Trophy cricketer. Can we have a good round of applause for Mr. Fanindra here? Welcome, sir. May I now invite CA Lokesh Agrawalji, Executive Director as Audit Practice for US India Offices, Citrin Cooperman India LLP, onto the dais. Mr. Lokesh Agrawal leads the audit practice at Citrin Cooperman India LLP, bringing extensive expertise in audit methodology, quality control, and team leadership. He is known for driving process excellence, nurturing talent, and upholding high standards in assurance services. With a strategic mindset and a people-first approach, Mr. Lokesh fosters a culture of compliance and collaboration. Outside of work, he is an avid cricket enthusiast, channeling the values of discipline and teamwork into his professional journey. Welcome, sir. May I now invite our Honorable Central Council member, CA Abhay Chajarji, onto the dais. He is also the Deputy Convener of the group. Welcome, Abhay sir. May I request Abhay sir to please conduct the opening remarks of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Shailesh. Good morning, everyone. I think we are beginning the day, the session one, because we all know the test match, India versus West Indies. Second test has just started, the first session. So I believe this is also a very important session for all of us. So good morning, one and all. Yeah, yeah, sorry, that's better. So thank you very much, Shailesh. I think it's very important session and very apt to begin with. We talk about the accounting GCC, the global finance backbone, and very happy to welcome our distinguished panelists today. Thank you so much. Of course, Karthik Venkatesh Krishnan, Managing Director, Eicher Emperor, being the moderator. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. And the two panelists we have today, CA Fanendra Prakash, partner Cherry Bakery, and CA Lokesh Agarwal. So thank you so much for being here, accepting our invitation. Truly, I'm sure this would be an excellent session on the accounting GCC, the global finance backbone. And when we talk about accounting GCC, I think that is what we are all here for. We are here for. And I also have with me the convener of the group, the Central Council member, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, who is also here, all the team from Hyderabad branch, the efforts which the branch has done, bringing all of you together, bringing under this amazing venue, the event which was a great success right from the inception of session one till the evening. Yesterday, I think, big round of applause for all of you who made this happen at, I think, a place, Hyderabad. I think this is one of the best place we could have. And like Shailesh mentioned, this being the highest numbers from the last two GCC, which we organized, one at Delhi, one at Ahmedabad. And I think this is a big success. And that's because of all your efforts, presence, participation, encouragement to the team ICI, to the group which is led by this and the directorate. So thank you, all of you. I think we have a lot of initiatives which we have taken from the directorate. Of course, we've shared some of them. Very important one, when we talk about accounting GCC, a lot of outsourcing work is coming. And when we talk about the global finance backbone, when we talk, we just restrict to four important, I think, words which are so apt and relevant for this. When we talk about reliability, we talk about integration, we talk about excellence, and we talk about innovation. I think that has been discussed yesterday. I'm sure the speakers, the panelists yesterday have also discussed about the innovation. When we talk about innovation, of course, technology plays a very important role. You talk about automation, you talk about AI, you talk about analytics, you talk about excellence, you talk about reliability. I think we are the best reliable in this world, as the best professional accountants available with the best pool of talent. I think this is where the reliability is. And you talk about any place in the world or in the globe, any financials, any statements, quarterly results being announced, I think somewhere the work has been performed at the global capability centers here in India, I think, and that has been performed by chartered accountants. I think this is where I think we play a very important role, a big role. And like the session I said, is the best session to have in the morning. We have excellent participants already here today, right at 10:30. We are back on time to start our session. We'll have definitely a very insightful and vital discussion with the panelists, their experiences. I'm told more than 30 years, 25 years, the experiences. And there's one, a sportsman, Lokesh, who's also a keen, okay. Yeah, so I think Farinder sir is also a sports person, I'm told. So I'm sure with his experience as a sports person also would definitely add value to the discussion in the next 45 minutes, which we have. So just to lastly to share with you on one of the important portal which we initiated from the ICI. I'm not sure how many of you are aware. The portal is called apo.icai.org. So please have a look to this portal. All the important initiative of accounting outsourcing has already been shared. The certificate courses initiatives of US, UK market, or going forward the Australia or Canada or New Zealand, which we have planned, it's all been updated regularly on this portal. So it is apo.ici.org. Basically, it's a platform created for Indian firms, the Indian entities, where they can register themselves with their profile. They can get the approval of their profile. And we are also in terms reaching out to foreign entities, entire globe, through our chapters, through our representative offices, we are reaching out to foreign entities. So this is basically a platform which helps the Indian entity and foreign entity to take the best use of the pool of talent available, which are chartered accountants. So please go to the APO portal. It is Accounting Process Outsourcing. APO stands for Accounting Process Outsourcing, apo.ici.org. So please have a look. We'll be happy to receive any suggestion, any point which you like to add, improve in the portal, we'll be happy to share. But definitely this is a useful portal. We have more than 700 firms already registered in this portal. We are in the process of approving these firms based on their profile, based on their ratings, which we are giving to each firm. And this will help them to reach out to the foreign entity. So in turn, the foreign entity also been asked to register at this portal. So you'll not be able to see the foreign entities, but definitely foreign entities location wise will be able to see which location they are looking for opportunities, and they can reach out to you, approach you for any outsourcing work related from any jurisdiction, any chapter offices where we have, or any such jurisdiction which is there all across the world. So please have a look, give your suggestion. And of course, the certificate courses already lined up. US, we are starting from today itself. Then we have the Australia planned in end of November is an outsourcing service course which we have planned, and more to come. There's a delegation also which is planned to take to some countries in the month of November and December, will shortly be announced. I'll be happy to receive any suggestion from you for betterment, improvement of the directorate. So once again, I welcome the distinguished panel. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'm sure we'll have 45 minutes to 1 hour excellent interaction learning, and we'll have a lot of points for participants to take away from this discussion. Thank you. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Abhay Chatterjee. Good morning to each and everyone. Thank you for first taking out time and being here 10:30 sharp in the morning, looking bright and early. So we're very, very happy to have you, all of you here, and very excited for the conversations that we're going to have. But at the first, I would want to say thank you to ICAI and the organizing committee for putting this wonderful event together. Yesterday was a massive success, and so is going to be today. And we are very excited to start off, kick off day 2 with an extremely important topic. The topic that we're going to be diving into today is purely strategic and frankly foundational. Accounting GCCs as a global finance backbone. For years, the lens through which global capability centers have been looked at was from a cost arbitrage perspective. But that lens is now obsolete. Today, the GCCs, whether it is in the accounting or the finance domain or any other domain, have become pillars of growth, innovation, and global strategy. And nowhere that evolution is more profound in the realm of finance and accounting. Now, if you look at the entire landscape that exists for GCCs in India, more than 1,600 centers and growing. Estimates suggest that these centers will span into various domains that exist today, and probably new domains that will come in as we talk about the next 5 years leading up to 2030. The GCCs in the finance and accounting domain have employed thousands of professionals, and that number is only going to grow. Especially the F&A GCC sector has evolved from being on the periphery doing transactional work to taking absolutely center stage within the organization, driving critical statutory compliance, complex reporting, and strategic financial analysis for the board to take critical business decisions. Literally, they are the backbone of trust and reliability within global finance. So with that context, I would love to welcome Lokesh and Mr. Funny to the dais. I'm looking forward to an engaging and insightful conversation.
Make sure it's the first session. As he opened it, first session should be easy cover drives, no bounces, please.
I know you are an ex-Ranji cricketer, so for everyone that is here, Mr. Funny is an ex-Ranji cricketer, so I would expect that as your opening remark. So if I could come to both of you, and this is a question for both of you, and we want to start right at the beginning, right? If you look at the last 20 years, the accounting GCCs have transitioned from what we talked about, a very cost-focused setup, to defining, I would say, centers of excellence right now as it sits. What is your take on this evolution? Do you think there has been a single moment, a single defining milestone, that has shifted this mandate from a cost center to, to basically support strategic value creation. Funny, if we could start with you, and maybe Lokesh, you could go next.
Sure. Thanks. First off, I think this is right off the bat from where my career started. So I went to the US in 97, started. Oh, got
You
it.
need to hold it a little closer.
Yeah, sorry. So when I started, GCCs were labeled as support centers. So the branding, the impression, the name itself qualifies where we have grown and what we have transformed from. We were support centers. Now we are calling ourselves Centers of Excellence, Capability Center, GCC as it stands. So from my practical experience, I have seen three things that impactfully change the culture of where 20 years of history, where it support center to capability centers. I would qualify that into three T's. Technology, democratization, and modernization. Of course, everybody knows ERP, RPAs, now with AI impact. The second T is talent, the maturity of talent, and that is what has driven capability and into COEs. The third and most biggest impact that I have seen is trust. Organizational trust, and that's a very critical mindset that I have seen sitting on the other side of the table. The key change that happened is the person sitting on the other side, being our clients, have changed their mindset. The trust, technology, and talent, that's what has created the transformation to augment. And on top for the success, I also qualify, and this is something that I use internally as a firm, I qualify this with six C's. Capability, caliber, capacity, of course, and I'll talk a little more about that given a chance, but credibility, we talked about certification and the organizations giving ratings, and it's very glad to hear that APOs are being rated and so for credibility. The biggest piece that impacts us from a perception, defeating perception is cultural connect. We got to be an integrated and extended office than being an offshore entity. And of course, cost always is a driver. That's the encouraging factor how all this started. So hopefully I met with what my experience.
Yes, that was very insightful in the way you described it, and I think very succinct way for, I think, all of us to remember it as well.
Excellent.
Thank you, Fanny. First of all, I would like to thank ICAI to provide us the opportunity to be the gold sponsor of this event and providing us this platform to share our thoughts from a GCC standpoint. So I'll take a step back before what is my thought about the evolution. I'll take a step back. When it started all back in 1978 with Mr. Narendra Patni, we all know the name, with Patni Computers, who started or who laid the foundation of offshoring. The word was offshoring at that point in time. So 1985 was the first GCC. And if anyone can come up with a name, like 10 seconds to the audience, anyone? So the first GCC was Texas Instrument in 1985. In 1986 was the first IT GCC, again, it was Patni Computers. So it was an evolution back since 1978. So this term might be new, but the concept is almost 50 years old, almost. So what is the when some people ask that what is the greatest innovation of this era? Actually, if you look at these outsourcing or this GCC platform, this is the greatest innovation. So many individual, like thousands and millions of people are getting job over here because of this GCC setup. Now coming to the evolution piece of it, what I have seen is this transformation has happened mainly from talent perspective and the technology perspective. So talent, when I say talent, it's not only hiring people, but nurturing them and training them to the extent where the desired output from a delivery standpoint is achieved. So, and as Fanny mentioned, that delivery, when the desired output is achieved, what happens is the trust is built. So talent is a cornerstone to the evolution, which comes with the quality delivery. And the other piece is infrastructure, which have two parts. One is your real estate and the other is your technology. So the technology piece has really evolved to make us or to help us to deliver. When was the first internet accessible to us? It was back on 15th of August, 1995. So it's been almost 30 years we are using internet, and internet has made it easy and possible to deliver sitting across like 11,000 miles away, if I talk about US. So yeah, so infrastructure has two pieces, technology and your real estate. And real estate market is also, again, if you look at the demographics of Hyderabad, I've been here since 2006, and believe me, I have seen a great change in Hyderabad demographics. So that will be all, I believe.
Thank you, Lokesh.
I'll just add one more. From a support center to a capability center, one of the key change also that is perspective on the table is how do you measure success? The KPIs towards support center type mentality was measuring, if I take accounts payable, for example, how many invoices did you process? How many transaction-based metric was the mindset. So the key triggering change that happened in the perception is measuring business outcomes. So talking accounts payable, now the CFOs are talking, how will you augment and improve my cash outflow? How do you make sure that my vendor satisfaction is better? That's how they're measuring, and that's why the mentality of capability centers versus a support center in the past.
Very valid point, Lokesh. And funny, if I can stay with you, I think we just touched upon a topic which I would want to kind of delve into. I think we are seeing a trend now across all organizations that effectively India is becoming the global accounting department for every organization that is out there. So one of the areas that you touched about right now was accounts payable. But we would love to get your insight as to what are the core areas that organizations are looking at when they're making this evolution coming into India.
Fantastic. See, my background has been, yes, I served in Big Four. And of course, when you serve Big Four, you're dealing with large enterprise. But same problem statement has been a red flag for small businesses too. So when we started the practice, our concentration was SMB focused FAO or accounting outsourcing, primarily to become the accounting department of small companies. So driven by, again, going back to the question of how accounting department. So we are more focused, again, accounting firms have been more focused in audit and tax, more relatively compared to pure BPO play. So we as a firm, and that's why my experience has always been in SMB focused BPO, augmenting accounting department, becoming the accounting department of smaller companies in the US. And primarily US, when we say global, my experience is when I talk mainly from the US perspective. What changed is also end-to-end ownership. See, previously, again, the mindset has been, I give you work, you deliver the work. I give you a task, I define this, you please do it. Now it's become like I gave the example of accounts payable and talking about, take over the entire department and how will you improve it? Again, those three pieces, process, technology, and people augmentation, and how do you execute that? That's the focus of the BPO angle too. It's not transaction processing anymore. It's augmenting the entire process and giving a business delivery at the end.
I just like to add over here something over. So when we say we are taking end-to-end process, it is exactly what you would be doing sitting in your offices over here in India. Exactly is same thing you are doing for US offices sitting here in India. So you are talking to the clients, you are taking over their accounting departments, you are providing value. So client will, I mean, we all know that certain regulatory requirements, client really doesn't want to increase your fees every year. But when you start adding value, when the client sees value in your work, definitely you will have an upper edge, I would say.
Yes. And to add, that perception is also a very key point that Lokesh touched upon, is the client's mindset of being wary about giving us some data, security, perception of confidentiality. So with the firms like Cherry Beckett, Eisner Amper, all these big firms, it's become our own office in India. It's no more an offshore offshoot. It's not they. It's our process, our team, our clients and our way of doing work. So that has been a big impact change than being a vendor. Rather, you are an integrated office.
Very, very relevant points. I think the end-to-end aspect of it, and I think complete ownership of the process. I think you are just not someone who's delivering something, but you are owning this particular process. And
It's like an extended team, I would say.
exactly. And I think you're part of the team. I think the way you mentioned it, funny, I think is very relevant. It resonates with how we look at it. We are yet another office of Eisner Amper. We have 30 plus offices in US. We have 4 offices here in India. That's all it is. It is just in a different geography. We are at the same footing. We operate in the same way. So very, very relevant points.
And this is the reason why you can work 24/7, right? There's some concept in GCCs called follow the sun. So where the sun is, the work is. So right now they are sleeping and we are working. So that's how the GCC extended teams work.
Very, very well put. Lokesh, if I could stay with you, given your role as leading the audit practice, we know the reliance on accurate financial records within GCC is extremely important, right? So how has the focus of the accounting GCCs evolved, specifically meet the requirements from a global standard perspective? What do you, especially in terms of systems, you talked about technology a little bit in terms of systems and in terms of training, what do you think has helped build that trust? And again, Funny had mentioned about trust. How has that happened in your experience?
So when I see GCCs, it's all about delivering the quality and adding value to the output or the deliverables, what we call. So as far as you're talking about the how the global auditors will trust GCCs, if I have to deep dive into the auditing, then it will take a day to explain what is a control testing. But then it is more towards the controls, more towards the process. Today, Lokesh is there with Sit and Cooperman as a APL. Tomorrow, Lokesh may not be there, but these processes should be there. So it should be process oriented. And these processes should be so deep into the culture of the organization that actually I was reading a book, something by Reed Hastings. It was No Rule Rules. So it really talks about how you train your people, where you give them the responsibility, where the responsibility is automated. You are not teaching them because the culture of the organization is as such, they are picking it up. So that's a very great book. Netflix has built the entire business model in that book. So suggested read over there. So that's what I have to say. It's more from a control standpoint, the quality and the value we add.
I would agree, Lokesh. I think very relevant points. And I think from our own experience, I would add the same thing. I think also being on the same systems, you're working on the same technology, same platforms. So you know that you're performing the same controls, the same task on the same platform. I think that helps that, again, an extension of the same team. Funny, if I could come back to you. I know you have the experience, including founding ventures as well. And we all know the large MNCs around the world, set up their own offices. They have the infrastructure, they have the physical power in terms of being able to set up operations from ground up. But what about some of the smaller accounting firms or mid-market BPOs? How are they entering the India market? How are they tapping into the GCC market? And what has been your experience there?
Fantastic. Again, going back to my experience that rightly fits into where I came from. See, the original thought and vision behind starting a firm, as I said, worked with Deloitte and EY, led large enterprise transformations. So what I saw is an opportunity where you can replicate the same to the SMB space as well. But the key difference is large enterprise, like you mentioned, large enterprise can set up their own entity here in India or anywhere else in the globe. Whereas an SMB would need a platform in between, an enabler in between, like an accounting firm or a BPO firm that is a front-facing in the US with a balance with India. So that was the mantra on how we started the practice. Right from day one, SMB-focused BPO with US and India balance. Simple solution, but very powerful at that time. But we were going against the wave. At that point of time, technology was not as mature. India teams were not matured. When I say India teams are not matured, not in terms of technical ability. Technical ability, chartered accountant can do, I believe, because I'm one, this Monday, give me another problem, by next Monday, I can solve it. Technical accounting was not the issue when I started this. The problem statement was, again, one of my C's, the cultural connect, the ability to front face a client, stand up and believe that I can deliver advice. It's not just number crunching in it. So SMBs also, whatever I'm stating is a problem statement, but they don't have a solution. So that's where our practice came into play. And that's why we were valuable at the end when we went into Cherry Bucket and stuff like that. But at the same time, SMBs don't have the budget. They don't have the manpower or the brain power to analyze like the enterprise end. So that led to us thinking innovatively, no more hourly billing. We started the practice with fixed fee, right flat fee billing. So that's the approach we have taken 10, 15 years ago when we started the practice. Why I bring that context of fixed fees again, it's very important from an SMB perspective. Secondly, very important from a GCC growth standpoint. It's no more capacity. I talked about capacity also in one of the C's, but capacity falls in my 6, it falls down below now. It's not thousands of people anymore. It's building capability to deliver to multiple number, thousands of SMBs. So that's the focus of SMB has been our core forte of.
My experience based on like all for those smaller ones, there are many aggregators because when you start a GCC, there's a significant amount of investment. I was talking to Funny, it was probably $5 million. You have to invest when you start a GCC, which is a big amount for all these smaller firms out there, or a mid or tier 2 or mid market firms. So putting that 5 million would be a task. So if you get a ready structure where you can just plug and play, that will make the difference. So there are many aggregators in the market who saw this opportunity, who tapped the idea. There are many operating in Hyderabad. Indeed, a couple of my friends are doing it they're sitting at their home and doing it. So there are various ways of catering to smaller CPA firms. One of them, what Fani mentioned, is be their team, and one could be the aggregators.
And to add one more point I missed adding is those, see the key point of, again, I'm repeating what I said, collaboration as a unified team has been most critical when we build SMB. SMBs are very skeptical when you're saying my finance data is going outside the country. So building that unified perception for them is most critical, collaborate unified, and that cultural balance, the communication challenge, having a front end in the US, building that type of has helped us execute the model for SMB space.
And I think what you mentioned in terms of the billing as an example, I think that's a great one because you got to be nimble. The same solutions that works for large organizations will not work for some of the small and medium organizations. So we should be ready to pivot and offer solutions that make sense. It's a win-win situation then for the person, for a mid-sized firm looking to come to India, and for us to be able to offer solutions. And as the relationship grows, and you talked about the collaboration, I think the opportunity is for them to be able to then, to pick up on their business, grow their business, and when they become large organizations, that's the potential for for the firms that they can grow along with them. 100%.
Just imagine, instead of $5 million, all you need to do is 2,000 hours of work times $50 an hour is about 100,000. Yeah. That's all you have to invest for that particular year.
And that's a great opportunity because the cost arbitrage is so low. They would love to get that started, and that's where I think some of the practitioners here, it's a great window of opportunity for us to be able to offer that.
100%. And to mention when Lokesh mentioned 5 million, because you're talking enterprise level, when we started SMB, I was telling him I had like $50 or $500 in my pocket. Traveled from US to India, started out building that, but to that extent, scale is not possible. When we are thinking small, to the extent that what I did, the lesson learned is scale was very difficult to build without having that capital and without having that brain power of team. Now, because they're captives, now you have bigger brands, bigger muscle with money coming in, larger scope for scale. Cost, absolutely no problem anytime. We can beat that anywhere.
Absolutely. I think in the next, I would want to say, and this is a little bit more, I would say now looking at where we are today and probably looking forward. We have our ecosystem has evolved, has matured to a great extent. But when you look forward now, we talked about talent, we talked about real estate, we talked about technology. What do you see from 2025 to 2030 or even onwards? What do you see as the critical factors that we should be focusing on, GCC should be focusing on to make sure that we are able to sustain this growth, not only sustain, but also be able to double down on this growth? So what are the areas that you see?
What are the three you said?
In terms of whether it's real estate?
Talent, real estate, infrastructure. It's like he giving me, you are the selector, pick Shubman Gill, Abhishek Sharma, Rohit Sharma, pick one. Can you pick one? You cannot.
It's all together.
All in the squad. You have to pick them in the team.
But from my angle, I would say qualify it mostly on the talent side is what I would like. Upskilling the existing talent and also investing into talent. See, three things, as I mentioned also, and you all agree, technical accounting is non-issue with Indian accountants. The three things that I think is soft skills. Every bracket that belongs to communication, collaboration, all the soft skills that are needed, effective communication, proactive engagement. The second piece that I see we lack, and there is a chance for improvement, project management and leadership in the accounting base. Because we don't come from the MBA schools, right? We all know our deficiency is that links both soft skill, the project management, and the leadership skill. That's where I see some amount of chance for improvement for us.
So I would second the thought what Fani said. It is unmatched negotiation, I would say. The talent is the one where we would focus going forward as well, and for a number of coming years. When I say focus on talent, upskilling is one of those, but then staying relevant is very important in this market because you are seeing a lot of technological changes happening around you. Do you really need to build those changes? Probably no. But do you really need to learn about those changes from an application standpoint? Yes, you have to. So earlier, when I was growing and when I was a fresh chartered accountant, probably it was the only challenge to stay updated with the new pronouncements from Institute. But then today, it's not only the new pronouncements, it's the new technology. So you have to be updated from both the places.
Technical accountants as super users of AI is what we should be. We should be storytellers. We should be storytellers using the financial. We should be intelligent interpreters.
Absolutely. It's not an extension, it's an evolution.
Absolutely agreed. I think the way I would say, and there was a comment, I think this statement was made, I think multiple times yesterday, of how we have to move from being ledgers to leaders. I think that's the most definitive aspect when you talked about talent and you talked about what you bring to the table in terms of quality and evolution. I think is we are the ones who are going to have the data as chartered accountants. We have all the data that we have access to. And you talked about storytelling, but interpreting that data and providing that analysis, not only for our own consumption, but I think for driving global strategy. If there are things that the data is telling us and we need to bring it to the board, I think that's the opportunity for us that we should be able to leverage on for the next 5-10 years so that they can come to India for leadership, solely for leadership and driving that leadership and the vision for the firm through us. So that's, I definitely see as one of the points in terms of what we should be focusing on, just not delivering a great product, but delivering strategy and driving that strategy. I think, I know this, Fani, you just touched upon it, so I'll probably come back to that. And I think everybody knows here, the buzzword today everywhere going around is AI, right? So from an accounting perspective, and I know there is some amount of fear in terms of whether it's going to take up jobs, what is going to happen, how is the accountant going to evolve over the next few years. So wanted to know your insights. What do you think in terms of how the role of accountant within the realm of AI and the evolution of AI, how is that going to transform over the next few years?
100%. See, from my own, like I mentioned, technical accountants, if my bottom line on the top, if I write, we should become technical accountants being super users of AI. I'll take my own personal example, last week's work on job. So I had a scenario where I had to do time analysis across 20 team members working on a project. So time analysis before is based on predefined list of values of people putting in time. Firms that track time has predefined categories of what I need to pick and where I need to input time. So they are trying to measure where the team is investing time. And so I can measure productivity and improve certain things. What is key in the timesheet is all the intelligence that goes into the notes. Somebody is putting in time. Yes, I worked on project X, project task A, and I'm putting in English text. With the power of AI, I could create a trend analysis from all, I'm talking about thousands of rows of data, couple of months worth of data. Within minutes, I was able to create a storyline around why and what I can improve within that set. Power of AI again. Would it replace somebody's job? Yes, of course. So the driver from our standpoint is the mix of usage of, it's not the fear of they replacing us using technology. It is the opportunity that we need to engage on how effectively we can use the technology to be better accountants or better advisors. Becoming that accountant to the advisor is where I see AI playing a role.
So it is said that AI won't take your jobs, but AI users will take your jobs. So you have to be one of those AI users. See the application, work around it. I'll give you another, like Fani said about an example. I'll give you an example. I probably in October, our leaders are visiting over here, and I was just making a PowerPoint presentation. Believe me, I used Copilot and it took me about half an hour. But yeah, that you have to be really good at your prompt engineering. You have to work around it. So I used the Copilot. Within half an hour, a PowerPoint presentation worth 8 hours a job. Boom, that's in front of you. So you have to really work around it to understand how this is going to add value to your work. So if I would do that, probably 8 hours or maybe 2 days, that was a fantastic visualization, which I could have done probably in 2 days, half an hour. So
yes, absolutely.
I think you brought up a very good point, Lokesh. I think also I would say when you're using AI, in terms of AI users, I think it's very important for everyone to know your technical competency and a subject matter expert, because AI is still evolving. AI is going to have hallucinations that is going to come through. And if you don't have the technical expertise to be able to identify those hallucinations, you just can't simply rely on AI to deliver the results for you. AI will get you there, but AI is still not there where it's going to deliver 100% of everything that they need to deliver. It may at some point in time in the future, but right now, if you're completely going to rely on AI to do, replicate everything that you would do, that's probably going to be, you're going to set up yourself not for success or for a bit of failure.
So I have something over here to add.
Yes, please.
So yes, AI is a very good servant, and you are going to use it for your execution. The moment your dependence or reliance increases, before that, you need to be really cautious reviewing what the output is. I can give you an example. I was reading an article this morning on Mint News. One of the big four delivered some project in Australia to the Australian government, and they ended up paying back $300,000 because of the flawed results which AI provided them. So AI is not perfect, but you have to figure out how it can help you, and you have to always stay on the top of the output or the results.
Yes, absolutely. And you're talking about quality check. Even the technical accounting brain power of human interaction will never go away. It will become much easier. It will become effective. But that policing mechanism, we should be more intelligent to use the tool rightly, like I said, to quality check what the AI is also producing.
Agreed. And I think the way I would look at it at a very, very personal level is when everybody kind of has a little bit anxious about what AI is going to do. I think AI is, or there's a mantra that I follow, is fall in love with the problem, not fall in love with the solution. Because back when Excel came about, Microsoft Excel came about, I think there was similar trepidation in terms of things that we would do manually would be taken away by Excel being able to compute a lot of things in a matter of minutes. But the accountants still stayed relevant, still had a role to play. It's the same thing with AI. AI is going to try to solve a problem for us, and that's a problem that AI is now providing solutions for. And that's today. 10 years down the line, for the same amount of, whether it's an audit engagement, whether it's a tax return, whether it's accounting work, we are using AI right now, or we'll start to use AI. 10 years down the line, we'll be starting to use something else, which is still fundamentally solving the same problem, but with a different solution in mind.
And then there's another word of caution, not only from a review standpoint, but rather when you're feeding information to AI, your documents need to be really careful how they are going to be used. Unless it is an enterprise version, if you're working for a corporate or for a CPA firm, it has to be an enterprise version. Don't do it on your local chat GPT. Your documents are being stored over there.
Yeah.
There would be a breach of privacy over there.
Yeah, and the mantra of the approach that we had before, we used to state transform, manage, and empower. Because we are a BPO arm, like I explained, the SMB focus, transform. But now the definition of transform, definition of manage, definition of empower completely changed. So you got to transform using, because the client is also educated. See, look at this. You are giving them income statements before, you are giving them trend analysis before, he is using the data and pumping it into the same chat GPT that you are capable of. Yes, he would not have additional tools and enterprise version and a lot of thinking engine, but he can easily feed it to chat. He is also, so be prepared that our transformation angle is much more advanced than what our transform was defined before. Same thing like manage effectively what we are telling also our teams, manage very effective, absolutely question a manual process that you're doing. If your team lead or somebody has given you work and it includes some manual steps, question the manual step. You can do it once. The very second time, there is always technology available. If you don't know it, somebody else will. So that manage angle also, the definition has changed. Empowering, again, AI, he gave a perfect example. If you feed that to AI, building a PowerPoint or building time analysis, like I mentioned, or building even FP&A, the empower angle also has changed. So definition itself has changed because the gatekeepers, as we technical experts, have to change our perspective and angle, train ourselves to use it much more effectively.
Very well said, Lokesh, and funny. Thank you for that. So I think I would take that and probably take the next cue. With AI being there, I think our ecosystem being evolving. And we have done a lot of accounting, traditional accounting department we talked about audit, tax. What are the other areas that you see within the entire universe of FNO, in FNA, sorry. What do you see as kind of some of the more complex areas that GCCs are going to start exploring and something that we should be preparing ourselves for and equipping ourselves for? Would love to know your thoughts on those.
From a CPS firm or from a professional services firm standpoint, probably there are three service lines which generally all the CP firms have. One is your audit, the other is your tax, and it's advisory. Now talking about what else apart from doing a task-oriented or a end-to-end audit services or a tax service, there are many other things. Like I can give you example from an audit space. Right now, we are being the quality reviewer or the EQCR, engagement quality control from India. We have a setup over here. That is a high-end quality job because that's the third eye before issuance of the financials to the issuer of the user of the financial statement. So not talking about advisory, we are doing valuation services over here. We are doing risk advisory services. We are giving advisory on many of the recent softwares like Workivia, Veena, etc. So from tax standpoint, we have a COE set up over here. There's a team of about 200 people in that particular setup. So there are many things which are above and beyond a regular audit, tax, or advisory job. So adding value or basically creating value, like when you're talking to your onshore counterpart or your US counterpart, you need to identify those areas which you can help with. It has to be you who has to figure out what else can be flowing in.
To add to that, I'm again from an angle of accounting outsourcing, the extension what we are seeing is, like I give you an example of revenue rec. Specialization in certain domains, specialization in certain industries. So that's an extension to what so previously I qualified myself saying that we are SMB focused, but now because of the scale, the industry specialization has become a big effective expertise that we can deliver as GCCs. When I say industry expertise, again, coming from practical experience, we got our first client who was in aviation industry, US aviation. They were like a fixed base operator, like a gas station for airlines. They come in, fly, fuel gets filled and repair. We don't know that industry at all. Even US guys didn't know the industry. We learned the industry. Now we specialize in that aviation angle, fixed base. We have like 6, 7 clients. Same thing in franchisor segment. So what you can extend, technical accounting, but there are the nuances in specific industries. You can extend centers of excellence for industry based on top technical accounting base, revenue accounting, lease accounting, support for quality of earnings, audit support teams. That is the extension what we are seeing. Of course, some of them might not be recurring. They might be project based, but still they fit into a good value prop that the client doesn't need to go out to shop. we are becoming an end-to-end GCC in that case.
And for that, you have to really have a great team, which
Has
there, from experience standpoint, you get from the market, but then you won't get from market all the experience you're looking for. There has to be a robust training program based on your needs. So you have to invest in training of your professionals.
100% agree.
That's a very valid point. I think when you look at it, it's about deep expertise in the client's business, really understanding the client's business, really, and building expertise within that, so you can add value and just not deliver what is expected. I think that's very, very practical, and I think very, very useful. Funny, I'm going to stay with you because I want to get a different perspective. And we're all here in India. We're all chartered accountants. We travel, of course, across the globe. But you have spent a considerable amount of time in US as well. So, and you have probably witnessed, and I know you also travel between India and US fairly regularly, right? So, this is our perspective sitting here, all of us here. What do you see as a perspective that you're seeing, or how is US or the global world, I would say, looking at India, looking at GCCs in India, and what is their take on it? What are they talking about?
Nice. I can talk primarily from a US perspective again. I'll start with the chance for improvements first before I go to the positive. Three things that come to, again, still there is a perception around we lack in the soft skill and the communication angle. There is some truth to that. Again, to the point to Lokesh's, it's not just getting talent who are qualified and strong in accounting or strong in financial operations. How do you groom your team to personalize to the client base or the service model you want to build? There is investment that needs to be done still. So the perception around communication and lacking the soft skill income, because the clients have only experienced the US side of things. They only experience the US firm that has been previously servicing. What they'll see is they don't see technical debits and credits yet. What they see is what you're front-ending. How are you handling proactively engage? How are you handling a task? How are you managing the project? Those are things that we definitely the perception.
Think about someone sitting 11,000 miles away is trusting you. You only met them over Zoom calls or team calls.
That's
right? They're trusting you and they're signing the financial statements. They can go behind the bars because you didn't do a good job, right?
Yeah,
so that trust has to be built based on the quality of deliverables which you are producing. So for that, the training is of very high importance. You have to really train your people for the desired output.
To keep on those 2 points additional to communication is time zone. See, there is a perception, again, coming from a BPO angle, which is very different from tax and audit per se. We also have tax and audit teams in India. Tax and audit, you can give work during India time and you get work to the US time. But when you are becoming a small business BPO, you are an extended accounting department. If an accounts payable bill has to be paid, the owner is running around finding where is my accounts payable bill to be paid, who is sitting across in India. So it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon for him, it's midnight for us. So the extension, the perception around time zone and the comparative competitiveness that has come in with other firms saying we are near shore, we are close to you and we can deliver. But that's a perception which is being defeated. Time zone. And the third piece also is around attrition. And that is statistically proven too. See, there is that negative impression that the teams don't sustain. And that's been my experience too. When I'm doing some recruitment here locally too, I see very confidently the other side of the table, the resource saying, why are you moving from the job? One of the key reasons I find, oh, it's been 3 years, sir, already. So I find it very difficult. Yes, there is a fact, but again, that perception of defeating teams don't stay together very long in each of the firms has been a negative connotation. Those are the 3 key points that I can think. But on the positive side, the maturity that people rate India compared to, because I have spoken with CFOs that have experienced global, not just India. They have experienced Philippines, they have experienced Mexico, they have experienced others too. But the maturity of the talent, the infrastructure, and I also want to add, listening to Mr. KTR yesterday talk, government support, incredible. I'm telling you right out of my own hands-on experience. So we tried to set up, we did set up a tier 2 location to build talent right out of school. You know how we engaged into that model? We thought We, including me plus my core team, pro bono, we thought, let us expand it and do some community. Hundreds of accountants signed up for this. We did training for 3 weeks. Out of that, we recruited. But the key point there is not this process. Everybody does that. But the involvement from the government, Telangana government, knowing that we are doing it, they fully supported, gave us the infrastructure. Task, KTR, Mr. KTR mentioned about task. They proactively engaged with us, which is super surprising for US leadership. Oh, your government, pro bono, no value, no money expected. They are engaging in, that's the beauty of, so the maturity around infrastructure, all of the, plus the government angle of support for GCC is a positive impact.
I think that's very heartening to know. I think in terms of what you said, how the US especially looks at India, but I think also taking cognizance of some of the areas that we will need to focus. And I think communication is paramount. If you're not able to talk the same language and correlate in terms of what they would say, then it's very difficult for us to connect on a personal basis and build that relationship and build that trust.
Think from a cultural aspect.
Exactly. Yeah.
We are two different cultures. You need to understand them and they need to understand you. So the difference can only be mitigated when you have a regular conversation with them. So this cultural difference is also one of the hurdles for integrating further. So how to overcome these hurdles is basically, if I would be in a new GCC where we find that there is a difference in culture, then definitely it will be more of to and fro visiting, basically people from India and people from US visiting India. So, and exchange programs, what do you call?
That is very critical.
And then the other thing is trainings on understanding the different culture, basically the cultural difference of both the countries, as well as the training needs to deliver.
Fantastic. And talking about people going back and forth and delivering in the US and coming back, Lokesh, excellent point. What I observed, because of our own clients in technology space, we all have seen technology teams have matured tremendously. We're in that path, but we are on a fast path. Technology, if you look at IT services, how many IT service leaders, how long did it take to find the CIO lists to be filled up with Indian names now across the globe? It took quite a bit. But for us in finance, because of that learning, we're at a faster pace, to the point of why I'm talking about the cross-border teams like Lokesh, like me, like many of you guys who have gone to outside of India, have dealt with teams there, you coming back and taking leadership roles here, trust is automatically built. We know where we want to plug. It's not just educating us. I see on the priority A, 1A, educating us cultural connect. I do the same, 1B, educating them on cultural connect. Only then the balance.
Absolutely. I mean, just think about this. From a workforce standpoint, we are the largest nation, as we heard yesterday, and we all know from a population and an educated population standpoint as well. Every sixth person in India is an Indian in the world. Every sixth person. So why not on many of the CXO positions? Because every sixth person is an Indian, right?
Very true.
Agreed. Mr. I think Abhay, you had a question for the panel as well.
Yeah. So of course, a quick, very vital inputs. But I just wanted to understand, you mentioned about training, upskilling, and you mentioned about investing in the pool of talent. I think the challenge with, being council member and, we move across the country and we see there are a lot of SMPs, small, medium practitioners, where their challenges with respect to retention.
Correct.
No, I think some, maybe if your take or maybe the challenges, which especially these SMPs, what they should do to have this retention of pool of talent, because, like you said, 3 years, they work and then they just keep discussing and they just move from one place to another. They get more opportunities, better pay, and they leave.
Sure.
I think that's just thought maybe take on this.
I have I have a strategic view around this. See, if I take IT, you all know Amirpet very well. So what happened during IT days? There were so many training institutes across the board, built so much workforce. An SAP person had opportunity 1, 2, 3, 5, 10. Once you build up the supply chain to meet the demand, attrition will control. We have to face it. Attrition is good. That's what I tell the US leader. If people are leaving, That tells me there is opportunity. What we should do is create a framework where we are creating the supply to meet the demand. If we create that supply strategically, and I'm talking in a global, larger scale India perspective, you create that supply mechanism, automatically attrition will come down.
So my view over here would be, from an attrition standpoint, I will second Funny in that if you are lower than whatever the average attrition in your industry is, you are doing good. Attrition is healthy, but till the time it is within control, lower numbers. However, from a retention standpoint, what I see is if you provide the empowerment to your professionals towards innovation or to come up with the ideas or involve them in decision making, that helps them to feel like they are part of the company. Over here in Citron Cooperman, our benefits are impeccable. One of the benefits is something called P units. So they feel like an owner of the company because they are going to get something in 5 years down the lane, maybe 6 years, whenever the units mature, which will be a good amount towards their retirement contribution. So these kind of things probably would be helpful in retaining people.
100%.
Sure. Absolutely. I think we are coming up on time. So I think we will go to kind of the final question on the panel. With the growth that we have seen and with the rapid growth, there is also an element of risk that is involved. So looking forward, wanted to know your thoughts, both of your thoughts, in terms of what you see as potential pitfalls or areas that we should be guarded for to ensure that we are able to sustain this growth, like we talked about, amplify this growth, and become global leaders. So wanted to know what are the things that we all should be mindful about.
All right. So I was sure this is going to come, so I prepared some notes around this. So what I believe from a fast growth standpoint, we are the fastest growing firm. First of all, I want to make it very sure, very open over here that we are the fastest growing firm in India as well as in US, and that has been recognized by the IPA rankings and the IPA organization as well. However, coming to the pitfalls, so pitfall can be categorized into 4 pillars, I would say. There could be pitfall from a talent standpoint. There could be pitfall from a cultural integration standpoint. There could be pitfall from an operational and scaling standpoint. And there could be pitfall from governance standpoint, as well as empathy, because when you grow really fast, then a lot of times empathy, the factor of empathy get missing. A lot of times it becomes very, very result oriented. So we have to be really careful. You don't miss the empathy piece of it. So when we talk about governance, it could be a pitfall could be from a regulatory standpoint. You probably didn't understand the regulation and you move forward too fast. However, when we talk about culture, it could be you are not in line with the vision of your head office across the ocean. So there could be many reasons. Talent, that you are not giving the proper empowerment or proper training to the talent and you're expecting results.
Yeah, I'll go back again how I started the 6 C's. So if you evaluate the risk or the tension points within each one, starting with caliber. See, the caliber, it's a proven thing, right? The technical accounting piece is proven, but the caliber of finding the right advisors, again, going back to Lokesh's point of pool of talent, advisors than just accountants or advisors that are accountants as well. So advisors come first. So caliber, building up, again, talking back to talent. Second item I talked about is capacity. As I said previously, capacity used to be when you rate BPOs, you used to say 1,000 people organization, 1,000 into 8 into 100 days is equal to revenue. That was our mantra. Now with the fixed fee model that I talked about, capacity goes down below. So from a risk standpoint, how do you manage and optimize your capacity? So that's where the risk and the managing of risk comes in. I talked about credibility as one of the C's. Credibility in terms of, yes, as an organization, I know there are ratings with respect to, he talked about data security and process, making sure that there are standardized and believable process to build the confidence. Credibility comes with ISO 27001 rating. Get a SOC 2, even though nobody's asking us. We did the same. No client of us asked because they're SMB, they don't even ask, are you ISO? But we did. So building credibility, the risk element is one aspect. How do you mitigate that risk? Is through this sort of certifications and
Again, this morning I was reading about some risk around the technology, the pitfall around technologies. Y2K, remember back in 2000, the Y2K problems?
Yes, of
So
course.
computing or quantum computing. So quantum computing has the ability to crack your password in like jiffy. So these are the kind of risk which the firm has to face. So how good a firewall or how good a SOC report you carry will definitely build credibility.
the last two, sorry,
Yes,
Karthik.
go ahead.
The cultural connect also, again, to add to Lokesh's point, the aggressiveness in growth, we have also faced. You will try to recruit as many, and there is an imbalance in culture. I'm telling you, based on practical experience, that causes major damage than fulfilling the need of the demand generation in the US. We have to be really careful in such a way that we build and we tack that. We used to call ourselves a family, like what you mentioned, our own family type environment. People have been with us for almost 10 years, 8 years, 50. They have been there since because of the cultural bond. We should never we should make sure that the risk element around mismatch of culture is
Trust, yeah.
last but not is the cost. Of course, cost has always been, again, dollar is going up, cost is, our attrition is going up, compensations are increasing, the risk is around cost. People are saying, oh, it is very costly compared to other countries. We will derive that again, talking to my strategic create that supply so that we can keep the cost at certain standards. Because there is a perception and it's becoming fact that our costs are creeping up very widely, both in terms of infrastructure cost as well as people costs. So that's the risk we have to control.
That's a very valid point. I think the one last thing that I would love to add on that, I think, is going to be on quality. I think as we grow, as we scale, as we diversify, I think it's very important that we stay committed on quality, because that's ultimately the backbone, I would say, in terms of anything that we're going to do. All other parameters will be enablers, but if quality is compromised, it's going to be very difficult to build a practice, build that trust.
Agreed.
I think that's one of the other areas that we should always keep our focus on. We talked about metrics. We talked about ratings. For example, in the accounting domain, there is the Net Promoter Score, the NPS score. And, at Eisner Amper, that's something that we are very proud of and we are very focused on making sure. And for the last 5 years, at least, we are twice the industry average in terms of our Net Promoter Score, which is feedback from our clients directly on our quality of work that we deliver to them. So I think that's one of the areas that I would like to add, apart from everything that, Lokesh and Funny had added.
I think I have just, since you talked about net promoter score, our net promoter score is about 50 plus, so which is a very good in the, when you compare to the PSFs. So
yes. And same, I think we are somewhere in the 70 to 80 region. That's where we stay. And just to give you a little bit context for the people, it's not a 0 to 100 scale. It's a minus 100 to 100 scale. So it's a 200-point scale in terms of a net promoter score. But Funny, I think you wanted to say something.
No, I think we covered, good.
Perfect. Okay. I think that's probably, I see the time we're a little ahead of in terms of taking up a little bit more time. But thank you, Funny. Thank you, Lokesh, for this wonderful insight. I know I learned a lot, and I'm sure the audience did as well. But of course, I want to say a big round of thank you to the entire audience for being patient and listening to us. Hopefully, this was worth your time. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the everybody. For sure, ICA, thanks a lot for bringing us onto the platform here. Thanks. Hopefully, this was helpful.
Well, what an insightful and engaging discussion we have just witnessed. Can we have a good round of applause for the moderator and the Central Council member and the panelists over here? Well, right from the opening remarks by our very own Central Council member, Abhay Bhai, to the insightful, insights shared by the panelists, the session which was perfectly moderated by the moderator. I mean, since we have two cricketers here, I think that was a perfect opening to the innings, right? All right, so on behalf of ICI, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the moderator and the panelists. Thank you so much for joining us. Your deep insights into how GCCs are transforming global finance, enabling process excellence, and creating future-ready professionals have truly broadened our perspective. Abhay Bhai shared that we have a dedicated portal wherein probably, I don't know how many of you are aware of that, but yes, log into that portal. The portal is apo.icai.org, wherein you will get plenty of opportunities if in case you want to provide your services at a global level. And as Fanindra Bhai said, the three T's which he talked about, technology, talent, and trust. Remember this. And when you probably start your own GCC, or if you want to aggregate or coordinate or get associated with any of the GCCs, remember this for sure. And Lokesh Bhai said that AI will not replace you, but AI users will. So remember these key insights which the panelists have shared. And thank you once again for this amazing first session of day 2 of this GCC summit. Thank you so much. Over to MOC.
Thank you so much, Shailesh. And thank you so much for the wonderful panel discussion. Now I request CA Erra Tirupataya sir, SIRC member, to present memento to Mr. Jaspreet Singh. Now I request CA Banu Narayan sir, SIRC member and treasurer, to present memento to Mr. Pratyush Kumar Singh. Now I request his CA Ishwar Prasad Reddy sir, past SIRC chairman, to present memento to CA Mithilesh Reddy, founder and CEO, Steadfast Business Consulting LLP.
This side, sir.
Thank you. Wonderful. Yes, nice. Good. Yeah. Here to know. I have they lost visit. We should all join the last one as well. So we used to let's yes. Okay. They need your
So we'll now move on to the next session of today's second day of GCC Summit. The session is on global trade realities, tariffs, regulations, and business strategy. So to begin this, may I now invite the moderator of session, Mr. Jaspreet Singh, the eminent speaker, to please come on the dais. Welcome, sir. Yeah. Mr. Jaspreet brings 20 years of consulting experience as a partner and national leader, client and markets advisory services, managing large, complex transformation programs for marquee clients in India and globally. His expertise spans digital strategy, workforce transformation, cyber strategy, business resilience, risk assessment, crisis management, digital transformation, business continuity, awareness programs, and ethical hacking. He has led advisory engagements across financial services, healthcare, IT, ITES, e-commerce, manufacturing, telecom, and infrastructure sectors. Experienced in executive management, solution architecture, and professional services, Mr. Jaspreet is skilled at building strategic relationships and is media trained for executive briefings, press conferences, and special events. Welcome, sir. May I now invite Mr. Pratyush Kumar Singh, eminent speaker, onto the dais. Mr. Pratyush, partner in the employment and corporate and commercial practice, has nearly 2 decades of experience in corporate, commercial, and employment law. He advises multinational and domestic clients on employment structuring, compliance, workplace, investigations, and complex workforce issues. He specializes in GCC enablement, offering end-to-end legal support for business setup, operations, and regulatory compliance in India. Known for his pragmatic and business-focused approach, Pratyush works closely with legal, HR, and leadership teams to mitigate risk and ensure compliance. Recognized in Forbes Legal Power List 2021, he is also a frequent speaker on emerging employment law and corporate governance issues. Welcome, sir. May I now invite CA Mithilesh Reddy, founder and CEO, Steadfast Business Consulting LLP, onto the dais. He is our panelist too. Mr. Mithilesh Reddy is a finance and tax professional with 15 plus years of expertise in taxation, transfer pricing, and regulatory matters. He was shortlisted as Practice Leader of the Year Transfer Pricing at the ITR Middle East Tax Awards 2025 and recognized by TEDx, Forbes, and Business Today. He is also honored as a Times Group Under 40 Achiever. At SBC, he provides top-tier consulting in global transfer pricing, litigation, tax, outsourcing, and risk advisory driven by integrity, innovation, client focus, and courage. Leveraging technology and automation, he delivers efficient, client-centric solutions. His mission is to redefine financial services, optimize tax structures, ensure compliance, and build enduring partnerships. He is passionate about shaping the future through innovation, excellence, and meaningful client impact. Welcome, Mr. Mithilesh. Well, yeah, you may please have a seat. Yeah. Well, it's an honor for me to provide an opening remarks for this session. Global trade today stands at a crossroads. Tariff wars, shifting supply chains, evolving free trade agreements, and changing WTO regimes are no longer distant policy issues. They are shaping daily business decisions worldwide. In this complex landscape, India's GCC, that's Global Capability Centers, are emerging as critical navigators for multinational corporations. These GCCs offer more than operational support. They provide trade compliance intelligence, ensure smooth documentation, monitor regulatory changes, and build supply chain resilience. Whether managing customs duties, forecasting trade policy impacts, or recalibrating sources strategies, India's GCCs are indispensable in aligning global strategy with local execution. What makes this conversation especially relevant is the convergence of two narratives. These convergence of two narratives are extremely relevant today. India as the premier hub for GCCs and India as a trusted global trade partner shaping negotiations and expanding its export footprint. Together, this highlights India's role not just as a participant, but as a strategic leader in the future of commerce. So we are privileged to have this session moderated by Mr. Jaspreet Singh ji, the eminent speaker, and featuring insights from Mr. Pratyush Kumar Singh, partner of TLH Advocates and Solicitors, and CA Mithilesh Reddy, founder and CEO, SBC. As we begin, let's see today's discussion as more than a debate on tariff or regulation. It's an opportunity to reimagine how India's GCC can become architects of global trade resilience and drivers of corporate growth worldwide. Over to you, moderator sir.
Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Wow. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I think we've probably got the most unique panel that you would have seen over the last 2 days, and I'll tell you a reason. We've got we've got a technology guy, we've got a lawyer, and we've got a CA. So it is a very difficult job that I have to understand the intersection on how we will these three, talk about the most burning issue everybody's talking about. The last panel did an excellent job on talking around the entire growth stories that GCCs have had in India, right? It's not new. It's been 30 years since the first GCC or the first offshore center opened up in India, in Bangalore, right? In 30 years, we've seen GCCs move from somebody who enters India, talks about cost arbitrage, to move to a technology or a value or a strategy of arbitrage, right? GCCs are no longer a remote office in some other part of the world. They breathe the same culture as the main organization. And as per a report that I read, almost 20% of global leadership roles are now being led by Indians in GCCs based out of India. So that's how big this industry is becoming. Pick up any newspaper once a week, and you will see an organization coming to India. While if you look at the larger macroeconomic picture, this is just a drop in the ocean, right? We only have large corporates setting up GCCs in India. We've not even tapped 1% of the large mid markets, Russell's 3000, etc., organizations based out of US or UK or any other developing country. But is everything hunky and dory from a GCC perspective? We'll talk about 3-4 different things that are happening in the larger global ecosystem. From a tech perspective, the previous panel said the opportunity is ours to run global technology centers from India, run technology for global firms from India. But how many of you think that would be possible in the next 3 to 4 years? Look at the kind of education that we are providing to our kids. We saw some great examples in the previous panel, but those examples are far and few in between. Today, look at the kind of AI development that's happening, for example, in Eastern Europe. I know at least 10 organizations that have moved jobs from India and gone to Eastern Europe because the availability of tech talent, and this is superior tech talent who understand quantum, who understand AI, are moving there. So I personally believe that we are at a very, very keen or a very, very important inflection point from a GCC growth perspective. And with global headwinds like tariffs, etc., if we don't solve it today, this will also become what we had an opportunity in 2003 to run global BPOs and become the global BPO hub of the world. Did we win that? I think the jury is 50-50, right? With Philippines, Indonesia, Mexico, Guatemala, everybody getting their share of wallet. GCCs currently, yes, 90% companies come to India. Can we make sure that we ride this wave and look at the headwinds that are, coming across for us? With that, I'll go to my panelists, esteemed panelists for their opening remarks. Pratyush, why don't we start with you?
Thanks very much, Jasmeet. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So, first of all, thanks very much to ICAI for calling me to be on this panel. And this, as Jasmeet was mentioning, this is a very diverse panel. Technology, CA, lawyer, and a group of CAs here. This topic, global trade, tariff, and regulation in the context of GCCs, is something right now in the news. There are so many, different. So earlier it was globalization. Now what we are looking at is a fragmentation. Like there are treaties between different bilateral treaties or treaties amongst few countries. Earlier it was globalization. I think there is some bit of worry which we need to definitely be worried of. But I think for GCC in India, we need to be little optimistic, Jaspreet. Still, while in 2003, BPO was something which India started and India was there, as you said, 50-50. So GCCs, I still think, is going to boom in India. At present, there are more than 2,000 GCCs in India.
Right.
Right. So the point here is with the different tariff, but different FTAs, etc. How are we going to navigate? How are the laws or regulations going to navigate and in favor of GCCs is something which we need to look at. Right now, I think three things we need to, and at least the GCCs need to prepare themselves. One is they need to have a proper process, and the earlier panel was talking about the process. So a proper process to understand the regulation and adapt it. The quicker we adapt, the better it is for the GCCs. That is one. Second, as we all know, India is right now a pool of talent. Now, by talent, I mean it's not only the manpower. There is a talent, there is some amount of technology understanding also in this pool of talent. So that is also going to help. So I think this is my opening remark, and I am ready to take any questions if you have. Maybe after.
No, thank you. I think some great opening remarks. It is India's time, as you mentioned. Let's hope all of us sitting on the panel agree to this. Mithilesh, your opening remarks, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think I'll bring the context to the entire panel discussion today. Me being the only chartered accountant, I think I can correlate and connect what's going to be the impact for us in terms of the trade or tariff wars that are going on or counter tariffs that are being announced by countries, especially US. So there are basically around three different types of tariffs or regulations that are being imposed. One is on the goods, services, and on the mobility, on the visa processing, and then the fee part that is going on. So on the three different aspects, first aspect should be on the goods, what they announced at the beginning when this has been going on since last 90 to 120 days, I think. So on the goods part, anything that is manufactured outside US, especially on India, what they have done is any import of an Indian product into US, they've deployed a 25% retrospective effective tariff. And they have also done an additional penal 25% because of the Russian import of the oil. So it was almost around 50% tariff that was applied for the goods manufactured in India and being imported into US. Second part is on the services, which in the last 30-40 days, this is still on the proposed part. It's not really made a law. It's not passed by the US Parliament. It's just a US Senate proposal. So what he is proposing is he will halt the international reallocation of employment. It's called the Hire Act. So any kind of outsourcing works that are going to happen from US to India or any other foreign location, 25% tariff would be applied on, 25% taxes would be applied on the outsourced works. And he's also mentioned that there will be no deduction that will be available. If you outsource work, the expenditure booking there will be no deduction that will be available. And he also, what will this impact the GCCs? We're all talking about the subsidiaries or global capability centers, BPOs, and all this stuff. If this really comes into picture, the trade wars or the entire, announcements that are coming or the vibrations that are coming from US is to make sure that it becomes an America first approach. And there are serious, thoughts on, integrating the work within US or integrating work as a value into the US itself and not to outsource it to any other global jurisdictions. It should have been, on the top 10 or 20% companies, or it should have been on the intellectual property. It should have been on the taxes, but not on the outsourcing part of it, if you ask me on the feedback. But on the specific aspects coming back to the services tariffs, he's also, applied indications on hiring of, external people other than US citizens. So considering all this, and also the visa part, I think most of you would be knowing he's increased the, H1B or other visas as such. What will this impact us? Even on the visas, the reallocation, the mobility of the people will get impacted. So most of the onshore work will have to be offshored, but on the offshoring, on the outsourcing part, he has kept this 25% tab and also the deduction tab. So it's going to completely cut down the connection. So if this really happens, then what's going to be the India's global capability center and all this advantages or the capabilities that we are talking is the real challenge that we would be facing. So this is the actual context. So in terms of the solution to this, or what's going to happen is mostly the word outsourcing might be redefined or recharacterized, and the entire value chain will be reshaped back to India. It's going to be an advantage. It's not going to be a disadvantage in my view. I'll tell you how. So as someone was mentioning, 30 years back when we started as global capability centers, or when we just qualified, or in early 2008, 2009, I saw absolute outsourcing where they just used to take instructions into India. But now, if you ask me, there are innovation hubs, R&D centers, artificial intelligence capabilities, product managers, intellectual properties being registered out of Hyderabad. So there is absolutely no more outsourcing. It is being done on an outbound basis. So what will happen is, it will not be a inbound instruction. It will be an outbound delivery centers that will be there. So they will become the market supporting guys, or the front ending guys with the customers, and we will be doing the maximum value chain. So it's going to be reverse impact, and there will be absolutely cutting down and impacting US itself is what I am thinking. On the recharacterization front, it's going to be a momentum shift. So I think this is going to be the impact, sir, from my perspective. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks for highlighting the impact. Sridhar, would you want to add, or Sridhar, would you want to add something?
Please.
Perfect. So, Mithilesh, let's start with you now, right? You've articulated the impact across services, across everything very well, right? There are so many people who work in GCCs, etc. here. What measures would they take, right, to soften some of the impact that these global tariffs will have?
So I think we should not be aggressive in announcing the counter tariffs, and we should not be doing it like a trade war. Mostly the consistency in the policy, supporting the decision making and ecosystem and the governance in a uniform and consistent manner is most important for gaining the trust of the investor. So we should not be doing any kind of changes and making it radical as such. So we should be even more welcoming. So the transition shift of this outbound versus inbound that I was talking about has to be smooth landing. So we have to accept and welcome even more, saying that you develop it here, you manufacture it here, you kind of make in India, Garvapsi, all these aspects will definitely come back. If at all he's going to do that, we should not be announcing counter tariffs. We should be doing strategically how we should be landing it. I think the SEZ Act and the things like no customs on imports, uh, no transfer pricing, litigation as such, safe harbors might be reduced. The corporate tax might be reduced to 15 to 17% on services aspect. There can be minimum alternate tax removal as such. There can be regional headquarter facilities that might be announced, that if any of the regional headquartered people are coming back and if they are staying in India and delivering it from here, you will get these exemptions. You saw yesterday or day before, I think I saw the GCC announcement, policy announcement by Maharashtra government. So it was a fantastic, draft, one-pager draft it was. They made it absolutely clear on what are the facilities that are going to be given to any GCC that is going to come to Maharashtra, especially in tier 2 cities. So the point is, if the government is announcing initiatives, if the government is able to give facilities and ecosystem and support the development as such and contributions as such, the value chain shift in momentum will absolutely curve back. So this is what I think on the impact and challenges. Sir. Yeah.
Perfect. You want to add something on this, Pratyush?
Yeah, thanks. So, Mithilesh, one point I just wanted to say, I totally agree. I second your statement that the policies by government should not be counter to any tariff which has been proposed by any country like US also. Also, I second that the government in India should give some incentives, should provide some, progressive policies inviting the GCCs. Only one thing I just wanted to add on the Hire Act, which you mentioned that the Senate has passed or is in the process of proposing. Yeah, it's been proposed. The only thing is, I think if it is in respect of captive uh, GCCs where the service is being provided to the parent company, it may not impact as of now, but we will have to wait and see what exactly is going to happen on that. I agree with what Mithilesh has mentioned on the counter tariff. We need to definitely be a little more progressive and we need to just have patience. We need to just see some time and then take a call on that.
Perfect. So, Pratyush, let's start with you now. Uh, there's a lot of talk on the entire import duty on technology also. How will that impact the larger GCC landscape? And what do you think we should be doing about that?
Uh, See, the import duties are definitely going to impact the GCC in the scalability, in the context of scalability. I think one thing which we need to definitely look at now is the GCCs are going to, it may help to procure within the country now. So that procurement policies, etc., needs to be relooked at, and it has to be reshaped. Some again, this is make in India, etc. All those things going to help. So it is going to impact the GCC of also getting the import duties. So if there are some technology, some hardware, etc. So there are going to some definitely some impact. So Make in India, procuring, having policies in place, sourcing the stuff from within the local market, etc. is going to definitely help.
Just a thought on that, right? While it sounds very good from a policy perspective, but for example, we still don't have capability to produce mass GPUs which run large AI models. So maybe we'll have to see and look how this entire model evolves and how do we also keep up with the race of winning in technology.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jaspreet. So it is going to see, that is the reason I said scalability is going to be a bigger challenge. So either we pay that kind of duty and get the scalability, but it's not going to help, right? The
Right.
GCC is one of the, while traditionally it was cost optimization, now it is value addition, etc., as Mithilesh also mentioned. So the moment the cost optimization is not there, it is going to definitely have some impact on the operation of GCCs.
Right, absolutely. The no matter what you say, that we've moved as a country from cost arbitrage to now technology arbitrage or strategy arbitrage, operations arbitrage. The first biggest factor when a company decides to come is definitely cost, right? What happened earlier was that to move from cost to a technology or a value or a operation strategy arbitrage would take maybe 5 years. Now that battle is won in about a year or so, right? That's the only difference that we are seeing in these days. Uh, Mithilesh, I am no expert in compliances, as you would have guessed by now. But I read somewhere that for a GCC to enter India, there are some 100+ compliances that they need to do, right? While a lot of governments are announcing policies, etc., for GCCs, what do you think are the common compliance challenges? A, right? And what should GCCs do, or what should government do? Part B, to overcome them.
Yeah, I'll tell you the feedback also. I mean,
Yeah.
we floated almost like 40 to 50 uh, global capability centers in the last 2 years. I would say, and the first challenge that comes into the mind of the GCC uh, ecosystem or the people who are facilitating incorporations here is the name availability in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So wherever they are going to come, the unique name of the group that is there in the global level, if they are asking for it, and if they are asking India Private Limited or India LLP, there are serious obstructions on that front. Second, there are almost like 17 to 18 acts as such which are required to be complied with, I would say, in terms of the pre-incorporation or post-incorporation, both put together. And we should bring everything to a single platform and give them the ecosystem that if you want to establish a GCC, the T Hub has made, the T Hub here in Hyderabad has made a platform which is, helping or monitoring the entire setup process. So what the compliance and setup process.
Okay.
So if you want, it's called incubator services. So what they do is the entire scope of activity from the time you announce the GCC till the time you become a 200 or a 300 people odd entity, they're going to monitor the entire process. There are people like Answer, Zinov, and other entities which we are working, but the entire supply chain till the point you become 200 odd or 300 odd people is taking almost like 1.5 2 years.
Wow.
So the point is, if this entire process can be streamlined and the unification of the laws can be brought about, the reporting can be minimized, and in terms of the banking and regulatory aspects, and also in terms of the specifics of income tax and transfer pricing and cross-border taxation, withholding, all these aspects, if they are brought to a unified approach. If you are a GCC, I'm going to give you simple steps of 3 to 5. That's it. Not 17 to 20 acts to terrify them. So, that's coming. I think they're, doing the revamp, or they're, changing the laws and redefining them. But it requires a lot of effort still. And the entire process should be made simple, and it should be made cost effective, easy to understand, and very near to the global level, expectation. So it's very difficult for them to understand the specifics of the Indian laws as such. So this is the feedback. But on the compliance front, there are two major compliances that all the Indian GCCs, I'll tell you the challenges or most frequently asked questions by other chartered accountants also to us in terms of how did you outsource, how did you get this outsourcing work, what are the capabilities that you have to build to get outsourcing work, and all these aspects. So there are importantly, Funny sir was mentioning SOC2 certification, ISO, to revalidate your aspects of security of the data, IT infrastructure, server setups or the firewall capabilities are the most important things. These are the fundamental basics. Third thing is data privacy and protection. So if you have any sort of GDPR regulations or HIPAA regulations of US, or any other specifics of PDPA, it's called Data Privacy Act, Singapore also has. So if you want to get outsourcing from those jurisdictions, you need to be having certification of all these, regulatory aspects, other than SOC and ISO also. So these are the fundamental requirements and basics of an infrastructure that you have to get the outsourcing work from the US. The technology and the capabilities and the people are there. But if you are having this infrastructural capabilities, then it becomes even more smoother and welcoming for the other side to, outsource the work.
Thank you for talking about. So mostly these are barriers that organizations face. One barrier which probably, I don't know when it will see light of the day, is the DPDPA Act. It's a very welcome act because a lot of GCCs or a lot of global organizations wanting to enter India are still surprised that we don't have a data privacy regulation in place. It's been passed, but the rules are being enacted. And what is concerning, or maybe a point of deliberation there, is that what if data localization there also becomes the norm?
Yeah.
Right? In that case, the entire industry would need to keep 2 copies of data, one onshore and one here, which would increase their cost, and which again would bring down the cost arbitrage or the technology arbitrage. Nobody wants to invest in 2 data centers, right? That may not be the most feasible model.
And one more important aspect of the global GCCs coming to India is on the aspect of the markup that is required, the cost plus markup. And most of the chartered accountants are asked this question on, what's the approximate markup that you want me to pose on the cost, operational costs. So there are 2-3 important things that I would want all of you to, understand, and also to maybe to advise the clients, is on the aspect of the cost base. What exactly is being marked up? What is required to be marked up, and why it is required to be marked up also I'll cover. But the point that I'm trying to tell you is the operational cost base doesn't mean only the salaries. It doesn't mean only the time that is getting charged. It is actually the entire operational cost. It includes the depreciation. It includes the admin fixed and variable costs that are being incurred. It doesn't include the interest costs or anything of that sort, because you are a captive. We are talking about captive centers here. So the operational cost plus a markup needs to be charged for the services being done for the global headquarters. What is the markup? Markup depends upon the supply chain that you're doing. If you're doing a low value add service, 5% also is enough. If you're doing a technical service, 15 to 17%, safe harbor of Indian transfer pricing says 17 to 18% as a minimum markup that is required for ITI and ITS if you're doing less than 100 crores. So the aspect of understanding what markup is required to be charged, on what it is required to be charged, when the markup is required to be enhanced, is a very important question in the context of what we are talking. So if it is only a low value add till what we are doing now versus what we are going to add by removing the word outsourcing. So if you are doing a real value add and if you are developing something in the Global Capability Center here, you are no longer a captive. You are an enterprise in the making. You can do the sales from here. You can do the product from here. So the entire concept of outsourcing with a low value add with 5%, 10% won't work. So the expectations will jump. So what will happen to Deloitte's and the the global delivery centers here if the outsourcing work or the tariffs are applied and if there is a cut down of the entire outsourcing aspects? It's not going to happen because we're not doing outsourcing support services anymore. They are doing the knowledge process outsourcing services. It's no longer a BPO. It's called a knowledge process outsourcing support. So they are performing services which are not a low value adding items. So you have to understand all this and make sure that the markup that is being deployed by the clients in terms of ITS companies, what markup is required, and for the work that we are doing as chartered accountants or responsible knowledge process owners, is the fact that we are not a BPOs. We are outsourcing support, but we are knowledge process outsourcing. So the 25% tariff won't apply is the consensus. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Pratish, your views on
Is on the compliance with a bit which Mithilesh mentioned. So while there are many legislation, I will put it in two buckets. One is setting up initially. Once it is set up, then the operational part. So setting up, I think there are certain laws, name registration, name, etc., which needs to be reserved, and then the documents which needs to be filed with the registrar. Once that is done, I think there are just one correction. Maybe you can correct me, Mithilesh. I think under law, there is a process of incorporating within by filing one form, which includes everything, then DSC, name reservation and everything. So that is something which is the government initiative on that. And certain states like Maharashtra or Telangana or AP or Karnataka, they have some policies. Like in Telangana, definitely I can say the TSI pass. This is a single window clearance. Everything will get cleared. So these are certain things which are there. I think this needs to be relooked at or maybe
Recording in
revamped again
progress.
or
at a more country level, right?
yeah, at a country level. And also there should be some discussion amongst the stakeholders. So that will definitely help the environment of GCCs. So I think that is something which will attract more GCCs.
Yeah.
Is what I.
So how many of you have incorporated companies for global subsidiaries here? Can you just raise your hands?
I have.
Quite a few.
How much time have you taken on an approximate basis?
Anybody from the audience?
4 days? 4 months?
2 months. 2 months.
Congratulations. Not registered yet? The entire process. So, see, on not 4 months. 4 months is a really bad example, sir. But let me tell you, it absolutely takes around 4 weeks if you do it properly. I mean, in terms of DSC, DIN, name approval, and then going into the application of SPICE forms, what sir was mentioning. And, the single window clearance system, if it really has to be, it got restricted to only the PAN, TAN, and the basics of a company incorporation numbers. That's it. So all these three come, but there are rest of 17 acts that we have to really register them and make sure that they are live and it's up and running. So what generally is happening is the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and the other shops and establishment, GST, income tax, or the entire registration process for us. It is taking almost around 4 to 6 weeks on an good approximate basis. So the point is, if all this can be unified and it can be made very, very easy to operate, and if it has to be a mandate that is kept that once the application is filed, if it is not happening within 2 weeks, then the process should take it as a ticketing system. So that's the compliance that I'm trying to say. Sir. Yeah, yeah.
No, I totally agree, Mithilesh. So that is what I think one stakeholders needs to, the consultation with the stakeholders as well needs to be there. And I agree. See, depending upon the size of the GCC 17 legislation, maybe labor laws, etc., depends on number of employees. So I totally agree. It takes some time. Initial setup, operation with less than certain number of employees is fine. 2 months is what, 4 to 6 weeks. Definitely, it takes that much time.
Perfect. Uh, Pratyush, the previous panel spoke about GCCs, great things happening, etc., etc. We've spoken about some of, you know, maybe good, maybe bad, but the headwinds, right? Uh, what are your thoughts on the let's close our eyes for 10 seconds and imagine we are in 2035, right? How do you think GCCs will evolve? And if you're in charge of a large GCC, how would the GCC evolution cycle look like? I think everybody would be very interested in understanding this.
Sure. So one thing is right now where we are and 10 years from now, what I think is a couple of things which we need to keep in mind is we have the largest young population as of now. So we are at a good position. As the previous panel was also talking, was also mentioning that every sixth person on the globe is Indian. So that is a advantage which we have. Depending upon, as Mithilesh was also mentioning, the global trade regulations or tariffs, etc., how it pans out. If we are able to continue or be consistent with the same growth which we are seeing today, I think it is going to be a very good, we will be at a very good place after the 10 years.
Superb.
But definitely there are certain requirements or certain things which we need to change. We need to be little more attractive for all these MNCs because there are in this globe also there are different market space, like you mentioned for BPOs. It was Eastern Europe is there, or even Mexico, Philippines, etc. for cost optimization, etc. So we need to be little more attractive. We need to have our policies, our regulations, which attracts the GCCs or MNCs to set up their GCCs in India. So I am very optimistic as of now for the next 10 years. But there are certain loopholes which needs to be fixed, certain bridges which needs to be definitely gap.
Perfect. Mithilesh, your views on the evolution of GCCs?
Yeah, as Funny sir was mentioning a while ago, see, we are no longer a cost center. So one thing that all of us have to understand is the fact that we are contributing to the supply chain much more than being just a cost center. So the transition from the cost center to a profit center is happening right now. And the evolution maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, I mean in by 2035 or so, there will be innovation and R&D centers within India. There will be major revolution in terms of making the products work within India and then outsourcing them back. You are seeing that in defense. You're seeing that in micro semiconductor technologies or manufacturing technologies or electronics, robotics, and you're already seeing it in our field where most of the work is happening here, right here in Hyderabad, the global delivery centers. So what I'm trying to tell you is even the big fours in our space, they started outsourcing or taking the services of the people sitting here in Hyderabad. So what they are trying to do is earlier it has to be routed to the relevant partner and then the relevant partner would outsource it back wherever he wants. Now they have just cut down the limits and said you can outsource it to any part of the world that you want and get the work done. So it really opened the floodgates for all of us. You just have to have the capabilities, infrastructure, and the core competence and deliver at the right time with the quality. And then obviously that connect will get established. Coming back to the topic, what is there in terms of evolving into that space. First, you need to be a basic, outsourcing center, and then you become the global delivery center or the global hub of the, making it as an innovation center, R&D center. The intellectual properties have to be registered here in India going forward. If that is happening, then most of the momentum shift automatically happens. If the trademarks or the intellectual properties or the intangibles are not registered in India, then the entire supply chain seems to be with the outside world itself. So if you have to establish that major supply chain is happening, you have to have the result and intangibles and the relevant profit and the taxation regime also restructured like that. So that's the evolution that's going to happen, I think. Yeah.
Perfect. Pratyush, 30 seconds. Any closing marks from your side?
Uh, we need to be, GCCs need to be proactive. Proactive, what I mean is not to predict what is going to happen, but they need to adapt to the changes, global changes, which may be in relation to the tariffs or other rules and regulation, DPDP Act, privacy, etc. So GCCs needs to be more proactive, be more adapt. They need to be fast in adapting the changes. That is going to help, according to me.
Fast and agile. Mithilesh, 30 seconds.
So, I'll compare this with COVID time. So when initial 2019, 20, 21, those 2-3 years when there was COVID, we never used Zoom so much. We never used Teams so much.
Yeah.
We never, thought of, talking to anyone across so much and working from home, and all this culture was not there. So we quickly adopted into this technology. So if there are supply chain changes, and if US wants it, we can deliver from anywhere. And that's the thought process with which we have to be. Nobody's going to stop anything, and nobody's going to take away, what we have. But what I'm trying to tell you is, in terms of the outbound versus inbound model, it will really, help the chartered accountants and the finance community, 100%. And also, it should not be a wait and watch approach. It should be, go get it approach rather. And mostly, I feel the growth and resilience model with which in the Prime Minister is working is really good. But in terms of all of us, it has to come, the thrust should come from the bottom. That's what I believe.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the go get it approach. I think when the next time we have this conference, maybe the word GCC is being changed to global value centers. With that, give a huge round of applause to my fellow panelists. Thank you so much. You can start.
Yeah, requesting you to please have a seat. All right, well, that was yet another engaging session and so much value addition, I believe, for all the attendees over here. Thank you so much for that, moderator sir and panelists. Well, what we have learned is, as Mithilesh said, data privacy, probably putting firewalls. These are quite few things which are extremely essentials whenever you are planning to have your own GCC setup or eyeing for international exposure, providing services to your international clientele. Although US has announced or planning to come up with higher act, which is like 25% additional levy if in case you outsource your services from US to any part of the country or be it in India. Probably I believe that they may not implement it because Indian quality you will not get anywhere, right? So if you cannot avail services from outside the US, I mean from the Indian talent, it's very difficult for the US corporations also to survive, is my opinion. Well, may I now invite Bhanu Narayan sir, the treasurer of SIRC, to please come on the stage and give word of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shailesh. It's been really good hearing to the eminent speakers, Jasprit Singh ji, Pratyush Kumar ji, and from Hyderabad, our own Mithilesh bhai. In fact, we had a very threadbare discussion. We
What I liked with this panel is they didn't go only for the goodies. They also spoke about the challenges, how to improve, the timelines, the time frames, how many acts should be uh, complied with, all a practical exposure. And your suggestions have been very, very mature. In fact, today, in these days, we are used to daily serial of Trump. Let him blow his own trumpet. Very soon it will be cacophony. Let us dribble the ball like all the great football players, our own Dhyan Chand of hockey. Let us dribble him, and put the ball into the goalpost. And ultimately, I am sure that we will come out of this. As you said, we had the biggest challenge in 2020, the COVID. We have overcome that. Now also, Trump's tariffs seem to be too small compared to the COVID challenge. We'll overcome, we shall overcome, and we shall have all good days in future. And this summit is GCC. It is not only the global capability centers, but today, yesterday and today, we can just simply say that it has been a good conference for CS. Thank you, ICI. Thank you, all the panelists.
Requesting you to please stay here, sir. Bhanu, sir, please. Well, as rightly said by you, problems are opportunities, and if in case US is trying to threaten us by imposing additional tariff or talking about higher act, let's consider this problem as an opportunity and let's excel. And we chartered accountants can do anything and provide services to any person, any body corporate across the world, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes.
Wonderful. May I now invite our Vice Chairman of Hyderabad branch, Girdhari Lalji Toshniwal, to please come on the dais and hand over the token of appreciation and memento to the moderator of the session, Jaspreet ji. May I now invite the Secretary of ICI Hyderabad branch, Karumanchi Ramarao sir, to please come on the dais and hand over a token of appreciation to our panelist one, Pratyush sir. May I now invite the Chairman of ICI Hyderabad branch, Mr. ACS Reddy sir, to please come on the dais and hand over the token of memento, token of appreciation memento to CA Mithilesh Reddy. Requesting moderator and panelists to please be here for a group pic. Yeah.
Please hold your memento photos. Thank you, sir.
We're now heading to the next session. In fact, the session which was planned for the evening, session number 11, now we are conducting that. There is some change in the schedule. The session is on unlocking growth potential in the GCC, the role of funding and investment incentives. So for this session, it's an honor for me to please invite CA Abhinavji Goyal, Senior Vice President, GCC Capabilities and SSF Global, Quintus Global, to please come on the dais. May I also invite CA Neha Karda, Director, Finance, Tax and Regulatory ANSR, to please come on the dais. CA Abhinav Goyal is a chartered accountant, Six Sigma Green Belt, and a certified business coach. In addition to that, he holds a certificate in leadership excellence with the Harvard Business School, a fellowship of the Startup Leadership Program, Boston, and is an active trained coach with the International Coach Federation. Mr. Abhinav's corporate journey cuts across over 2 decades. He is currently working with Quintus Global as a senior vice president responsible for leading GCC capabilities and strategic initiatives like process and technology redesign, talent strategy, and building transformation roadmaps. Previously, he has had rich exposure to the BFSI domain, having led large global functions for American Express that spanned across R2R, P2P, credit, risk, and reporting. He has also spearheaded large business critical teams in some of the world's most respected organizations like KPMG and Google in both India and the US. We welcome Abhinav sir. CA Neha Karda is a seasoned finance leader with nearly 15 years of experience across finance, tax, and regulatory domains. As Director Finance, Tax and Regulatory at ANSR, she partners with global enterprises to design and operationalize their GCCs in India, advising on strategic structuring, transfer pricing, compliance frameworks, and audit readiness. Before ANSR, she was the head of financial shared services at SkySpecs, a Goldman-backed renewable energy company, where she led cross-cultural teams. She began her career at KPMG India, where she spent a decade rising through the ranks to become associate director, specializing in statutory audits, group reporting, and audit innovation. Beyond her corporate role, Nehaji is deeply passionate about nurturing the next generation of finance professionals. Having coached CS students early in her career, she continues to mentor aspiring chartered accountants and advocates actively for more women to join and thrive in the profession. She hopes to see a day when the ratio of qualified men to women in the CA fraternity stands proudly at 50-50, reflecting true equity and opportunity in the field she champions. Welcome, ma'am. It's an honor for me to now invite our very own Central Council member, CA Dayanivasji Sharma, to please come on the dais. Can we have a good round of applause for Daya, sir? Well, our 2 Central Council members, Daya Bhai and Sridhar Bhai, is instrumental in making this event a grand success. They deserve a good round of applause. All right, over to you, Daya sir. Please, may I now invite Daya sir? Please come for opening remarks.
Good afternoon to all. Indeed, pleasure to be here. But I don't know what made Sailesh make both the speakers stand for the entire introduction. I don't know. So that is on a lighter side, no punishment from our side. You are welcome to ICI to give lectures. So thank you very much for coming in, Abhinav and Neha. It's indeed a pleasure. Friends, this topic has moved from the last session to the current session now, which primarily talks about unlocking growth potentials in GCC, primarily focusing on funding and investment incentives. Are we all there together? So I just to make you wake, get ready for the discussion because it is very quick. 20 minutes presentation. After that, we have a lunch break and all. A round of applause for our institute for doing, because at least let us be very generous in clapping for the institute. We are all here to celebrate institute always. I think every moment, either you need to celebrate parents, either you celebrate institute and you celebrate the nation. I think these three are something which we always have to keep things positive. Why I am telling you this? Institute is, see, we have been talking from yesterday with regards to the GCC, and a lot of people are here who have been interacting with me in the lobby with regards to what is there for us in GCC. What is not there for us in GCC is something which we need to really understand. Couple of people sitting here are practicing chartered accountants who are looking and waiting for a newer opportunities to come. And the second side of the people are those people who are professionals who are part of GCC itself. Now, how do you actually bridge this gap to make it big? And what does institute do apart from this conference is something which you all have to understand. For those people who have actually set up their practices with a proprietary firm, might be 2 partner firm, 5 partner firm, 10 partner firm, the thought has always been, how do we get into it? Till the time we do not collaborate and move upward, I don't think we can actually move forward in this ecosystem. What did Institute do for us? Before I go for the funding and the incentive schemes and how that can be unlocked by the professional chartered accountant is something which we need to all understand. If I'm making a different statement, all blame to Sanjeev Bhai because he made me come and stand here without any preparation. So I'm just giving all my thoughts which are just real-time basis. I'm sharing certain things. So the point is, what did Institute do for us? Institute has done fantastic opportunities which is created. Whether you talk it is in form of multidisciplinary practices, which has been approved by no other institute apart from ICI. What is multidisciplinary practice? That you can partner with a cost accountant, you can partner with company secretary, you can partner with an MBA, you can partner with an engineer, you can partner with an actuary. Which institute in the world has given that opportunity? I don't know. But at least I can proudly say this is the only institute in the world which has done this. If you feel good, so round of applause for our institute. Now, what is multidisciplinary? Now you got to know that all these discipline professionals which are there can come together and actually form a entity. What is entity for the purpose of MDP? It can be also a corporate form of practice. What does corporate form of practice mean for us? That means with the approval of ICI, because there is an approved mechanism which is there as per the code of ethics in the institute, that you can create a private limited company after taking approval from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. The beauty of this corporate form of practice is you create a private limited company, you run your own practice here. Multiple firms, rather than merging together, they can actually initiate a process that every firm can give one representative and they can become directors in this private limited company, which is not going to impact any of the other empanelments for the purpose of your regular practice. You got my point? It doesn't stop there. It goes beyond to say that I can take investments in this particular private limited company from the relatives and known people to ensure that an effective funding can happen in the private limited company. How many of us are aware about this? See, no one. And do you know how old is this provision? MDP is current. But creating a corporate form of practice is 2002, if I am not wrong. Since then it is there. How many years over? How many years? My mathematics is a little bad. Can you just think about the forward-looking approach of the institute, which gave an opportunity to people that retaining your practice, you can create a corporate form of practice in which you can actually add money into and equity into. Now, what is GCC? GCC is nothing but collaboration of people to come together, invest together, and move forward. Now, when you're talking about this particular session, I can take 2-3 minutes, Sanjeev bhai, if permitted. Sir, I'll come to you, sir. Let us, rather than questions, let us start preparing for answers. So my request to you is please listen to this discussion. It is very important and interesting one. Now, the practicing firms have to think about how do I make my practice different from the regular thing? When the institute itself is giving as per the regulations, I can form a corporate form of practice, then what are we waiting for so many years? What is GCC all about? You both who are expert in the funding area, institute talked about it 22 years back. Now, the point is, the session is with regards to role of funding and investment in incentives. What that means, have we thought about it? What does this mean? There have been many provisions of income tax come and gone, which has seen the sunset clauses also, where the opportunity was there for people to take all kind of government incentives, including the tax benefits which were available for all the software companies. If you would have created at that point in time, you could actually create something more by this time. There are new thoughts which are coming from the central government, from the state government. Most importantly now, the government is also thinking about how public and private partnerships can come together. What do you mean by public-private? Is very simple example, T-Hub. Though it is cannot be called as public-private partnership directly, but indirectly a similar kind of structures can be created where there can be a rent incentives can be given. Tax incentives can be given. Export incentives, export of CA services. How many of you read the SEPC provisions? Here, sitting here. I don't think anyone has read also. Where the government of India has already been promoting ICI and the services of chartered accountant in SEPC, which I'll request Abhay, who is the Central Council member and heading that particular committee, to come and talk about. So there are huge amount of incentives which are already available for all of us. Are we actually focusing on that? Now, not only that, but the current scenario, the kind of PLI schemes which have come for manufacturing companies, pharma, right? One of the biggest thing out time has actually seen a fantastic outcome. Please go back and see do a little bit of Google research and you will get to know how many products are being stopped by importing from different parts of the world. And India now started producing. The similar kind of incentives which are available for us. So you have to keep your mind and eyes open in this entire discussion. This is not that we need to come and sit here and listen to certain topics which are being talked by certain professionals who are going to come and give their thoughts. But they are short time discussions which are happening. But are we going back and doing some kind of research on our own is something which is very important that we need to analyze. Unfortunately, the fact has been, we have always been thinking about me, myself, aham brahmasmi. Time has come for all the three gods to work together. Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. There should be a creator of the Srishti, which is there should be among one of a person in this organization who can create opportunities and businesses. Who need not be a chartered accountant. I can use MDP for that. Brahma, Vishnu. What is Vishnu going to do? He is going to administer the entire thing. And Mahesh is actually going to look into many other aspects. Disruption is what? Is nothing but Lord Mahesh. You need to think about differently at this point in time. You cannot actually sit with the same frame of mind that, some client is going to come to my office, sitting in Hyderabad, I am going to write certain mails to some people across the globe, and people are just going to pour their income tax return, their GST returns, or whatever the VAT returns are there. It will never happen. The world wants to see you physically. Maybe later it can be virtual. So what is happening is these kind of things, if you want to do, you need to do a lot of investment. The first investment will come from self, your time, your energy, your effort. Then you need to create a team. For that, if you are creating a private limited company, corporate form of practice, you can take private equity or might be a different kind of equity in that fund, in that private limited company, and start employing people who can do a better job for all of us. Then you can actually talk about traveling, moving, meeting people. See, please understand, already India is in the eyes of world. We are the center table discussion across the globe. Wherever you go in the world, India is the main center point to discuss upon. And if we are not going to untap this opportunity, and we are going to think that filing of income tax return or might be GST return or might be an exposure which is restricted here only for a lot of youngsters who are here, they have been thinking about only a salary part. But have you thought about a value system that can be created by you all people? So my point to you on this particular discussion, which these two gentlemen, lady and gentlemen, are going to talk about, is on the funding and investment incentives, which can be actually discussed and deliberated upon. But think larger. That's the only thing which I put forward. I have not come on the stage for since yesterday to today only for apart from the inaugural. But I thought when I'm coming here, let me just share. If I feel so, can I actually take a reconquerence from all you people? Is the thinking right? And can we make things happen in a big way? So I wish you a great learning. And both the speakers, thank you very much for making it possible to talk on this very interesting topic. So might be based on this discussion, if you are able to tweak or give some more suggestion to my friends sitting here, it will make a whole lot of difference. Thank you all. Thank you very much. So I'll request Neha to first start the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Daya sir. I think you always bring energy into the room. Thank you for the opening remarks. Respected council members, my fellow chartered accountants, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm CA Neha Karda. I am very humbled and grateful to be given this opportunity to share my insights on a topic which I do in my daily life. I'd really like to thank Sridhar sir for inviting me and asking me to share my thoughts. I'm born and raised in Hyderabad. I studied my CA in Hyderabad and I witnessed my entire professional career in Hyderabad. So I can very deeply echo the sentiment shared by Mr. KTR and all the panelists yesterday about how this city, how this state is making a huge impact in the whole GCC ecosystem. I currently work as a director at Answer. Answer is a firm that is pioneering in bringing GCCs into the country. 150 plus GCCs brought till now. I work in consulting strategy. So whenever GCCs are looking to come into India, we consult them from a finance, tax, and regulatory point of view. It's very interesting being at the middle of the playground. What insights you will get from me are at a very grassroots level because we see this day in and day out. The momentum is extraordinary. So just to give you a sense of the scale, we see one new GCC coming into India every week. And you also see a lot of GCCs expanding their presence in the country. So the conversation earlier used to be around, can we afford to be in India? But now I think it's circling around, can we afford not to be in India? So this is a term that a lot of younger generation use. It's called FOMO, fear of missing out. That is the nomenclature we kind of use for global enterprises across the globe now. Just to keep that momentum going, I'd like you to look at some numbers. Now, we've spoken on all macro levels about the impact that the GCCs are creating on the economy. It will be nice to see that with some numbers. So from a recent Dun & Bradstreet report, there was a study done, and it said that the impact of GCCs on the economic activity in 2025 alone was USD 241 billion. Yes, that is the impact of the GCCs on the economic activity in 1 year alone. Now, when you talk about this number 241, it's coming from three angles. First is a direct output that you can see it's about 76 billion US dollars. When I talk about direct output, it means the direct employment or the direct real estate that the GCCs are creating. Most of us also fall in this ambit where who are being directly employed by GCCs or who are giving, direct real estate to them. Supply chain impact of 61 billion. So that is when GCCs are coming, they are partnering with a lot of professional firms such as yourself, a lot of people. There is facilities management that is getting impacted, transportation. And finally, the biggest number, 104 billion, which is the induced consumption. Obviously, when there is employment creation, people are buying homes, renting houses, local services are increasing. To sustain this impact on the economy so that GCC does not become just a passing phase, but it actually sustains and thrives in the economy, a lot of levers of the ecosystem are required. National policy, states, money flowing into the country, public-private partnership, infrastructure. All these things need to come together to make this whole system work. It is not a single actor story anymore. The scale that we are seeing requires a lot of support from the country, states, a lot of money, ease of norms, government incentives, regulations. So you will see that I will cover four aspects in my subsequent slides. One is the national reforms, the state policies. We see a lot of states are now coming up with their GCC frameworks, a guide document or a playbook specially focused on GCCs. We will talk about money, and then in the end, we will also talk about public-private partnerships, how the public and the ecosystem and infrastructure can sustain and scale GCC economies. But before going to the technical aspect, I want to focus a little bit on the impact that chartered accountants can create, are creating at a very granular level. So we all know what opportunities are available for us, how we can think differently, and what are the areas that we can partner with. Let's talk about the direct output. I know a lot of us actually work directly in finance teams of GCCs, finance teams in FP&A, in their internal audit functions, etc. There are a lot of finance outsourcing in the form of GBS, shared service spaces, which form a part of direct output. Another interesting, a trend to see is that a lot of CAs are now being appointed as center heads of GCCs, which means a chartered accountant like yourself is leading a giant tech workforce of 1,000 to 3,000 people. And it's not unseen. I think this trend is only going to rise because what do you need to lead that workforce? You need agility, resilience, mindset to find clarity in chaos. And these are, instilled in us right from our education to passing our exams and to seeing complex organizations. So there are a lot of CAs which are knocking the doors of the board, finding a seat at the table, and this is only going to grow. The next aspect that we talk about supply chain impact, here is where most of us come in. A lot of firms do partner directly with GCCs coming in, whether it is at a setup stage, what entity, FEMA regulations, transfer pricing, ERP, a very hot topic. Either you work on building an India patch of existing ERPs of big companies or, get off-shelf packages, whether it is supply chain, procurement, host of services that can be provided at a setup stage. Second, operationalizing. Someone was speaking earlier about the list of compliances, ongoing filings. There is a host of work on the operational side as well. Daya sir was also talking about new avenues which can be explored. Lot of focus on technology. People who are adept in technology, they can support an ERP expansion, system audits. We are all aware of MCA compliances on backups, on audit trail and stuff like that. So we all can partner together with technology, upskill ourselves, and then provide support. We talk about setup, we talk about sustainability, but CAs are also playing a very, very big role in expansion. Scenarios of running, how do we expand, how do we get the money, do we get the money now from private equity, does the parent fund it, running all kinds of scenarios. FP&A professionals have a very, very big role to play. So what I'm trying to say is that the cake is huge. Everybody can get a share of it, and we should look at it from an open mind. Lot of opportunity. The trend is also that we are seeing that now CAs are front running a lot of these GCC discussions. So coming to India for talent is one thing, but parameters like how to enter, permanent establishment, transfer pricing, APA and safe harbors, all these are becoming key decisions even before GCCs are entering India. So in a sense, you're becoming a financial architect rather than just a bookkeeper. At the front, in the ops, in expansion, several opportunities. So please kind of see where you can contribute in that sense. But one thing is to note that India has done an excellent job of attracting GCCs. We are the topmost, nobody can deny that. But to sustain this giant flywheel and prevent it from only becoming a passing trend or a phase that India saw, we need to have levers in place to sustain this whole giant economy. Those levers are our national policy. Those levers are our state policies, the money that is coming into the country, and the public support that we get, which we will talk about in the upcoming slides. National policy enablers. Most of us are already aware about what is happening at the national level. First and the foremost attractive item that we see is 100% FDI under the automatic route in 95% of the sectors in which GCC come in. What is the impact? Almost 80% GCCs are fully foreign owned at this point in time. So the control, the transparency that foreign entities are getting is unheard of in any other economy, which India is providing them. So FDI has always worked in our favor. One of the strongest points that is kind of helping and attracting GCCs to come to India. Again, from a chartered accountant's point of view, the money coming in, the FEMA regulations, I met some of, the legal and CS counterparts in the morning. Lot of opportunities in this area as well. SEZ, STPI, special economic zones, very important. Feeds a lot into the working capital that the companies are looking at, duty exemptions, GST exemption or GST refund depending on where you're located, subsidies on power, tariff, stamp duty. All these are incentives that are attracting a lot of foreign entities coming into India. Also, very well noted policy on work from home in the SEZ policy. I'm sure many of you know about it, removing laptops from SEZ zone and then bringing it back. So a lot of foreign companies were appreciative of how the national policy is adopting this hybrid working model to support GCCs, just to show how all the parties are partnering and strengthening together. Transfer pricing. I know many of you are hearing about this. Lot of talk on permanent establishment. Hayat ruling, I'm sure many of the professionals sitting here would have heard about it. Lot of foreign companies are concerned about their risk of permanent establishment, transfer pricing, margins, and a lot of opportunities in the APA and the safe harbor segment. So giving foreign companies a mechanism to predefine and pre-agree their margins so that they avoid disputes is a very welcome change. The APA network is also expanding. Hyderabad has its own APA center, and it helps in faster resolution of investor concerns. Very important aspects. So all these three that you look on the left, very hot topics for GCCs coming into India. Lot of opportunities for CAs to share their expertise, help in compliance, and do a lot of work. Sorry? Yes, very important, sir. I thought there's a separate session on Gift City. That's why I'm not covering it here. No problem. On the right side, we will talk about what the budget has proposed, 2025 budget. We all know about the national policy framework for GCCs. It's up and coming. It is going to be like a playbook for states to draft their own GCC policies for a push to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Very important. If it is just increasing the capacity and the economic development in metros, it also has to give a balanced impact on the tier 2 and tier 3 city itself so that the whole country grows in the same direction. Very good policy. We'll, I think, have to wait to see where this is headed and what reforms it is bringing in the states and the center. The budget is also focusing and making a lot of allocations to RDI, to AI, to upskill and develop talent, to focus on more niche areas of tech. Everybody is talking about AI. And if our workforce out of college is ready to take on these immediately, then the availability and skill of the talent will be absolutely unmatched. Infrastructure, I think we are all aware. And to this, I think I'd like to share a small incident with you. So in one of our conversations, a particular person who was sitting on the other side in the foreign company was coming to India to finalize some office spaces for his GCC. And before the meeting, he passed a light joke about how he hoped that when he came to India, he does not have to, close the windows manually. I mean, that is a picture he had in mind about, how the country would be. None of us said anything. And as he landed at the airport and he drove across the cable bridge and saw that whole skyline, he was absolutely speechless. And as a soft revenge, we also fed him Hyderabadi biryani for lunch. So that's that. But jokes on the other side, infrastructure is really defining how other countries, other companies are looking at us. It is only pushing in the right direction. I'm sure all of you are in Hyderabad and you see how the city has up and come up in the last 10 years. If any of your NRI friends or NRI relatives visit India after a long time, Hyderabad after a long time, I don't think they can even recognize what the city looked like 10 years back and now. This is a sentiment that I also share. That's on the infrastructure and logistics. On an overall India front, airports, newer airports, Navi Mumbai in smaller countries, tech parks, all these are coming up, plug and play offices. These are all to support the demand that we have for upcoming GCCs in the country, and it is all going in the right direction. So we've spoken about the center, and let's talk about the states. Now, this emerging play of states, every state is now coming with its own GCC framework or policy. So this competition between states is actually proving to be quite healthy. So when you sit in strategic meetings, earlier the conversation used to be around how do we come to India? But now they are also asking where do we come in India? I remember working on a project where we were asked to model scenarios for 3 years and 5 years for 5 major cities in India based on their incentives and the rebates they were offering. And here we worked with a lot of FP&A professionals who helped us build this cash flow. But you can look at how the conversations are changing. It's just not about entering in India. It is about where you're coming, which city is most attractive, which government is fulfilling the most promises, where are your concerns being addressed in the shortest turnaround time. So these are also the questions that are coming up. So declaring reforms is one thing, declaring incentives is one thing, but how the governments are honoring those is also becoming a question that is being raised by a lot of parties. GST refunds, I'm sure all of us have been through and done that. How fast people are acting on GST refunds, the questions that are coming on registrations, the time it is taking for the money to come back in the bank. A lot of organizations sitting in the top are asking all these questions, and that is what is deciding where they will come in, which governments they ultimately want to work with. I like to focus on Telangana, but everything has been talked about it in the past. KTR sir yesterday spoke about the TSI pass, which is a single window clearance and 15-day approval timeline. They spoke about task. They spoke about T-Hub and V-Hub. Daya sir also touched upon T-Hub shortly. I'd also want to highlight 2 major things that Hyderabad has. One is the presence of a lot of premier institutions, ISB, IIT, Triple IT, BITS, lot of engineering colleges in and around Hyderabad in Telangana. Availability of talent is a lot, which is why it is the second highest city with the number of GCCs present. Also, the presence of a US consulate. I know Karnataka has to go out to get their US visas, which is not the case in Hyderabad, one of the very big initiatives by the government. So all in all, what I want to say is the concept of IT, ITES is not new in Telangana. So we've seen the boom of IT, ITES companies coming in before from a very, very long time, which is why we are still using the policy ICT 21-26, which is driving our GCCs as well, because Telangana has already been prepared and equipped to support and scale global capability centers coming to the city. We speak about Telangana, but we will also talk about the other states. As I told you, a lot of states like Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra have launched their GCC policies. A lot of other states, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, are in the process of coming up with their own GCC policies. So what I'm trying to say is that everybody wants a piece of the pie. The states are really upping their game to come and get as many capability centers as they can to their country, to their state, because it not only helps with the overall economic development of their area, tier 2, tier 3 cities, but it also moves forward the lives, the livelihoods of people in those states. Healthy competition, foreign companies are enjoying it. We are trying to help them make decisions on which city to enter in, which state to come in, and how the incentives are going to help them. Most important for us, let's talk money. Now, funding for GCC is relatively simple. Most of the GCCs usually start with funds from their foreign parent. Initially, at least, these are captive centers. Money comes in from their foreign parent, either in the form of equity, either in the form of payment against services, in the form of margins in case it's a transfer pricing mechanism. But the trend that we are seeing is the view of people in terms of how GCs are is changing. People are no longer looking at it as a captive center. It is becoming an innovation hub. It is becoming an asset. So it is attracting investment from a lot of banks, private equity, venture capitalists. And they are looking at it in terms of ROI because there is real knowledge, real asset that is created in GCC sitting out of India today. That's how they are evolving. We are also silently seeing governments co-funding or co-institutionalizing a lot of GCCs directly or in the form of capex subsidies, in the form of land rebates, in the form of co-funding infrastructural facilities, plug and play. And I think this will be a key marker in how GCCs will sustain in the economy. Look at Genome Valley. A lot of pharmaceutical companies who are into research require a lot of equipment. A lot of initial investment goes in procuring these. And if the government is partnering for funding, for wealth, and helping them set up, then I think some of these can be key markers in how GCCs are really sustaining themselves, how they are becoming key cornerstones of the country. Public-private partnership, I think we've touched upon this. As I mentioned, GCC is not a single hero. Direct output is not a single hero. We need a whole ecosystem of governments, policymakers, of money to support this whole ecosystem, to leverage the boom that is going on in the economy so that it just does not become a passing phase. How the public and private sectors can partner to uplift this phase is collaborative model in terms of how the policies are coming, how it is easier for GCCs to do business. I know in the previous panel, we were talking about 100+ compliances that a private company has to undergo. How do you simplify those compliances? How you make it more user-friendly? How do you keep a 3-step or a 5-step approach rather than complicating the whole ecosystem? Innovation and R&D. So I know in the previous panel, someone was talking about soft skills, communication. And yes, that is a very important thing. You may have the technical knowledge, you may have what it takes to code, but you will also need to communicate and articulate it. See, some of these skills are actually missing in new college freshers that are coming out. And if the government can partner to up these skills with a lot of colleges so that they are not only ready technically, but also ready on the soft skills bit, then it will be a game changer. More and more Indians will come into the pipeline and hence more leadership positions. Infrastructure we've spoken about, skilling and policy enablement. Policies have to set up GCCs for success, not confuse them, not hinder their progress, not hinder their growth. So while policies and frameworks are important, the only goal should be to simplify and not to overcomplicate it. So as long as those things are kept in mind, I think a public-private partnership will thrive and GCC will only benefit from the initiatives of both state and center. Yes. Just as closing remarks, I think it is just not a technology game. It is not an HR or a talent acquisition game. It is equally a game of chartered accountants. We are at the center of the playground. We are the financial backbone or the architect. Right from taking decisions to working on those to setting the whole operational engine of GCCs, we have a pivotal role to play, and we should not underplay it. For us, it should now, in the GCC space, it should not be about just balancing books, but it should also be about balancing the economy. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Convey our sincere thanks for your valuable inputs, madam. Now we request CA Abhinav Goyal sir to deliver the address.
Thank you so much. And Neha, that was fabulous. And you covered a lot of what I wanted to cover. So pardon me for a little bit of duplication that you might see in my presentation. I'll try to make sure that I don't bore you with what you've already heard. And I'll try to make it interesting for you, because I thought I'll also cover things which all of us can do as chartered accountants, right? Whether you're a practicing chartered accountant or whether you are a student who's about to qualify or will qualify soon, or you are a young professional who's thinking about what can I do in this whole GCC wave. You know, I keep hearing about GCCs all the time. What can I do? How can I contribute? How can I make my career? So I'm going to try and cover some of those aspects as well. And very interestingly, many years back, I used to run this mentorship program for newly graduated chartered accountants called the Finance Career Mastermind. At one point in time, it became fairly popular. It became so popular that I got tired of doing it and I had to stop it. And then I used to counsel these young, or work with these young chartered accountants, talking to them about the various career options that they had available and matching their skills and their interests and their aptitude to all of these kinds of careers. Back then, every time I would talk to a young chartered accountant and tell him or her that why don't you look at your career in the GBS or GCC space? GCC wasn't a very popular term back then. And they would say, no, sir. मेरे को तो अपना कोर अकाउंटिंग का काम करना है, मेरे को अपना कोर सीए वाला काम करना है, जीसीसी में तो ये सब काम नहीं होगा ना, वहां पर तो मैं लिमिटेड होके रह जाऊंगा. That's a normal answer I used to get from people. So I'm really thrilled that times have changed. I've been to the ICAI GCC Summit in Delhi, in Ahmedabad. Now I'm here in Hyderabad. Probably 3,000 plus people across these three conferences, and there'll be many more. So what Sanjeev ji and this entire amazing leadership of ICI has done is fabulous. So let's have a big round of applause for bringing awareness about this amazing industry, which has made and shaped my career. I qualified 26, 27 years back. And except for the first 3 years of my career, every single day I've been a GCC professional. I've made my entire career in GCC. I worked with American Express. I built the Google GBS in India. Now I'm working with Quintus Global, etc. So I live, breathe, sleep, eat GCCs. And I believe there are fantastic opportunities for each one of us to contribute to this wave, like Neha said, right? Or so many of us have heard, this decade of India when it comes to GCCs. But there are challenges. And besides opportunities, I also want to talk about challenges a little bit, because there is a war out there. And if you're not aware of what this war is all about, if you're not aware of what our adversaries are trying to do, and if we do not get better, then we will lose out. And that's where the whole question of funding and incentives and regulations comes into play. Because if we are not aware of how do we stay competitive and actually ahead of our competition, we will lose out. Yesterday, I was reading a research report which said Africa is actually coming up as a very interesting GCC destination all of a sudden. You know, locations like Ethiopia, Nigeria, etc. They are coming up as a GCC destination. You know, Poland, Philippines, we've spoken about them for a long, long time. Mexico, we've spoken about a long time. Colombia is an interesting destination right now. You know, these locations are becoming more and more popular because they have the kind of niche talent which even we don't have. And they have some advantages which we don't have in terms of their geographical location, or the kind of talent that they have, or the kind of governmental support that they're providing to global organizations, etc. So we need to be aware of what those challenges are. What is it that we've done well? What are our strengths? and what are our threats, and hence the opportunities. And that's where this whole thing comes into play. So, we've heard about this throughout the last 2 days. We've been talking about the size. Some people say 1,700 GCCs, some say 1,800. I probably think there's about 2,000 GCCs out there, right? This number keeps on changing every day. I think they have mentioned new GCC opening up pretty much every day now. 1.9 million professionals are currently employed in this industry. This number is bound to go up to close to 2.5 to 2.8 million in the next 5 years. That's close to 30 lakh professionals. And the amazing thing is, most of us leaders, I've been a GCC leader for most of my career. Most of us earned fabulously well. Yeah, most of us earn fabulously well. So many of the GCC leaders are some of the highest paid salaried employees in this country. We pay a very high amount of taxation. GCCs contribute 1.5% to India's GDP right now. And this number is going to go up to 2.5% in the next 5 years or 5 or 7 years, right? So fabulous opportunities from a country's or a nation's standpoint. Neha spoke about $65 billion market size, etc. We got major hubs, Bangalore, Gurgaon started early on, or Delhi started early on. Hyderabad is catching up really fast. And the rate of growth of Hyderabad is actually now higher than Bangalore. So if this pace continues, and if Hyderabad can continue to upskill or upgrade its infrastructure, provide more support to organizations which want to come and set up shop here in the next 5 to 7 years, won't be surprised if Hyderabad is actually ahead of Bangalore as well. Pune, Chennai, all of these locations, Kochi, Jaipur, Indore, Bhubaneswar. These are locations which are coming up, right? I've seen GCCs being set up in Lucknow now. So Dehradun actually as well. So multiple locations are coming up, and governments in these states are trying to be more proactive in terms of providing support to the organizations. And the support cannot just be in terms of providing tax breaks, etc. We've seen that happening for multiple industries. It has to be at multiple levels. Why do GCCs come here to India? GCCs eventually come to India. One, of course, they want to save costs. And for anybody who tells you that cost arbitrage game is over, no, it's not, and won't be over. Cost arbitrage is still the #1 priority, and it will remain so. We have to be cost effective. Unfortunately, we are beginning to lose a little bit in that game. Over the years, as inflation has continued to rise in our nation, the cost arbitrage has continued to erode. And GCCs are poaching people from one another, continuously increasing the cost per employee, right? So we need to create more and more talent. So that's becoming a bit of a challenge as well. Moving on, why should the government lead, right? Why should the government support? And on the right-hand side of this slide, I've tried to map out the competition, the adversaries, like I was saying, because we are in a war with these people. If we are not better than them, the GCCs will go to these locations, as many of them are. Right? We are the current leader, no doubt about it. We are at the center of the GCC revolution, right? 1,800 plus, $64 billion, all of that. But there is Eastern Europe, right? It's a rising competitor. Poland, Hungary, these locations, Slovakia, these locations are coming up very fast. Yeah, they have EU proximity. It works better for the European countries, and they have a very high degree of strength when it comes to STEM talent. Right? Of course, finance, we are top and we will remain top. But STEM is the real game, right? Science, engineering, all of that. So that's where Eastern Europe is coming up as a strong competitor. Latin America has a natural geographical affinity to US, right? It's close to US, similar time zones. It works very well, okay? And they have bilingual talent, just like we do. Yeah, most of these Latin American countries, or at least many of them, have a wide pool of people who can speak English or speak Spanish. Right? Those are two very popular languages globally. East Asia is now starting to come up. Okay? And again, technology is a strength that they have. Tech talent is something that they're coming up with. And very advanced infrastructure. That's why the government has to spend. That's why the government has to create the frameworks and the policies which will support the GCCs. Otherwise, we will start losing out opportunities to these locations. Southeast Asia, growing alternative, it's got the cost advantage, very similar to ours. Government support is very strong. And these are the reasons why we need strong policy framework, public-private partnership, and every partner in this ecosystem to work together. Whether there are startups or practicing CA firms or GCC leaders or NASSCOM or ICAI or people like us who are running advisory practices for GCCs, etc. All of us need to come together to continuously evaluate, analyze where could we possibly get better, right? So this is the evolving policy framework. I apologized upfront. There will be a little bit of duplication. So I'm not going to go through this, right? I mean, there are financial incentives, there are tax benefits, there are operational support that the government in the union budget is providing. Our Honorable Finance Minister spoke about GCCs, which was a bit of a watershed moment for all of us in this industry, because now finally people are beginning to talk about us, as is evidenced here. So I'll skip this slide and move on to the next one. This is, again, a little bit of it has been covered. I thought I'll map out what are some of the best practices that many of these states are trying to do. There's almost a race, just like we are in a war with Poland and Hungary and Philippines and Mexico and all of these other nations. The states are at war with each other as well, right? Bangalore, Karnataka, of course, started very early and they had that early mover advantage. Of course, a fabulous location for talent, right? I mean, no other state has the edge on Karnataka when it comes to the kind of talent that GCCs needs. Of course, Telangana is now catching up fairly fast, but every state is now trying to catch up. You know, UP came up with its own GCC policy very recently. I'm going to be in Jaipur next week meeting the chairperson of RICO and the chief secretary IT for Rajasthan, because they've had a draft policy for 2 years, which has not seen the light of the day. So we're trying to convince them to make sure that the policy also goes live. Right? So there are multiple states, they're offering multiple incentives, multiple benefits, somewhere in the similar range, rental subsidies, skilling support, single window clearance, innovation funds, all of that. I mean, these are the opportunities which are available for GCC organizations. It's like, you know, a race to lure people to come and set up shop in your state, in your location. The reason being, of course, employment. And the money, like Neha was mentioning, right? It's not just employment. And what does that employment do for the state, right? There are multiple tiers of benefits which accrue to the state once a large GCC comes and sets up shop in that particular state. Private equity is another very interesting development from a GCC standpoint, which is started happening in the recent times. Private equity firms have multiple businesses that they own, right? And I believe yesterday there was a session where, you know, I heard somebody talk about how private equities are setting up their own GCCs because of the businesses that they own and the businesses that they're managing, with the intention of having scalable operations, controlled operations with predictability and efficiency, right? So we're seeing massive growth in PE-backed GCCs. And this will continue to happen. And all large GCCs or PEs like KKR, Blackstone, Warburg Pincus, etc., they are coming in and setting up their own GCCs. So this will continue to evolve as well. A very interesting space that all of us must continue to watch out for. Now, these are some best practices. I'll just spend a couple of minutes here, right? Because the topic was enabling growth or driving growth, etc., right? So number one, strategic location selection. So GCCs are becoming very particular about where should they go, like Neham again mentioned. It's not about should I be in India now, it's about where in India should I be, right? So there are locations which are very clear for a GCC. For example, Hyderabad is a magnet for pharma GCCs. Some of the largest pharma GCCs in the country are located in Hyderabad. It's not by chance or a coincidence. It's because Hyderabad has a fabulous ecosystem for pharma talent. Right? We have the universities and the colleges, etc., which develops the talent. And once 2 or 3 companies come in, the ecosystem starts to bloom. More and more professionals from that industry or that domain start to come in. And that's how the entire domain becomes synonymous with a particular location. So that's important. Incentive mapping and application. Now, this is something I'm going to touch upon in 2 minutes' time as well. Very important. How do you map the incentives and the application of those incentives to you so that you derive the maximum gains over a period of time? Compliance and documentation, ecosystem integration. Ecosystem integration means that a GCC cannot operate in a silo. Right? A GCC has to operate in an ecosystem. The ecosystem means academia, it would mean consultants, it would mean practicing chartered accountants, it would mean tech startups, it would mean large tech companies which support GCCs, it would mean talent acquisition companies, etc. So that entire ecosystem has to be enabling the GCC to look at what can I do in this location 5 years or 10 years from now? How far can I take this location, right? So all of that becomes extremely relevant. Now, these are two slides that I thought would be interesting, hopefully, for this particular audience. There are new kinds of careers which are emerging as the GCC wave continues to rise. Okay, there is a very high demand for experts who have deep knowledge of compliance, tax optimization, incentive frameworks, transfer pricing, cross-border regulations. So if you are looking to partner with GCCs as a practicing chartered accountant, or you are a young chartered accountant who's trying to build a career in GCCs, look at these particular aspects and develop your skills. Go deep in some of these things so that you become an expert, so that people actually want to ask you questions about direct transfer pricing or cross-border regulations or repatriation of funds or incentive frameworks. Become really good at it, okay? So that you can actually become an advisor to the GCCs. There are emerging roles. This is very interesting. Fund accounting specialists, value tracking analysts. Now, this kind of a career hasn't existed. And frankly, if we keep talking about the careers which existed yesterday, we will never be ready for what will be required tomorrow, right? So value tracking analysts, these are people, or these will be people who will be responsible for tracking the value that the GCC is generating, right? Or transformation finance leads. This is becoming a very popular career these days already. These are finance professionals, chartered accountants like you or me, who have developed deep sense or deep understanding of transformation and technology. So we're going beyond finance and we are becoming techno-functional. We are driving transformation across large scale functions, across large businesses, okay? Partnership managers for PPP models, again, a career which sort of doesn't exist or we don't know about, but these are the careers which will start emerging. And some of you should start thinking about, can I start building expertise for a career like this 2 years or 3 years from now? Okay? M&A integration specialists, etc. Tier 2 and tier 3 cities is where the growth is going to happen. Very soon we'll start to see that there is only a limitation to how far one city can grow. Okay, and people are already starting to move out to tier 2s and tier 3s. So if you have the flexibility, if you are agile, and if you are really hungry, you should think about what can I do in the cities which do not have the skills that I have, and where can I position myself for my next phase of my career, right? So some key skills that you should be developing: policy interpretation, incentive optimization, safe harbor, transfer pricing expertise, transformation project management, quantitative analytics, right? Many of these things aren't really taught to us by the institute or any other university. These are skills you will have to pick up. You'll have to learn by yourself. Okay? So these are some emerging career paths which are coming up as this wave continues to evolve that you might want to look at for yourself. For practicing CAs, there are opportunities which you can unlock right now, right? There is a surge in advisory demand. For any GCC which sets up a shop in India, whether it's a 500-person GCC or a 1,000-person GCC or a 5,000-person GCC, it's not just the people who are servicing the business of US. They also need finance and compliance and risk specialists in India to serve the GCC within India. So they need advisors who can guide them on how to set up a GCC, how to better run a GCC, how to be compliant, how to deal with authorities, etc. So those are opportunities that you should be looking at. Strategic services like entry structuring, incentive application guidance, safe harbor navigation, multi-year transfer pricing audits, global mobility solutions. These are, again, services that you can add to your portfolio if you don't have already. But again, you will have to become an expert at it. You will have to develop the expertise. Just by mentioning it on a piece of paper or on a website or a brochure won't really do it. Become an expert of one or two things and say, this is something that is core to me and I can do this better than anybody else. Of course, compliance and assurance, something that all of you, most of you would be really good at. GST, SEZ, STPI, payroll, subsidy tracking system, etc. There are new revenue streams, GCC policy consulting, partnering with state agencies for incentive implementation. For example, I mentioned that I'll be going to Jaipur next week. That's what we are trying to do as well, right? Digital transformation and finance. Growth areas already touched upon, the tier 2, tier 3 city expansion. PE-backed GCCs require rapid scale solutions. That's a great opportunity. And I mentioned we will see massive growth in PE-backed or PE-owned GCCs over the next few years, right? So these are some interesting opportunities for CAs who are in practice today to expand your portfolio and see what you can get in this big pie, what you can get out of for yourself from this entire big pie, right? So conclusion, India's GCCs are at a pivotal growth point. We are, absolutely we are, but there are challenges and there are headwinds, right? I mean, there is a Hire Act and there are these other locations, and then there is increasing cost of talent. And there is also a problem with the right talent not being available today. So the GCCs are struggling because a lot of GCCs that I speak with tell me that the right kind of talent is not available. And that's where the government has to be more proactive in terms of building these partnerships so that the talent that is required is made available, okay? Finance leaders mastering policy incentives and cross-border investments will spearhead the next growth phase. So that's a takeaway for all of us, right? There is a big role for us to play, and hopefully you will all buckle up to ride this wave as this grows. Harness government incentives and private funding for both initial setup, long-term innovation, and look at tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Go outside of your comfort zone. Hyderabad is a lovely city. I enjoy every time I come here. But you know, if you have to go to other cities, think about where else can you go and take your expertise so that you can drive value for yourself. So embrace the opportunity, drive innovation, create impact. Thank you so much. That's all I had to share today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request CA Giridhar Toshniwal sir to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ramanaddi sir. May I request the sir also, the Animashi Sharma, to please come on the stage. Friends, anybody has any query regarding multidisciplinary firms, how to set up? I think so. One query has come. There, sir, if you can clarify on that. One query has come regarding multidisciplinary.
So primarily the query which has come is with regards to, please sit down, sir. The query is with regards to what is the difference between networking and multidisciplinary, right?
Yeah.
So networking is basically coming together for a different cause. We have different levels of networking which has been defined by ICI. But most importantly, the MDP, multidisciplinary practice, is about a partnership. Networking is not about partnership. Their partnership, it is partnership of partnerships. So that is a difference between the two, right? And Abhay also is there. I want him to actually come for a moment, Abhay. I think I talked about the ACPC initiatives which are there. I don't know whether Abhay, your committee only is there, right? Which is talking on the ACPC benefits which are.
As the convener of the directorate, WTO, the International Trade and Services, and WTO, there is an MOU with SCPC where we do capacity building, we do training among chartered accountants, we do joint programs, like we have recently lined up with a program with Ministry of Commerce. It is the Professional Services Conclave, which is most likely to happen on 24th. Of course, this is the Ministry of Commerce initiative. Along with SCPC, we are doing this event. And this is 4 hours event where they're bringing all the professionals. But the best part, or I would say the opportunity which ICI is getting, is being an MOU with SCPC. Both these organizations have been asked to do this event where other professionals organizations.
Recording in progress.
So we'll have our speakers, they'll have their speakers, and Ministry of Commerce, the special secretary and the joint secretary will be the guest of honor, and they'll have this entire discussion on initiatives, on GCCs, on global opportunities, on our MRAs, MOUs, which we have entered into. So all those discussion will happen. So SCPC, now we are going ahead, MOU already done on 1st of July 2025. Now we are initiating how a chartered accountant can become a member with SCPC. We are in discussion with them. The proposal will come. So any chartered accountant who wants to be part of SCPC or want to become member of SCPC will be sharing the complete details shortly across India. And we'll have a minimum whatever negotiation which we best can do to become or make our chartered accountants member. I think that is what our target is. So maybe with a nominal fees, you can become a member. Whenever there is a delegation which is going from India to abroad, there are a lot of delegation, there are a lot of exhibition in various countries, jurisdiction with SCPC does. you can look at the opportunity, go to the website, and we'll certainly insist that whenever there is a delegation, there are chartered accountants also traveling with the delegation. So that is what we have into discussion. And I think next 1 or 2 months, 3 months, certainly, like we've already planned for a delegation and more delegations have planned. So I think this is a great opportunity for anyone. Can just look up to ICI website. I've already shared the web page of the WTO and also the website apo.ici.org. That's a portal which we have initiated and launched on 1st of February 2025 at the first WOFA which was there. And of course, this is an opportunity for members, Indian entities specifically, who can register and create opportunities for themselves and can collaborate or do networking with foreign entities. Thank you very much. apo.icai.org. This is a website which you should look at. And I think need to register, submit your profile, and if there's a process, approval process which is there, which we are doing it. We have hired a chartered accountant in Delhi, an independent chartered accountant who's completely in process of approving. Probably take maybe another 2 weeks after Diwali. Most likely we'll be able to approve the firms which are already registered. And those who want to register can reach out and can register. And with our chapters, representative offices, we are making efforts how we can connect to foreign entities and also bring them at this platform and create opportunities for Indian entity and foreign entities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abhay bhai. Thank you very much. Please have a seat, sir. Any more things?
One question is there, I think.
Achha, one question is coming up.
Thank you. Abhay sir, a quick question. So in the apo.ici, why it is mandatory to have a COP number? Because these services and all, COP is not mandatory. We are not signing any audit certificate.
See, currently, if you see these opportunities, we first look up to chartered accountants who are in practice. Definitely, they have a profile based on their practice over years. Maybe a chartered accountant who's come into practice, maybe in few years initial in practice, or maybe with more years of experience. So the idea is, see, you may be not in practice, but definitely, we don't really know how, if you are in service, will be able to provide services to a foreign entity when you are in employment. So these are basically.
Sorry, I do agree. You can always have a condition. You cannot do both employment and this.
Right.
But even if I'm outside employment, it's not mandatory that I must be a practicing CA doing local business. Why I have to interfere into their local?
Yeah, actually, I don't deny what you're saying, but as on date, it's more an opportunity which we are looking for members in practice, because like, our code of ethics doesn't allow practice and employment, both can be done together. So if you are creating an opportunity, irrespective of whatever services you're doing, I think it's for member in practice more, which we look at. Like to add.
Yeah. So Abhay has been very kind to talk from a different perspective. Let me talk a hard fact. Today, people are just trying to be a little greedy to do multiple things at one time, and ultimately it is impacting the professional goodwill. So what is happening is people who are in employment, they want to take all the opportunity. People in practice, they are actually doing the service line. And there are many things which are happening, not that any person is good or bad, but what has been happening is people who are coming out of the retirement, like example, or they move out of the job, they directly start the practice. But the people who are into practice, again, they have a different impact which is coming in. So somewhere a balance has to be struck. And most importantly, these are all services which are now we are putting to the globe. So we are starting with a controlled environment to start with. Maybe going forward, when this corporate form of practice and everything is going to go up, at that point in time, it will go to a different level. But at this point in time, we are just trying to restrict it because at least, let me put it very honestly, it is very easy to regulate a practicing member than member in industry, right? So this is a hard fact. So let's talk a little hard so that people understand it is not a loss of opportunity for someone, but it is actually a protection for certain other things also, right?
Thank you. Thank you, Davai. Thank you, Abhayji, for clarifying the members' thoughts. Thank you, Neha, for also bringing out a new FOMA, fear of missing out. Yes, we understand that. And also the Hayat ruling, which is probably giving a new dimension to the whole subject, if I'm not wrong. Thank you, Abhinay ji, for coming out from Delhi and giving a presentation and also bringing out various incentives, how the government of Telangana and how the other governments are moving across. Dear friends, let me acknowledge the way government of Telangana under the leadership of Sri Dudila Sridhar Babu, our IT minister, is positioning Telangana and India on the global map. And with his efforts, Telangana has become the second highest destination for GCCs and especially the best GCC for pharma industry. Yes, no doubt we are facing a lot of competition for many from countries like Mexico and Philippines. And the way the government is giving incentives, it is a remarkable thing for all of us. Thank you, sir. May I now request Sharat sir to please give a memento to Neha madam. May I request Murali sir to please present memento to Abhinav ji.
Thank you very much to all of you. Now we'll break for the lunch. After lunch at 2:30, we will have the session on future ready finance talent, enabling leadership for the next gen GCC. We request all of you, please have your quick lunch and join at 2:30 so that we can finish the session at the earliest. Thank you very much.
There was a gap, a disconnect between what investors needed and what the industry offered. 5 professionals from different worlds saw it clearly. Different backgrounds, one vision. To bridge that gap and transform how Hyderabad manages real estate wealth. Asset NX, a new age, full service real estate solutions provider. We simplify the entire life cycle of your portfolio, from acquisition to management to monetization, aligned with your goals and future. Comprehensive solutions for every stage: advisory, buying, selling, renting, leasing, legal and tax guidance, interiors, maintenance, and legacy planning. Everything you need, all under one roof. At Asset NX, real estate isn't just property, it's dreams, security, and legacy. Every decision guided by expertise. Every portfolio treated like our own. Asset NX, where real estate meets real expertise. Let's build your legacy together.
In a world of constant change, a partner that stands firm with deep-rooted values of excellence, independence, and integrity, and embracing the motto, Jaish Supteshu Jagrati. Driving India's economic growth is ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI stands committed to strengthening India's leadership in accounting and finance. Under the visionary leadership of C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, the 73rd president of the world's largest accounting body, ICAI, embarks on a transformative journey.
I'm thrilled, honored to assume the position as 73rd president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I want to tell you that I have dreams which I've seen over so many years before assuming this position. 3 important agendas for this council. Number 1, we build business. When I come in a commanding position, you will see that there are certain sweeping changes. We want this to be as a boardroom with us professional business which transacts agenda which is of high order. Second important thing, the plight of members and students has to improve. Along with members and students and council, we have to take our employees along. They work exceptionally well in pressure. Let them ease out and work in normal circumstances in the same vigor in which they work in pressure.
The theme for the year 2025-26, Vishwasniya, meaning trustworthy, resonates with the commitment to be a trusted partner in India's development, illuminating the path towards Viksit Bharat. Asmakam karyam vishwasniyam Viksit Bharatasya samarpitam cha asti. Meaning, our work is trustworthy and dedicated to a developed India. V. Vision for Viksit Bharat. V in Vishwasniya symbolizes a vision to make India a Vishwa Guru in the accounting world and steering the nation towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047.
अपनी देश की इकोनॉमी को सही रास्ते पे ले जाने के लिए ये डेडिकेटेड फोर्स है और मैं डायस से एज 73rd प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट आपको कह रहा हूं कि सब देश के लिए मर मिटने को तैयार है।
आईसीए इंस्टीट्यूट जो कहती है वो करती है। तो अगर तीसरी इकोनॉमी का वादा कर लिया आपने तो पूरे देश में आपके मेंबर्स हैं, उनमें आप अपनी ये भावना फैलाइए कि भारत को सबसे बड़ी तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था हमें बनाना है और जब आप लग जाओगे तो निश्चित रूप से तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगी।
As far as chartered accountancy profession is concerned, highest ethical profession is there, this chartered accountancy. Because we've got such a, I don't say that by birth itself somebody becomes ethical. And by virtue of law, the implementation of law and the punishment that you have, those things that become as deterrents to see that you are not unethical.
I. Integrity and ethics.
ICAI ने यूडीन यानी यूनिक डॉक्यूमेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर की शुरुआत की है। इसके जरिए चार्टर्ड अकाउंट्स के प्रमाण पत्रों का सत्यायन हो रहा है। व्यवसाय में प्रामाणिकता की बहुत आवश्यकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि आपकी यूडीन के जरिए ये सार्थक प्रयास शुरू किया गया है।
In the world of finance, where trust is paramount, ICAI stands tall as a beacon of integrity and ethics, shaping professionals who uphold the highest standards of ethics and accountability.
आपका सिग्नेचर सत्यता की, भरोसे की गवाही देता है। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स देश के इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम के भरोसेमंद एम्बेसडर होते हैं। आप सरकार और टैक्स देने वाले नागरिकों और कंपनियों के बीच इंटरफेस का काम करते हैं। आपका सिग्नेचर देश के प्रधानमंत्री के सिग्नेचर की वो ताकत नहीं है जो ताकत एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के सिग्नेचर की होती।
Indian chartered accountants have earned unparalleled recognition for their trustworthiness and expertise. The accounts you sign inspire such immense confidence that the people invest crores of rupees based solely on your word.
S stands for sustainability and social impact. That is embedded in ICAI's core and actions. Going ahead this year, ICAI has formed a special group on impact financing that will focus on profit, people, and planet. To inspire eco-conscious living among CA fraternity, a special group on enabling lifestyle for environment or life has been created, promoting sustainability in daily life. H. Holistic professional and leadership development. CA Charanjot Singh Nanda is an ardent proponent of holistic professional and leadership development. He believes that a healthy mind and a balanced life are the true foundations of professional success. Bringing the vision to action, a specialized committee on promoting work-life balance has been set up to promote well-being and personal development among members, students, and employees. A, for accelerating digital transformation. To keep Indian CAs at the forefront, ICAI is continuously accelerating digital transformation initiatives and has further strengthened the AI in ICAI committee, focusing on data analytics to elevate AI-driven solutions and education to the next level. S for stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is vital for true progress, and President ICAI strongly advocates public participation, emphasizing Janabhagidari at all levels. ICAI will actively collaborate with stakeholders for knowledge sharing, policy making, educating and creating awareness, and fostering collective growth.
ICI salutes our armed forces and every paramilitary force personnel who risk their life for our freedom. Our gratitude must not be seasonal. It must be perennial. It must be perpetual. It must be far-reaching. Let us all support their families with respect, opportunity, and care.
N, Nation First approach. Dedicating over 1.4 million CA professionals and students for the progress of the nation, ICAI embodies a nation-first approach, underscoring its commitment to India's economic progress.
देखिए भगवान से दुआ है कि अगर अगली जिंदगी हो तो हिंदुस्तान में जन्म लूं। एक हिंदुस्तानी होना मेरे लिए फख्र की बात है और मैं मानता हूं आप सबके लिए फख्र की बात है। ऐसा देश नहीं मिलता, ऐसी मां नहीं मिलती जिसके गोद में आप हमेशा महफूज हैं।
We are truly grateful. We are also incredibly humbled that you are here and that your visit has come soon after the tragic events that this very town had to face. Most of you with spouses, many of you with children. Now, you wouldn't do that if you didn't truly believe in the place.
आईसीआई के माननीय सदस्य ने इस देश के अंदर एक एथिकल प्रैक्टिस को लागू किया। विभिन्न फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर्स के अंदर उनकी लेखा परीक्षा में शुचिता लाए, उनकी ऑडिट में शुचिता लाए और उसी के साथ साथ भारत की तेजी से बढ़ती अर्थव्यवस्था के अंदर आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान के अंदर।
हम बड़े रिजिलियंट प्रोफेशन है
जी।
जैसे जैसे देश को हमारी जरूरत होती है, जैसे जीएसटी इंट्रोड्यूस होना था
जी।
हम सदैव तत्पर थे, तो हम सदा कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलते हैं। अगर आप बात करें बजट से पहले प्री बजट मेमोरेंडम, पोस्ट बजट मेमोरेंडम, डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स हम देते हैं जी। तो एज ए प्रोफेशन हम स्टैंडर्ड सेट करते हैं। वी सेट अप अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स, इंडियस ऑडिटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स, तो तमाम दुनिया के साथ हिंदुस्तान साथ चले और अग्रणी भूमिका में रहे, उसके लिए हम कार्यरत हैं।
I stands for innovation and entrepreneurship, driving startups and MSMEs. Through initiatives like the ICAI Startup Samvad and MSME Yatra, ICAI provides free advisory services, capacity building programs, and financial empowerment, strengthening MSMEs as the growth engines of the economy. Why? Youth and women-led development. ICAI believes that youth are the architects of change and women-led development is the foundation of a progressive nation. With 67% of its members aged 40 or younger and one-third being women, ICAI is fostering a new era of leadership and inclusivity.
It's also heartening to know that the ICAI has started financial and tax literacy campaigns. I understand you're doing it all through the country. And this is going to help a lot of people, in spite of all that is available in public domain. A lot of people still get carried away by misinformation campaigns. And when you as chartered accountancy institution run a financial literacy and tax literacy campaign, it certainly has a lot of credibility.
A for accountability, trust, and transparency. As the financial soldier of the economy, ICAI marches with accountability, stand firm on trust, and illuminate the path with transparency, safeguarding prosperity, ensuring stability, and strengthening the financial landscape of the country.
इस पूरे देश की आर्थिक व्यवस्थाओं के लिए डॉक्टर, मैं तो आपको सही में फाइनेंशियल डॉक्टर कहूंगी, देश का जो फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ जो है पूरे देश की ठीक रखे हुए।
जैसे डॉक्टर में अपने लोगों को विश्वास होता है कि मेरा डॉक्टर सबसे बढ़िया, ऐसे सीए में विश्वास होता है कि जो मेरे सीए ने कह दिया तो बस वही सबसे बड़ी। तो इसलिए आपके ऊपर जो विश्वास आपके क्लाइंट का है, वही सच मायने में ताकत है।
Vishwasniya is a vision where digital revolution, leadership, innovation, integrity, sustainability unite with humanity to shape a prosperous India. Together, we forge a developed India that inspires the world. ICAI है निरंतर प्रयासरत अपने लक्ष्य की ओर, बनाना है विकसित भारत, थामे सशक्त विश्वास की डोर। In a world of constant change, a partner that stands firm with deep-rooted values of excellence, independence, and integrity, and embracing the motto, Yaesh Supteshu Jagrati. Driving India's economic growth is ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI stands committed to strengthening India's leadership in accounting and finance. Under the visionary leadership of C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, the 73rd president of the world's largest accounting body, ICAI, embarks on a transformative journey.
I'm thrilled, honored to assume the position as 73rd president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I want to tell you that I have dreams which I've seen over so many years before assuming this position. Three important agendas for this council. Number one, we build business. When I come in a commanding position, you will see that there are certain sweeping changes. We want this to be as a boardroom, which does professional business, which transacts agenda, which is of high order. Second important thing, the plight of members and students has to improve. Along with members and students and council, we have to take our employees along. They work exceptionally well in pressure. Let them ease out and work in normal circumstances in the same vigor in which they work in pressure.
The theme for the year 2025-26, Vishwasniya, meaning trustworthy, resonates with the commitment to be a trusted partner in India's development, illuminating the path towards Viksit Bharat. Asmakam karyam vishwasniyam Viksit Bharatasya samarpitam cha asti. Meaning, our work is trustworthy and dedicated to a developed India. V, vision for Viksit Bharat. V in Vishwasniya symbolizes a vision to make India a Vishwa Guru in the accounting world and steering the nation towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047.
अपनी देश की इकोनॉमी को सही रास्ते पे ले जाने के लिए ये डेडिकेटेड फोर्स है। और मैं डायस से एज 73rd प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट आपको कह रहा हूं सर, ये सब देश के लिए मर मिटने को तैयार है।
आईसीए इंस्टीट्यूट जो कहती है वो करती है। तो अगर तीसरी इकोनॉमी का वादा कर लिया आपने, तो पूरे देश में आपके मेंबर्स हैं, उनमें आप अपनी ये भावना फैलाइए कि भारत को सबसे बड़ी तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था हमें बनाना है। और जब आप लग जाओगे तो निश्चित रूप से तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगी।
As far as chartered accountancy profession is concerned, highest ethical profession is there, this chartered accountancy. Because we got such a, I don't say that by birth itself somebody become ethical. And by virtue of law, the implementation of law and the punishment that you have, those things that become as deterrents to see that you are not unethical.
I, integrity and ethics.
ICAI ने यूडीन यानी यूनिक डॉक्यूमेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर की शुरुआत की है। इसके जरिए चार्टर्ड अकाउंट्स के प्रमाण पत्रों का सत्यायन हो रहा है। व्यवसाय में प्रामाणिकता की बहुत आवश्यकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि आपकी यूडीन के जरिए ये सार्थक प्रयास शुरू किया गया है।
In the world of finance, where trust is paramount, ICAI stands tall as a beacon of integrity and ethics, shaping professionals who uphold the highest standards of ethics and accountability.
आपका सिग्नेचर सत्यता की, भरोसे की गवाही देता है। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स देश के इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम के भरोसेमंद एम्बेसडर होते हैं। आप सरकार और टैक्स देने वाले नागरिकों और कंपनियों के बीच इंटरफेस का काम करते हैं। आपका सिग्नेचर देश के प्रधानमंत्री के सिग्नेचर की वो ताकत नहीं है जो ताकत एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के सिग्नेचर की होती है।
Indian chartered accountants have earned unparalleled recognition for their trustworthiness and expertise. The accounts you sign inspire such immense confidence that the people invest crores of rupees based solely on your word.
S stands for sustainability and social impact. That is embedded in ICAI's core and actions. Going ahead this year, ICAI has formed a special group on impact financing that will focus on profit, people, and planet. To inspire eco-conscious living among CA fraternity, a special group on enabling lifestyle for environment or life has been created, promoting sustainability in daily life. H, holistic professional and leadership development. CA Charanjot Singh Nanda is an ardent proponent of holistic professional and leadership development. He believes that a healthy mind and a balanced life are the true foundations of professional success. Bringing the vision to action, a specialized committee on promoting work-life balance has been set up to promote well-being and personal development among members, students, and employees. A, for accelerating digital transformation. To keep Indian CAs at the forefront, ICAI is continuously accelerating digital transformation initiatives and has further strengthened the AI in ICAI committee, focusing on data analytics to elevate AI-driven solutions and education to the next level. S for stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is vital for true progress, and President ICAI strongly advocates public participation, emphasizing Janabhagidari at all levels. ICAI will actively collaborate with stakeholders for knowledge sharing, policy making, educating and creating awareness, and fostering collective growth.
ICI salutes our armed forces and every paramilitary force personnel who risk their life for our freedom. Our gratitude must not be seasonal. It must be perennial. It must be perpetual. It must be far-reaching. Let us all support their families with respect, opportunity, and care.
And nation first approach. Dedicating over 1.4 million CA professionals and students for the progress of the nation, ICAI embodies a nation first approach, underscoring its commitment to India's economic progress.
देखिए भगवान से दुआ है कि अगर अगली जिंदगी हो तो हिंदुस्तान में जन्म लूं। एक हिंदुस्तानी होना मेरे लिए फख्र की बात है और मैं मानता हूं आप सबके लिए फख्र की बात है। ऐसा देश नहीं मिलता, ऐसी मां नहीं मिलती जिसके गोद में आप हमेशा महफूज हैं।
We are truly grateful. We are also incredibly humbled that you are here and that your visit has come soon after the tragic events that this very town had to face. Most of you with spouses, many of you with children. Now, you wouldn't do that if you didn't truly believe in the place.
आईसीआई के माननीय सदस्य ने इस देश के अंदर एक एथिकल प्रैक्टिस को लागू किया। विभिन्न फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर्स के अंदर उनकी लेखा परीक्षा में शुचिता लाए, उनकी ऑडिट में शुचिता लाए और उसी के साथ साथ भारत की तेजी से बढ़ती अर्थव्यवस्था के अंदर आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान के अंदर।
हम बड़े रिजिलियंट प्रोफेशन है
जी
जैसे जैसे देश को हमारी जरूरत होती है, जैसे जीएसटी इंट्रोड्यूस होना था,
जी
हम सदैव तत्पर थे। तो हम सदा कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलते हैं। अगर आप बात करें बजट से पहले प्री बजट मेमोरेंडम, पोस्ट बजट मेमोरेंडम, डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स हम देते हैं। तो एज ए प्रोफेशन हम स्टैंडर्ड सेट करते हैं। वी सेट अप अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स, इंडियस ऑडिटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स। तो तमाम दुनिया के साथ हिंदुस्तान साथ चले और अग्रणी भूमिका में रहे, उसके लिए हम कार्यरत हैं।
I stands for innovation and entrepreneurship, driving startups and MSMEs. Through initiatives like the ICAI Startup Samvad and MSME Yatra, ICAI provides free advisory services, capacity building programs, and financial empowerment, strengthening MSMEs as the growth engines of the economy. Why? Youth and women-led development. ICAI believes that youth are the architects of change and women-led development is the foundation of a progressive nation. With 67% of its members aged 40 or younger and one-third being women, ICAI is fostering a new era of leadership and inclusivity.
It's also heartening to know that the ICAI has started financial and tax literacy campaigns. I understand you're doing it all through the country. And this is going to help a lot of people, in spite of all that is available in public domain. A lot of people still get carried away by misinformation campaigns. And when you as chartered accountancy institution run a financial literacy and tax literacy campaign, it certainly has a lot of credibility.
A for accountability, trust, and transparency. As the financial soldier of the economy, ICAI marches with accountability, stand firm on trust, and illuminate the path with transparency, safeguarding prosperity, ensuring stability, and strengthening the financial landscape of the country.
इस पूरे देश की आर्थिक व्यवस्थाओं के लिए डॉक्टर, मैं तो आपको सही में फाइनेंशियल डॉक्टर कहूंगी, देश का जो फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ जो है पूरे देश की ठीक रखे हुए।
जैसे डॉक्टर में अपने लोगों को विश्वास होता है कि मेरा डॉक्टर सबसे बढ़िया, ऐसे सीए में विश्वास होता है कि जो मेरे सीए ने कह दिया तो बस वही सबसे बड़ी। तो इसलिए आपके ऊपर जो विश्वास आपके क्लाइंट का है, वही सच मायने में ताकत है।
Vishwasniya is a vision where digital revolution, leadership, innovation, integrity, sustainability unite with humanity to shape a prosperous India. Together, we forge a developed India that inspires the world. ICAI है निरंतर प्रयासरत अपने लक्ष्य की ओर बनाना है विकसित भारत थामे सशक्त विश्वास की डोर. In a world of constant change, a partner that stands firm with deep-rooted values of excellence, independence, and integrity, and embracing the motto, Yaesh Supteshu Jagrati. Driving India's economic growth is ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI stands committed to strengthening India's leadership in accounting and finance. Under the visionary leadership of C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda, the 73rd President of the world's largest accounting body, ICAI, embarks on a transformative journey.
I'm thrilled, honored to assume the position as 73rd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I want to tell you that I have dreams which I've seen over so many years before assuming this position. Three important agendas for this council. Number one, we mean business. When I come in a commanding position, you will see that there are certain sweeping changes. We want this to be as a boardroom, which does professional business, which transacts agenda which is of high order. Second important thing, the plight of members and students has to improve. Along with members and students and council, we have to take our employees along. They work exceptionally well in pressure. Let them ease out and work in normal circumstances in the same vigor in which they work in pressure.
The theme for the year 2025-26, Vishwasniya, meaning trustworthy, resonates with the commitment to be a trusted partner in India's development, illuminating the path towards Viksit Bharat. Asmakam karyam vishwasniyam Viksit Bharatasya samarpitam cha asti. Meaning, our work is trustworthy and dedicated to a developed India. V, vision for Viksit Bharat. V in Vishwasniya symbolizes a vision to make India a Vishwa Guru in the accounting world and steering the nation towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047.
अपनी देश की इकोनॉमी को सही रास्ते पे ले जाने के लिए ये डेडिकेटेड फोर्स है और मैं डायस से एज 73rd प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट आपको कह रहा हूं सर कि सब देश के लिए मर मिटने को तैयार है.
आईसीआई इंस्टीट्यूट जो कहती है वो करती है. तो अगर तीसरी इकोनॉमी का वादा कर लिया आपने तो पूरे देश में आपके मेंबर्स हैं, उनमें आप अपनी ये भावना फैलाइए कि भारत को सबसे बड़ी तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था हमें बनाना है और जब आप लग जाओगे तो निश्चित रूप से तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगी.
As far as chartered accountancy profession is concerned, the highest ethical profession is there, this chartered accountancy. Because we've got such a, I don't say that by birth itself somebody becomes ethical. And by virtue of law, the implementation of law and the punishment that you have, those things that become as deterrents to see that you are not unethical.
I, integrity and ethics.
ICAI ने यूडीन यानी यूनिक डॉक्यूमेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर की शुरुआत की है. इसके जरिए चार्टर्ड अकाउंट्स के प्रमाण पत्रों का सत्यायन हो रहा है. व्यवसाय में प्रामाणिकता की बहुत आवश्यकता है. मुझे खुशी है कि आपकी यूडीन के जरिए ये सार्थक प्रयास शुरू किया गया है.
In the world of finance, where trust is paramount, ICAI stands tall as a beacon of integrity and ethics, shaping professionals who uphold the highest standards of ethics and accountability.
आपका सिग्नेचर सत्यता की, भरोसे की गवाही देता है. चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स देश के इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम के भरोसेमंद एम्बेसडर होते हैं.
आप सरकार और टैक्स देने वाले नागरिकों और कंपनियों के बीच इंटरफेस का काम करते हैं। आपका सिग्नेचर देश के प्रधानमंत्री के सिग्नेचर की वो ताकत नहीं है जो ताकत एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के सिग्नेचर की होती है।
Indian chartered accountants have earned unparalleled recognition for their trustworthiness and expertise. The accounts you sign inspire such immense confidence that the people invest crores of rupees based solely on your word.
S stands for sustainability and social impact. That is embedded in ICAI's core and actions. Going ahead this year, ICAI has formed a special group on impact financing that will focus on profit, people, and planet. To inspire eco-conscious living among CA fraternity, a special group on enabling lifestyle for environment or life has been created, promoting sustainability in daily life. H, holistic professional and leadership development. CA Charanjot Singh Nanda is an ardent proponent of holistic professional and leadership development. He believes that a healthy mind and a balanced life are the true foundations of professional success. Bringing the vision to action, a specialized committee on promoting work-life balance has been set up to promote well-being and personal development among members, students, and employees. A, for accelerating digital transformation. To keep Indian CAs at the forefront, ICAI is continuously accelerating digital transformation initiatives and has further strengthened the AI in ICAI committee, focusing on data analytics to elevate AI-driven solutions and education to the next level. S for stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is vital for true progress, and President ICAI strongly advocates public participation, emphasizing Janabhagidari at all levels. ICAI will actively collaborate with stakeholders for knowledge sharing, policy making, educating and creating awareness, and fostering collective growth.
ICI salutes our armed forces and every paramilitary force personnel who risk their life for our freedom. Our gratitude must not be seasonal. It must be perennial. It must be perpetual. It must be far-reaching. Let us all support their families with respect, opportunity, and care.
N, nation first approach. Dedicating over 1.4 million CA professionals and students for the progress of the nation, ICAI embodies a nation first approach, underscoring its commitment to India's economic progress.
देखिए भगवान से दुआ है कि अगर अगली जिंदगी हो तो हिंदुस्तान में जन्म लूं। एक हिंदुस्तानी होना मेरे लिए फख्र की बात है और मैं मानता हूं आप सबके लिए फख्र की बात है। ऐसा देश नहीं मिलता, ऐसी मां नहीं मिलती जिसके गोद में आप हमेशा महफूज हैं।
We are truly grateful. We are also incredibly humbled that you are here and that your visit has come soon after the tragic events that this very town had to face, most of you with spouses, many of you with children. Now, you wouldn't do that if you didn't truly believe in the place.
आईसीआई के माननीय सदस्य ने इस देश के अंदर एक एथिकल प्रैक्टिस को लागू किया। विभिन्न फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर्स के अंदर उनकी लेखा परीक्षा में शुचिता लाए, उनकी ऑडिट।
Inspiring 25 years of digital transformation in accounting and assurance, conceptualized in 2000 as IT Committee, sowing the seeds of innovation in each year. Milestones of triumph. 35,000 plus chartered accountants empowered with information systems audit expertise. 14,000 plus trained in forensic accounting and investigations. Establishing national forensic labs across India, pioneered future-ready courses with hands-on training, workshops, and executive development programs in blockchain, cybersecurity, data analytics, data dashboard. Research and publications such as robotic process automation, ABCD of technology, blockchain, cloud computing, Internet of Things, early warning signals in banking frauds, world's first forensic accounting and investigation standards, along with its implementation guide, was introduced for becoming the global leaders. Embracing inclusivity, partnered with government, industry, and academic to advance digital assurance. Extended training programs to our neighboring countries. Our next chapter unfolds to focus towards leadership in digital assurance and digital trust, which includes Diploma in Forensic Investigation, DISA 4.0, Cybersecurity and DPDP Act, Global Adoption of FAIs, Redefining the Profession, Forging a Future Built on Digital Assurance and Unshakable Digital Trust, DAV.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm overwhelmed. I'm excited looking at the crowd that has come here. And I'm reminded of the days when your institute started. All of you are aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. Last message of the day. We have to keep performing for this great country, making it the superpower of the world and empowering our fellow members so that all of us can create history, reach benchmarks. Thank you. Thank you so much.
In India's booming real estate market, there was a gap, a disconnect between what investors needed and what the industry offered. 5 professionals from different worlds saw it clearly. Different backgrounds, one vision. To bridge that gap and transform how Hyderabad manages real estate wealth. Asset NX, a new age, full service real estate solutions provider. We simplify the entire life cycle of your portfolio, from acquisition to management to monetization, aligned with your goals and future. Comprehensive solutions for every stage: advisory, buying, selling, renting, leasing, legal and tax guidance, interiors, maintenance, and legacy planning. Everything you need, all under one roof. At Asset NX, real estate isn't just property, it's dreams, security, and legacy. Every decision guided by expertise.
We are about to start the technical session in next 5 minutes. I request all the delegates, please come and occupy your seats. Next session would be on future ready finance talent, enabling leadership for the next gen GCC. I request all the delegates, please occupy your respective seats. We'll be starting the session in next 5 minutes. Thank you.
The early 1980s and 1990s, the world discovered India. Multinational companies from the United States and Europe began outsourcing information technology and back office work here. Call centers, help desks, data processing. India became the natural choice. Why? Low cost, skilled English-speaking talent, and the magic of time zone advantage. By the late 1990s and 2000s, outsourcing wasn't enough. Companies wanted more control, better protection of intellectual property, and less dependency on vendors.
So just like China has emerged as the factory to the world, India is now emerging as the office to the world.
So they set up their own offshore offices in India, and then they rebranded into what we know today as Global Capability Centers, or GCCs.
Global capability centers are actually deeper functions.
No longer just about saving costs. They began driving analytics, research, product engineering, and even global financial strategy.
India's global capability centers ecosystem is expanding rapidly, with over 1,700 centers employing 1.8 million professionals and contributing over $64 billion annually. With significant growth projected by 2030, chartered accountants are poised to play pivotal roles, not only in governance,
ESG and digital finance, but also in building and scaling GCCs, driving global tech strategies, talent acquisition, and upscaling initiatives.
I think this is the time we have to come out of box, think differently, think out of those traditional practices which we have been doing for years.
By the 2010s, India had become the GCC capital of the world. Multinational corporates tapped into India's deep talent pools. In the 2020s, GCCs are not just execution engines. They are the leadership hubs. They drive artificial intelligence, automation, ESG.
Welcome back. Hope you all had delicious lunch. Now we are going for the next panel discussion, Future Ready Finance Talent, Enabling Leadership for the Next Gen GCC. May I request Mr. Gurinder Pal Singh, Founder CEO, Talent 21. Please come onto the dais, sir. With over 11 years at Talent 21 Management, he has built a career at the intersection of talent, entrepreneurship, and transformation. As evangelist, he drives people-centric recruitment across India, GCC, US, and UK, enabling 35 million plus in business growth through strategic hiring. As a co-founder of the Growth Fund, he mentors early-stage entrepreneurs supporting 9+ startups that scaled to multinational dollar funding. He also founded Manchatantra, a cultural platform fostering creativity and community through storytelling and performance arts. His mission is to empower individuals and business, build impactful ecosystems, and champion purpose-driven innovation, inclusion, and sustainability growth. Thank you, sir. Now may I request CA Madhuri Krishnasamy, Head, Finance Controls Compliance at Sandoz GCC, Hyderabad. Madhuri Krishnaswamy is a chartered accountant with more than 19 years of experience in leading internal audits, SOX engagements, risk-based process reviews, ERM managements. She is currently leading financial controls and compliance team for GCC Hyderabad and Japma region in Sandoz. She is also serving as the president of the Institute of Internal Auditors, Hyderabad chapter, and represents Hyderabad in the National Council of IIA India. Prior to Sandoz, Madhuri worked with organizations such as Novartis, Deloitte, Grant Thornton, and Dr. Reddy's. Personally, she loves traveling and she is also interested in graphology. Now may I request the moderator, Dr. Chandrasekhar Sripada, Clinical Professor, Indian School of Business. Please come onto the dais, sir. Dr. Chandrasekhar Sripada, educator, executive coach, board director, human capital expert, seasoned C-suite HR leader, proven leadership, and cross-border experience across large public, private, and multinational corporations in emerging economies. Expertise includes human capital strategy, leadership development, board governance, top team coaching and alignment, HR advisory, and new age people practices. His research interests include human capital strategies and practices for digital economy. His specializes includes certified executive coach, certified HR. Thank you so much, sir. Now may I request Central Council member CA Sanjeev Sanghi, please come onto the dais, sir. Thank you so much, all of you. I request all the delegates, please have a round of applause for all the panel members, moderator, and our Central Council member. Now it's time to hear the future ready finance talent, enabling leadership for the next generation GCC. I request our Central Council member, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, to give his opening remarks for the session.
Hello. So this is a post-lunch session, but let me tell you that this session is really going to be important because the most important aspect for any successful GCC is the talent. And I think those who are attending right now will get a real knowledge because this panel is filled with a lot of intellectuals who have grounded experience on the real art of talent. When we talk about skills, when we talk about skills being the new currency of today, how to get these skills achieved through partnering with them, through mentoring, and through retaining them is what the key is all about. I'm very thankful to Dr. Chandrasekhar Sripada, who has agreed to be the moderator of this session, and I've heard him a couple of times, and you will really enjoy the session with him, with Gurinder Singh, with his thought process. He's currently the founder of Talent 21. So we have selected one of the best panelists from across the country who is going to really talk about what talent is all about. Madhuri, she's again from a GCC and she will understand the ground reality of what is now more important. Is it just cost arbitrage or is it a talent arbitrage? Is it where we go back and say, we are not here to save your cost. We are giving you the best of the talent which is required today. So let me tell you in my opening remarks, 4 very important things, sir, which requires attention of all of you is when we talk about a future ready mindset, when we talk about future skills, we all talk about understanding that the attention span and the key differentiators and the KPIs should come real time to any organization. And for that, there are 4 important things which we all need to understand and work upon. If you can take a note of that, it is NEST. Now, what is NEST all about? N-E-S-T. The first start with networking. Many of us today, because of our past experience of last 30, 40, 50 years have been in a approach that people should come back to me. Today in networking, you need to go in front, talk to them, network with them, understand, engage, and how we can build relationship from there. That's one very important part, even in the talent, that how you can grow up this talent perspective of networking with people around you. If there are 700 people in this single room, we should ensure that we know and understand the strength and the specialization each and everyone carries into this. So that's the very important part in networking, but that's the only way to go forward. The second important thing is that entrepreneur skills, which is that E. Now, why we need that entrepreneur skills? To move forward, to think beyond, to create that difference, to create an impact, to be innovative, to try to get things done at the click. I think all of that requires to think beyond, to be a change maker, to be a specialist. So I think the second thing when we are talking about entrepreneurship is not about saying that you tell me what to do, how to do, when to do, and what are you going to pay me for that? Let me repeat it again. Entrepreneurship is not about you tell me what to do, how to do, when to do, and what are you going to pay me for that. If that is the approach, let's go and do a job. Because that's the only place where you will be told what to do, when to do, how to do, and what are you going to get paid for that. In a journey of entrepreneurship, these questions can never be answered. These are self-discovered. These are things which you need to start believing yourself in, start creating that feel and start creating that impression with people around you that you can make the difference, you can deliver, and you can bring a lot of thought leadership in whatever you want to do. So that is that E which is important. S. When we talk about this S, again, this is a very powerful word of skills, specialization. Gone are the days when we say, sir, we can do anything and everything. We cannot go back and say, you tell me what to do and I'll do that. What will come first? You give me work and then I will do it? Or I will make myself ready for you and then you give me the work. I think the second deserves more important. Nobody wants to do an experiment with you. Nobody wants to give a first try to you. So this chicken and egg story which we talk about, what will come first? The first which comes is the skills. the specialization. You are digitally ready, you are GCC ready, you are skilled ready. Only and only then when you portray yourself, you position yourself. You might be thinking, well, I am today a chartered accountant with only 20, 30 years of experience, not having a single amount of experience on GCC. How will then I ever place or position myself into this? Well, you network with people who are already into this ground and they are looking for you to network, because you are going to bring that additional skills. You are going to bring that additional infrastructure and additional location for them. And that's your journey to go forward. So that specialization becomes important, because even if you go to a doctor and say, I want to check up my eye, there's a specialist for an eye doctor. So a person went into a hospital and say, "All right, I have some problem in my eye. So do I need an eye doctor?" He said, "Yes. But what area of that eye are you having problem with?" He said, "I think I have a problem with the retina." So there is a separate specialist for the retina. He said, "Well, fine. I need a doctor who can help me with the work on retina, who is a retina specialist. But sorry, sir, you have to tell me whether it's a left eye retina specialist or a right eye retina specialist, because these two specializations are different." Today's specialization has gone to that level. When we go back to a client and say, "Sir, we can do anything and everything," if we are doing everything, we are doing nothing. This is how things are happening today. If we go back and say, "Aap jo doge, hum kar lenge," to aap kuch nahi kar rahe ho, sir. So please understand why this S becomes so important, because you should be branded, known, and positioning yourself with that particular letter, which should be your tag to say, "I'm a master in transfer pricing, I'm master in international taxation, in ESG, in M&A, in AI, in blockchain." Whatever that is, that single word is something which you need to discover, learn, engage, connect, and become a specialist in that. And only then you go forward to any organization and say, "I'm a specialist in this. I have worked on this. I have projects in this." Then only that confidence will come and you become a part of that bigger system to say, "You drive this and I'll play this role into your entire system." And the last letter, which is that T, that is again a very, very powerful word, which is called technology. Now, we always feel that technology is so important for us. After COVID, we all felt that we need to be paperless, we need to get things done at the click of a button. But are we digitally ready? Tomorrow, if you attend a conference in Dubai, in Singapore, in US, and you're meeting hundreds and thousands of certified public accountants or global GCCs, all in that same room, and you inspire them with your experience to say, "I've got 40 years of experience working for an accounting industry." The question which they ask you is that, are you ready digitally? Do you have that infrastructure? Is your office under a strict guidelines, under a strict SOP, under a maker and checker concept? Do you have ISO certification and many other certifications which are required to make sure that your data, your information, your systems are all in place? Then you will come back to them and say, "Sir, you give me the work and I'll get things ready for you." "I'm sorry, sir, we cannot experiment with you." This is how we need to think about what will come first. So this is the time to invest in yourself, invest in your team, invest in the infrastructure, invest in the specialization which you want to take it forward. The whole world will follow you. Be a magnet for the entire world, where the entire world come forwards to you and say, "I want to be associated with you. I want to be a part of you." Only and only you can be the magnet. And for that, you need to go back, take a step back, start learning, start specializing, start engaging, start connecting, and start networking with people around you to create that impact. So that was my opening remarks. I once again thank all of you for giving this patience listening, and we look forward for more and more GCCs to come forward. I'm very happy, and I want to thank all of you, and I want all of you to give a big round of applause for yourself, that even after post-lunch session, you are here. And I'm so proud to say that this was the place when we thought about having our own GCC, and we are back again into the same venue, in the same place, where this GCC is going to be the GCC which the entire world is going to talk about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now may I request Dr. Chandrasekhar Sripada, moderator, to take up this session. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. That was a very passionate speech by Mr. Sangvi. Thank you. Very good messages there. In the world of talent, there is a word called talent magnet or a talent scout. So these people behave like this. They go to conferences, then they figure out who are some of the talented people and then call them back for a conference. And that's exactly what he has done. So he came to a GCC conference, figured out, and a part of his magnet is me being here. So thank you very much being that. I am really impressed, and I didn't know if ICAI would have to pull off such a GCC related conference. Looking at the size and the number of people participating, it is very impressive, and it shows how your profession as chartered accountants is rising to the occasion and to the global trends, which seem to provide great opportunities for this country to be at the global stage. The global capability centers, as they are designed and are conceived, are actually opportunities for every stream of talent in India to play a role globally. They started as back offices, they are no more that. So we have fantastic speakers. My job is only to moderate. That is, if they go extreme, I'll moderate them. Otherwise, I have no other job. So I don't want to talk so much. We should try to get the best of their experience. We have Madhuri and Gurupal, and they have both represent, interestingly, what I call the demand side and the supply side of the equation. So in Madhuri demands for talent and Gurinder supplies it. And if the two talk to each other, we have a good talent equation. Otherwise, we have a bad one. And that is at the heart of, by the way, a global capability that we want to build. So what I'll start with is to get first we'll just do, remember, my clock there is showing that we have 34 minutes. So I'll do some rapid fire and we'll explore. I'll also provide for some time for you to ask questions, not necessarily at the end, but towards the end. So quickly, therefore, Madhuri, to start with you, let's put the lay of the land, as they say. Let's put an idea as to where are finance and accounting related GCC in India. What is the stage of their evolution? What is expected of them? And it's not so much about Sandoz. I want to see the world around it. Then we'll talk about how do you see that? Let's please paint that picture, the big picture for them.
Sure. Audible, right? Hello, everyone. And firstly, thanks to ICAI for giving me this opportunity and very good start. And we've spoken since yesterday a lot about GCCs and how they come up from being back offices. I don't like that name, to innovation engines, to centers of excellence, and definitely coming to finance. And I've really seen this also. I've been fortunate to be a part of GCCs for the last few years as an employee. And even in that, from just doing transaction processing, which could be in any of the areas in finance, to FP&A, to data analytics, to data-driven decision making, and using tools to actually provide inputs to management, it has come a long way. And definitely there is more to go. Now, coming from a pharma GCC, let me just give you a few facts over that. In the last 5 years, there's been an upsurge in the pharma GCCs in this, and especially you can see in this area itself. Out of the top 50 pharma companies, 23 of them have already have GCCs in India. And coming to their finance talent, it's more now, like Sanjeev already mentioned, it's more about their skills. It's more about the finance skill which they bring to the table. What they do now is identify, is centralize the process, standardize the process. And once you centralize and standardize the process in a GCC, the team has the opportunity to actually identify what is missing, identify the process improvements, and that also gives scope for innovation, give scope for efficiencies, right? And that is what is needed. Not, for example, a T&E process, travel and expense process. Earlier in the day, there was a team which used to actually manually check all the receipts with the supporting documentation. Today, you have tools to do it, and they are part of finance. Now, because of this tool in the GCCs have been working also, they use that and they spend their time to provide some data-driven inputs to management. So to answer your question in short, it has definitely come a long way. It has come from finding a seat at the table to now having a voice at the table. Now it's more about having an influence at the table. So that is where we should work towards.
Excellent, excellent. But voice you have found. Sure. Okay. Now, how you use the voice will decide what influence you will do. Thank you so much. That's very encouraging so that you don't see GCC as back office. And this is a practitioner in the forefront telling you that we have not only a seat at the table, but we also have a voice at the table. But what do you see this voice, Gurinder ji? Is this really a loud enough voice already? How do you see this industry folding?
So first and foremost, if we see the entire history of the industry side, obviously how much we can go behind is manufacturing is obviously the, which started earlier, and then accounting came. And then since we are in Hyderabad, we talk about IT, and IT came much later.
Right.
So accounting being much more older than IT part of it.
Right, right.
And if you see most of the industries, accounting function is being even today it has been treated as a support function to an extent. With GCCs coming in, and another thing is when GCC started coming, I think banking and finance was the first one who had started the first GCCs in India.
Right.
They've been there from more than 1.5 decades now. Rather, others are coming now. So they have made their own mark. And obviously it is all because of the talent and the opportunities both. And there is a gap. Why somebody is coming to us, obviously first reason is the cost arbitrage, and the cost arbitrage is linked to the availability of the people. And somehow for a period of time now, we are able to come out of that support to a commanding stage where we are talking about numbers, we are talking about taking decisions, and that's what is required for them.
Excellent, excellent. So Gurinder makes a very important point that interestingly, in the world of GCCs, it's the banking and financial services which actually took a big lead. And therefore, we have the advantage of a bit of a history and legacy for it so that we can build on it. I know that JP Morgan Chase and American Express and all of them are pretty 20-year plus old in already HSBC. They trusted India to host their global processes from here and actually hired local talent, including CAs, and then built their entire finance, accounts, and banking and other parts of their businesses out of India, and they continue to do well. That set a very good stage such that when other industries, let's take the pharma industry. So in the pharma industry, the initial attempt would be to bring some supply chain here or some clinical trial here. But then gradually they see that this country has enough talent in accounting. So the global accounting comes to India very quickly because of the kind of already the foundations that these companies have led. So why I am sort of explicitly mentioning to you is that when I came in just for a while, I saw that a lot of the conversation and a lot of the people who I meet as CAs, very rightly, they are all having independent practices. And so they look at this GCC phenomenon as an opportunity to do business with, which is fine. But it is also an opportunity to grow the next generation CAs as employees of GCCs. It is an amazing development that's happening in the country. GCCs on together have 2 million people. They'll grow to some 3 million. Of that million people who will be further employed, there could be, some, couple of lakhs coming from the accounting, finance professions. The ICAI as an institute and you as independent CAs, you all people interested in accounting profession, you have an interesting opportunity to groom the next generation talent who will provide the talent engine and position India at the global stage so that more and more companies can trust to us to do this advanced work for them. That's the opportunity. And let's explore what that opportunity is, especially in the context of an interesting message that Sanjeev mentioned that look in his 4-letter mantra for you. One of the big mantra he talked about is entrepreneurship. And he made an interesting distinction. The distinction is if you are an entrepreneur, you don't take orders, you don't do jobs as asked to you, therefore you are not an employee. So you should be an entrepreneur, not an employee. Let me give you a slightly, not a contrarian, but a different perspective on this. And we will explore that a little more with the speakers. Actually, in the world of employment, progressive employers want their employees to behave like entrepreneurs. Yeah, they call it intrapreneurship. And intrapreneurship is not somebody who's waiting to take instructions and just do, but have the ability to suggest, like Madhuri said, that, now not only do I do transaction processing, but I used advanced tools to generate insights such that policies themselves can be changed. So now, Madhuri, explore this for me. From voice to influence, which is the important point you made. As the people from this audience, and they think of the others whom they are grooming, this professional body, which is preparing the next generation talent, what do they look at? What does it take to be a successful leader in a GCC from an accounting perspective?
I think, no, that's a very pertinent question also. And some of the biggest things of here to take note of is one is somebody should have a very deep understanding of the business. It's very this thing is very uncommon as much as it is needed, right? While we are all employees and all the more in finance, we are so involved in what we do, which is basic accounts and transactions, etc. We forget what the business, what the strategy, what the vision and purpose of the organization is. And so keeping that in mind, and that is where you need to progress. So somebody like who wants to grow to be a leader, I think having that strategic insight, having that business acumen is very, very important. And definitely that will take them to make informed decisions also. One is that, and you spoke about leading the way, right? And taking initiatives rather than being told what to do. So even in GCCs where I've been a part of, they are looking for all of us to tell what is the next step, what needs to be done, rather than just waiting for instructions from somewhere else as to what to do next. Second most important thing I would say is cultural understanding. We're working in a global environment. And in a global environment, it's important to have that cultural understanding and nuances of the other person, especially where you're doing most of your business on Teams or Zoom calls. Know where the other person is coming from. And now there are a lot of cultural assessment tools also available. You can understand how a German is different from a Russian or from an Indian, right? Some people prefer small talk before they start these calls. Some people don't like wasting a minute also, and they consider that rude. So all this behavioral styles, communication styles is also important for somebody to really grow so that they talk the language which is needed for the other person. Third, and I would say, is stakeholder management and meeting the customer expectations, right? In finance, and especially in a global finance setup, you have people who are from all over. And of course, when you have people from all over, you really need to be cognizant of what their thoughts are. So I think those are and understand what are their expectations to meet those needs. So those are the few things I would say.
Fantastic, fantastic. You see these three very, very important things. Business acumen. So it's nothing to do with being an employee. It's the thinking about the company and its big picture. What is the strategy of my company? What is the goal of my company? What's the market share? Where is the revenue? Where do we make profits? How do we make profits? And then what can we do to improve that? And from a finance angle, how can I partner the CEO and the business in taking the company forward? A thinking like that is what will give you the entry, table, space, stock, influence, everything. And GCCs are moving in that direction. So again, the audience may make a note that it is not domain expertise, taxation laws, compliance, and process handling, which will give you that. What will give you that is the ability to think of the business as business and understand what are the levers of the business to which I contribute. And some of the other areas where we are specialists, unless really a specialized situation comes, the rest is probably getting handled pretty routinely. And that's an important thing. The second thing she talked about is the cultural, cross-cultural, for example, I like your small talk. I'm one of those guys who starts all calls with small talk. And then I know that if I'm there in a Dutch or in a German guy on the other side, he's already restless because he's thinking that, why is this not going anywhere? But we Indians, with thoda golmol ka log hai hum log. So wo foreigners se karoge, there would be a challenge. And I think if we have to lead GCCs out of India, Indians must grow beyond just the local understanding and learn to be global in their ability to see the world on the terms that other cultures come across. And I think we have ability to do it. That's when our people go abroad, become such fantastic CEOs and all that, because we have to do that. But I think best situated in India, we need to do that is how it looks to me. Stakeholder management, a lot of that we teach. Very difficult one, complex matrix relationships. Everybody may have 4 or 5 leaders to talk to. There is no single person to approve anything. So this is a very complex world, this GCC. So it's building a different persona. But in Gurinder, we have another very interesting perspective. He's somebody you don't know, he's scouting talent globally. He just not works in India. He works not only from an office point of view in Dubai and New Jersey, but from a task point of view, perhaps across the world. Therefore, what do you see progressive global companies demanding out of the GCC kind of talent? What are they looking for?
Sir, there are 2 or 3 perspectives towards it. And then, we cannot separate industry from society and society from academia.
Correct.
Right? The social system, the academic system reflects in our industry and vice versa.
Sure.
So when we look into Indian perspective of our education and society, somehow for 13, 14 years, we've been taught to be non-collaborative. In schools, you cannot ask your fellow student if you are having a doubt during the exam, obviously, and overall also. So they've been called as cheating, right? So 14, 15 years they do that. Then after that, 3, 4 years when we are in college, somehow the environment is more or less the same. Now things have changed in last 8, 10 years for sure. And then the person comes to industry and then we ask him to be collaborative. Now 15, 16 years he's been non-collaborative. We've been taught to, and we punished him for being collaborative, right? Now we are expecting them to be overnight collaborative. So, but in last 8, 9 years, things have changed in India, wherein globally, especially about Western world, if we talk about, or even because I have an office, we've been operating in Middle East from pretty long time. Academically, logically, they might be weak, but collaborative, they are much better than us.
True.
They are open in terms of asking questions. They are very vocal in terms of raising concern and getting it addressed, wherein we've been taught not to ask questions. Or probably in a social system from the childhood, it happens that पापा से सवाल नहीं पूछोगे, उनके सामने मुंह नहीं खोलोगे. तो वो बेचारे के अंदर DNA बढ़ गया है अभी. वो इंडस्ट्री में आने के बाद में we need these kind of people who can be vocal in asking things. Because instructions cannot be just given in statement and someone can, and you assume that they have understood it, right? But somehow things have changed now because I'm trying to just collate with the geographical area which you spoke about. So these things are changing here, and there is no need to think about it, what's happening here, because billions of dollars of investment coming. It means the investors who are planning to or who have already invested, they know that we can do something. Its only thing is somewhere we have to prepare ourselves so that we can get into their eyes and we can take advantage of this opportunity. If we talk about other industry, let's say BPO industry, we lost industry to Philippines. We lost almost 60% of BPO industry from India to Philippines, wherein India was the first one to start BPO in way back, probably before even ITES came to India, right? Likewise, why we missed it, we have to understand that thing. And now the opportunity has come. Now we are, and in outsourcing, we now moved ahead from outsourcing. Now GCCs are like way ahead from outsourcing, right? They used to give us some work to do, a part of it. Then they started giving a modules to it. Now they started giving functions. Now they are setting their entire R&D center. It means they believe that we can do it. Now we have to live up to it by being that. So like, as sir said, like, beyond being an employee, we have to be a part of the system to build the system and be very vocal in terms of expressing our thoughts and also discussing the ideas with the leadership.
Excellent, excellent. No, so the point of collaboration, we have still not crossed the hump. We are still in the same world a little bit of, I grew up at a time when in my college, if you want to find the best chemistry book, you will find it in literature section of the library. You know why? The best chemistry student will hide it in the literature section so that you cannot read it. So mothers would tell children, don't share your notebook. Otherwise, he will come first in the class. If you think that some of it has changed, maybe some of it has changed, but a lot of it is still not changed. That's why we are good at sports which are more individualistic than which are dependent on each other. So collaboration, teamwork, ability to think together and being vocal about things and not just wait for instructions remain cultural challenges for this country. So beyond the accountancy and the proficiency in the domain of your field, I think the skills required, I won't call them soft skills. They're very hard skills. It's very hard to be a team player. So don't dismiss them as soft skills and look at that is what Gurinder is saying. I think it's a very important point. So we are at that interesting place. We are about 15 minutes to go. This is the time when I want audience to ask some questions so that you are not shortchanged. Be vocal as he's advising you. Just go ahead, ask questions, please. Yes, I have to take somebody's help to get you the mic. If possible, just ask a question because a question is different from a comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Tulsi Sastry. I'm a local chartered accountant.
Wonderful.
In governance, we have three levels: board, management, operations. Original BPOs started taking care of some of the activities of operations, and progressively it extended to IT and others as well. When you are looking at talent, you are saying that you be the leader to take decisions. Does GCC structure also have board, management, and operations in the employees that they have? Boards may not move here, but is there any role in management also which is happening from GCCs in India?
Yeah, let me first ask Madhuri to answer that, and I'll tell you I work across GCC, so I have some sense. Go ahead, Madhuri. Go ahead, give some response.
So my experience, sir, is with two good GCCs, and I'm calling them good not because they're my employers, but because I have a positive answer to your question. So when we have definitely a leadership team which is sitting in the head office, but we definitely hear the leader of the site actually manages the GCCs all over the world. We have 3 GCCs, which is Hyderabad, Prague, and Mexico. So he's actually the GCC leader of all the GCCs, which means what? Which also means that we definitely have a greater voice on the table. He's definitely reporting to the leadership, which is sitting in the head office. So to your answer, do we have the structure in the GCCs, and whether GCCs have leaders here? Very much it is going there. Now about other GCCs, I'll allow sir to answer on that.
Yeah. But do you have a view on this, Gurinder?
Hierarchy system, yes, it is always there, but now the hierarchy system is from a reporting perspective probably there, but not from an accountability. When everybody wants an individual contributor and they want them to be, decision makers as well. And platforms are pretty open now. As we said, the social system has also changed, the academic system is also changing. And then since these guys are from that part of the world where they have already experienced this kind of a system, so we are learning from there. You go to a conventional Indian company and you go to a conventional global company, you can see the difference there. And these are the global that they are coming from there to here. So obviously that inception itself has that change.
Oh, but this was a very important question, because if we probe that question a little deeply, you almost will get what's called the evolution of GCCs in India. So what is called the maturity curve of GCCs is actually the ability of Indians to move while remaining in India from being an employee to being a manager to go to the board. That's precisely the growth that GCCs are seeking to achieve. So the honest truth is that if there are 100 GCCs, and I'm just using some ballpark research data, about 30% GCCs are still only at the employee stage. Most people do not even have a managerial role. But about another 60% GCCs have manager to senior management roles. About 10% already have seat at the global boards, like he explained one role like that. So this is a bit of a bell curve right now, 10, 60, 30. This will move. However, for functional operational requirements, there will always be a layer of employees, there'll be a layer of managers, there'll be a layer of senior leaders. They will move, but that is more physical. The real contribution comes as people's capabilities grow from just thinking like an employee to being a manager to think of being a leader. And is that moving? Yes, it is. You want to say something? Yeah.
So another thing is most of the organizations, they are moving towards the lean model. So there having multiple layers is not possible only now. When we go for,
these 3 layers will remain, a minimum everywhere, these 3 layers will remain. But the question is a significant one, because our opportunity, when you all take interest in GCCs and you drive it for the future, let's keep our eyes on the board. Let's be the global leaders. We consider India has arrived when we lead the world from India. That has to be our approach. And I think that opportunity and time has come now. Thank you. We'll listen to other questions, please.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a hand there. And after that, my friend, don't forget the hand there. Behind. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
SBI chairman gave a statement. By 2047, SBI will have a 24% GDP of India. Okay. Foreign banks and foreign other corporates having GCCs in India. Whether any public sector bank or public sector insurance or public sector undertaking have GCCs? That is
yeah. Public sector is first banking. Let's say in the city of Hyderabad, ICICI in the financial district has got a huge shared services center.
It is adjacent to our Institute of Excellence.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's actually like a GCC. Okay, so I know that the IDFC Bank has created something in Chennai, and some other banks I know have created already.
Standard Chartered.
Of course, he will say it's multinational. So, yeah, by the way, SBI also has, it's not called a GCC, they have used different words. There is something called RCPC or whatever, and they have those in many places, which are like shared centers, completely in the background and running the entire bank's operations. So this will happen. What would be interesting is the global bank that SBI will be may open GCCs in Poland and Ethiopia. So please don't think we will do whatever global companies do to us. So we will not be very different. I'm sure of it. And some of our CAs will go there. Yeah. The other question there. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Not yet.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Since I have a very enlightened panel today, I just have a basic question. Maybe you can.
We will decide, sir, whether it is basic or very
if
advanced.
I'm ignorant, you can excuse.
You please tell us.
Thing is, I have been listening for the last 2 days about GCC and all these things. Is it different? Earlier we were producing cotton, and Manchester is producing the textiles. Right, we are doing the labor work here. The other day I was listening to a Chinese economist who said actual software is getting developed in US and we are doing the coding and programming in India. And India thinks they are doing very great. Now you say in GCC again, what we are doing, you are doing operations management. This is what basically a labor job you are doing. Right, management again is in there. Now, our great, our senior chartered accountants, they are saying innovation, we are going beyond office, all these things they are talking. Office is intellectual IP is here, or you are exporting all your intellectual output here. So, in a sense, all global companies, they use the engineering talent, intellectual talent, whatever is available here. Finally, the IP will go to them, not to those MNCs. We are still left with the leverage part of the job, whole job. So what is this GCC we are all talking about?
It's a very genuine
you are creating employment. You are talking about 60 billion. What is 60 billion compared to when China says we are in trillions?
No, these are very important concepts.
You lose trillions, you make 60 billion, 100 billion, and whole India is very happy. And you talk about your GDP and all that development based on this service industry. And again, we are going in the same direction. I don't know what is all this GCC is about.
No, very, very important, provocative questions. But let us see it in perspective. Gurinder, you give your answer. I'll also.
So, your question is very, genuine and to the point. But sir, we have to see what is our strength also, right? Our strength has been that we've been very good in our education. Our education system of India has been very strong. That has produced good human capital. The same human capital, if we talk about, let's say, since we are sitting in an IT city, we can talk about it. There was a time when we were used as developers. Then we moved to a consulting. Today we are into advisory. And the next level is GCC now, because they know they cannot develop their application or they cannot build their organization just by calling few of our guys over there. So they are coming to our house and they are setting up their system over here. Now, when they are setting up their systems over here, we see only the perspective of employment who are in their system. But we should see that infrastructure development happens. There is a lot of contribution toward the economy happens. There is a lot of side jobs which comes up, and the guys who are sitting within those centers. Now, if we talk about IT or for that matter, even pharma or even seed, which is the Hyderabad is known for. So many companies has come up. People who worked in Dr. Reddy's some 15-20 years ago. Many companies have started in IT who worked in Wipro and TCS, let's say 20 years ago. Now, likewise, it is going to help us in while it is going to help us in generating revenue and employment, at the same time, it is also going to create the employers for us. The future employers are also going to come out of it.
Right, right. No, so it's a very important question. But there are two ways to look at that question. One way is to cynically lament that forever in India, we do not have IP, we do not have product, we are only being exploited by foreigners. What are we doing? What is so GCC? What is so great about it? Is a cynical way of looking at a whole opportunity that is passing by us. Another way of looking at it is to say that can we use this opportunity to build IP? Can we use this opportunity to groom, train, talent, expose our people to build businesses, much like how those countries are built? And how do we do it? We didn't have, if we keep on comparing China, they are 20 years ahead. We can keep crying here that China is ahead of us, but that doesn't solve the problem. What solves the problem is to say, what they did in 20 years ahead of us, can we do it in 5 years? And if we have to do that, then we see them as role models and not as jealous competitors. We see them as people whom we can learn from. So I think by inviting foreign direct capital into India, by inviting multinational to set up GCs in India, India's talent, India's leadership, India's contributions are going to join the global mainstream. We will create pathways to become the global leaders by embracing the global investments here and not by cynically dismissing them, saying that they are coming and making us do the same thing that we ever did before. There is always a path to grow. And let us not, throw the baby with the bath water. There will be always a bath water as the baby takes bath. So please see it in that spirit. You will see GCC in a completely new light.
Just want to add. No, thanks for that. And I want to give an example, which most people here.
Provoked. Don't get provoked.
No, I'm not getting.
We are not here to defend GCC. We are here to espouse the opportunity for India. So that's all that I'm saying. Yeah.
Just want to give a example of internal controls, right? Which is more closer to my heart and so earlier. Controls testing was a way that they used to send controls to us and we used to just test over here in GCCs and do it. Now we define controls. We work on the methodology along with the teams sitting out of the head offices. So I'm saying we have a say. That's where I said that we have a voice in at the table earlier. So
true. There is a lady there who wants to ask a question, but ma'am, after you, we may have to move on. Go ahead, take your question. Stand up so that you can be getting the mic. Come to the front and speak. We may be, their mic is coming to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bhuvneshwari from JLL. I am a real estate broker. We see that GCC as a subject is fairly new. It's a wave of GCC. And everywhere we see a rapid space expansion, rapid jobs creation, and we know what's happening in Hyderabad. Now, my question is that with a rapid and robust expansion of GCCs, how good is our change management? And not to forget that while GCC is also a very new subject, we are also dealing with a new set of workforce after COVID. We have flexible work hours, we have hybrid models, and on top of that, we have a purposefulness of work. We are not sure if people are really going to stick to the job. So I want to ask the question to the panel members that how good is our change management for the growth that we see in GCC?
Let me take it, because I kind of teach change management. So it's happening at two levels. ICAI is demonstrating change management in already responding to the opportunity of GCC and educating its members to see how to seize the new opportunity. This is an exercise in change and transformation. This is here and live. So we must compliment ICAI for doing that. As far as the broader thing, it's not just GCC. All employers in India, in different sectors, are faced with new challenges of employee expectations around flexibility, around autonomy, and a growing market where talent is in great demand. This changes the equation between the employer and the employee. The employer always had the upper hand. He doesn't have it anymore. So are companies attempting to cope with it? The answer is yes. But have they done a great job? The answer is no. The reason is people like me, the old foggies, manage these companies. And the young people, by the time they start managing the company, they become like us. And therefore, the change is not happening at the speed at which it should happen. But you are right. The currency of the future is flexibility. The currency of the future is to groom the talent for more autonomous and value-adding roles and not merely errand boy roles. So that's where the future is. We are almost behind the time. Thank you very much. I think we should, at this note, close this session. Thank you for your patience and good questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request CA Naresh Kellichandra, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to begin the vote of thanks with a quote. The future belongs to those who learn more skills and continue to creating ways. Esteemed panelists, moderator, delegates, and participants for the GCC Summit. I extend a sincere appreciation for enriching panel discussion on future-ready finance talent, enabling leadership for the next GCC. Your profound insight on nurturing talent, embracing innovation, and shaping leadership with excellent combination of strong technical, digital, soft and hard skills, including digital fluency to communicate data effectively with the acronym of NEST for a future finance with truly and thoroughly thought-provoking. We thank our distinguished panelists for sharing their expertise and perspectives, challenging us to think ahead. Gratitude to our moderator for steering the dynamic conversation, and to all the attendees, thank you for your engagement. As we reflect on the imperatives of future-ready finance talent, we carry forward the learnings of this session, inspiring us to drive transformation and excellence. I would like to conclude with excellent quote. The capacity to learn is a gift, the ability to learn is a skill, and the willingness to learn is a choice. Thank you once again to everyone for contributing to making this success and impactful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request CA M.R. Prasad, Senior Chartered Accountant, who has held positions in SARS and Vijayawada branch also, to present a memento to Dr. Chandrasekhar Sripada, moderator of the session. May I request Sri Girdhar Tushnwalji, Vice Chairman, Hyderabad branch, to present a memento to Speaker Gurbinder Pal Singh ji. May I request Sri Kailash Khandalwalji, present a memento to Sri Madhuri Krishna Swami. Thank you very much, sir. I request all of you to give a round of applause to the speakers. We'll be commencing next session in 2 minutes. 10 है sir. Real estate. Now it's will be 11.
Last session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now we will commence with the last session on real estate readiness, catalyst for GCC growth. May I request Shri Vijay Pasupuleti, Chief Experience Officer, iSprout, to come on to the dais, please. I request the audience to give a round of applause to the I request Gunugunta Murali sir to read out the profile of the moderator.
Good afternoon, sir. Vijay Pasupuleti sir, Chief Experience Officer, iSprout. Vijay Pasupuleti sir is a seasoned entrepreneur and technology leader with over 2 decades of experience spanning technology, financial services, and education. He has played a key role in building scalable organizations, including setting up global capability centers in India. Before joining iSprout, Vijay sir co-founded Odeon School, an online upskilling platform focused on bridging Indian school gap through immense boot camps. He also co-founded K-Campus, a global online certification platform for working professionals, which was ranked among the Deloitte's Fast 50 technology companies in India 4 times. Earlier in his career, Vijay sir held leadership roles at Goldman Sachs in both US and India, where he was a part of the founding team that established one of the Goldman's GCC in India. Currently, as a Chief Experience Officer at iSprout, Vijay sir leveraged his diverse expertise to enhance client experience and drive experience lead growth in flexible workplace industry. He holds an MBA from NYE Stern School of Business and BTech from NIT Warangal, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Now may I request C.A. Srikar Eddanapudi, Executive Director and CFO, Broadridge, India. Your round of applause, please. Oh, please, Murali sir, please introduce the speaker.
C.A. Srikar, sir, Executive Director and CFO.
Often.
C.A. Srikar, sir, Executive Director and CFO, Broadridge, India. Srikar, sir, is Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer at Broadridge, India, where he leads financial strategy, budgeting, and cost management. With over 500 professionals connections, he is active in thought leadership around the fintech investments and organizational growth. His experience spans financial planning, operational efficiency, and stakeholders engagement within the technology and financial services sectors.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I may request Mr. Rajesh Pagadala, President, TAI Hyderabad. Please, profile, please.
Sir Rajesh sir, President, TAI Hyderabad. Mr. Rajesh sir, P is a founder and managing director of Pagadala Constructions, a real estate development company delivering luxurious yet affordable homes, and founder and CEO of Builder Smart and an omni-channel platform for building and construction materials. Currently serving as the president of TAI Hyderabad chapter, Rajesh sir brings visionary leadership to the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Previously, as a co-founder and group MD of Aditya Group, he spearheaded the development of large-scale residential projects, arising 1,200 crores in the investment and delivering the 6.5 million square feet of premium properties across the Hyderabad and Visakhapatnam, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Now may I invite Mr. Siddharth Shah, founder and managing director, Asset 10X.
Siddhartha Shah, sir, founder and managing director, Asset Next India Private Limited. Sir is the founder and managing director of Asset Next India Private Limited, a boutique real estate firm specialized in high-value real estate advisory and portfolio management. With over 2 decades of rich experience across the banking, financial services, and real estate, Siddhartha sir has built a distinguished career spanning retail banking, lending, wealth management, and real estate wealth advisory. He began his professional journey as one of the founding members of Tata AIG Life Insurance, later joining Standard Chartered Bank, and went on to part of the founding team at India's Assets, where he played a pivotal role in shaping its real estate wealth management business. An MBA gold medalist, Siddhartha sir combines deep industry expertise with entrepreneurial vision. Behind the work, he is deeply passionate about the nature, bird watching, rock conservation, and photography, reflecting his belief in the balance between the success and sustainability. Thank you, sir.
Now may I request our Central Council member, C. Abhay Chejad sir, to occupy the dais, please. I request all the delegates to give a round of applause to the speakers of the session. Thank you very much, sir. I request to see Abhay Chejad sir to present the opening remarks of the session.
Thank you very much. Good evening, one and all. In fact, good afternoon, one and all. Pleasure to be here again, speaking among all the participants, distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's the last session, but I still see quite a number of participants who are here. Thank you so much again for this encouragement. Truly an honor and privilege to host this last session and give the opening remarks. We have discussed so much since yesterday. We spoke about technology, we spoke about innovation, we spoke about trust, excellence, everything. And I think this session is one of the most important sessions when we talk about real estate readiness. See, once you're not real estate ready or your infrastructure is not enough to have a GCC, I think this is one of the most apt session which we can have, I think, today. And this is the real estate readiness catalyst for GCC growth. So I'm very happy and honored to hear from our distinguished speakers who are here today. We have the moderator, Mr. Vijay Pasupulati. Thank you so much for being here. We have Mr. Rajesh Pagadala, who is the TAI Hyderabad, the president. We have Mr. Siddharth Shah, who's the founder and managing director, Asset NX. We have Srikar Yadanpuri, executive officer, East Proud. So thank you so much. And I'm sorry if I have mistaken your anyone's name. I'm not sure if I've taken it correctly, but welcome all of you on the last session of this GCC Summit. Just to share, in the infrastructure is far more than bricks and mortar. It forms the foundation for productivity, culture, and innovation. This panel focuses on real estate readiness as a critical catalyst for the growth of global capability centers. Now, in today's evolving environment, we talk about real estate decisions going beyond just space. They enable capabilities. Thoughtfully designed campuses foster collaboration, flexible workspaces, support hybrid models, and ESG compliant sustainable infrastructure shapes how GCC operate, innovate, and attract talent. For global collaboration, real estate in India has moved from being a cost factor to a strategic lever. A well-designed GCC campus transformed from a back office function to a thriving innovation hub that drives enterprise growth. Physical spaces have become extensions of organizational culture and key to talent engagement. This session, I'm sure, will explore how India can lead in creating future-ready real estate models that are smart, green, and adaptable. We'll examine how campus design, workspace flexibility, sustainability, and ESG compliance are shaping the GCCs for tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have an engaging session. We have an insightful discussion, which I can see the experts who are here And we'll have a lot of interaction, learning, vital discussion, and more important, the experience which all these distinguished panel possess. Members would really be benefited. I wish, again, this session most apt, important for us to be real estate ready for creating our own GCC. So thank you once again. I welcome you for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request CA Sri Vijay Pasupuleti, sir, Chief Experience Officer, iSprout, to take out the sessions, please.
Thank you, sir. I think that was a very nice introduction. Thank you so much. We have a really nice panel. I think we have people who are representing a lot of things, construction industry, running GCCs, starting GCCs, advising GCCs. But the common thread among all of us is we could not have done this without the support of CAs. So shout out to all of you. Okay. So the first of all, I think the topic is real estate readiness and the catalyst to GCCs. So my first open question to the panelists, I'm the moderator, so I'll be listening more and speaking less, but I would love to have my panelists contribute more. So what do you think is attracting GCCs to India from a real estate perspective? So I would like you all to take the question more generically, because just to give a kind of a background, Siddharth works with a lot of GCCs, advise people on real estate. And we have Srikar, who has an inside view, being the CFO of Broadridge, one of the most respected GCCs that we have in Hyderabad and Bangalore. And Rajesh has seen a lot in Hyderabad, has been part of the Hyderabad ecosystem for a very long time. Also, as a president of TIE, he has a very close view of a lot of companies and entrepreneurship that's happening in Hyderabad. Plus, he has a very strong insight in the construction side of things in real estate. So all of you can add value. So the first question open to all of you. So would you like to start, Rajesh?
It's a very broad-based question, but I'll put in my few views, right? I consider, there is a report recently I've read when it talked about the capacity of Hyderabad, right? Hyderabad is considered as the fourth in the top four of the fastest growing cities in the world. Okay, and from a GDP perspective, right? So with that said, the potential for Hyderabad to attract GCCs is tremendous in that way. And the second strongest point, in my view, why any GCC should come to Hyderabad is the cost of real estate. The cost of real estate has been extremely below par compared to rest of the cities, and you will not find real estate anything lower than this. I'm sure there are more points my fellow panelists would add, but please go ahead. Yeah.
Thanks, Rajesh. Yeah, definitely echo with, whatever Rajesh has mentioned. And just to add on, we've listened to the panel before us. That was on talent, right? So any organization that is looking to set up GCC in India, definitely, talent, comes at the top of the list for sure. Then it's the cost of the talent, right? So one is the variety of the talent, the kind of skill set they possess, and then it's the cost itself. And then I would say, the next most important one would be the infrastructure, right? So you want to be located in the right city, having a mix of all the talent, plus at the right cost, plus, the availability of the right infrastructure. So real estate, I would treat it as a broad subject, right? So it is not just a land or a building in which your office is located, but again, the connectivity, the transportation. So there's a lot of things that go into that, and they definitely play a big role in any MNC or an organization trying to set up a shop, in India, in any of the cities that we have. So I know we're going to delve deeper into each of these things. So I would pass on to my fellow panelists to add on more.
One of the things that the entire GCC ecosystem relies on, is, as we all spoke about, is talent. But where does this talent come out? It comes from the high quality education system that we have. So if you talk about the IITs across the country, now we have our own IIT near Hyderabad, you have Triple IT, you have BITS, you have not just engineering colleges, but you also need law schools. So we have Nalsar Hyderabad campus, you have ISB, and very many multilateral institutions, including bodies like ICAI, who have a center of excellence here. So when you have a very diversified talent pool, it makes that much more easy for the GCCs to make a decision, because not just the technology function, but every function that the GCC imagines that they would perhaps need, is available in abundance. Obviously, the other factors like real estate and cost attractiveness, people have already spoken. But if you see the real estate also 20 years, 30 years back, the quality of construction, and today, it's far evolved. We use the best of construction technology. We use the best of infrastructure, whether it's metro, whether it's airport. So 20 years back, we used to arrive at Begumpet Airport. Now, we have a world-class airport which continues to expand. And many bigger cities like Bombay and Delhi, we have the second airport which is coming up. So all this adds to the attractiveness of GCC, because mobility, infrastructure, these are extremely important for large organizations to come and thrive here.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the question was more of why India is attractive for GCCs, but I think my co-panelists are selling Hyderabad quite a bit. So they're all very, very pro Hyderabad here. So I will move the question more specifically to Srikar. You've been like inside view you have of a company running a GCC very successful. But setting up a new GCC from a real estate angle, how would you go about, what would you consider the most important factors from a city selection and an infra or partner selection?
Thank you, Vijay. Sure, right. So, yeah, since this is specific to GCCs, right, and GCCs have been in India for more than 20 years now, 2025, so it's not a new subject. Then again, I mean, we briefly touched upon the various reasons why MNCs are looking to set up GCCs in India, right? So talent, cost, infrastructure, etc. Now, we briefly touched upon, I mean, each of those. Now, for an MNC to look at, definitely, I mean, these are the top three. But then again, which city is the question, right? So there are multiple options. I mean, India is a vast country, and I mean, there are a lot of quality educational institutions, etc. So how do you zero in on a particular cities, right? So I mean, there are a lot of options. I mean, there are metros, there are tier 2 cities now, I mean, which are trying to catch up with the metros, etc. So I mean, how do you? I mean, of course, Vijay already accused us of being pro Hyderabadi, so we'll continue to do that, right? So we have a very good and a unique mix of everything that we discussed till now. And everything has to be in that sweet spot, right? So it has to have a right balance. It's not sufficient if you are very high on talent. I mean, you cannot just set up a GCC within a university, for example, right? So there has to be all the other infrastructure also, right? So that's where the rest of the factors come in. Now, where Hyderabad is, I mean, in fact, I mean, this is not, again, us selling Hyderabad, but I mean, it's information that is available globally now. I mean, most of, there was a panel earlier in the day where I think it was Answer, I mean, who was telling us that, I mean, there's a GCC that is being set up almost every week in India, and Hyderabad is a preferred destination for most of them, right? Because of the unique mix, again, of all the factors that we discussed. Now, coming to my organization in particular, so like I said, we've been in India for more than 20 years now, and Hyderabad has been home. But then again, once we reached a critical mass in terms of talent or headcount, then that's when we started looking at, I mean, the other cities that are available as options for us. So we then zeroed in on Bangalore. Again, I mean, proximity being one of the reasons. Talent pool, definitely, because I mean, the space that we are into is technology, IT, and ITES. So there is a significant amount of talent pool that is available in Bangalore that we wanted to tap into. Of course, Hyderabad still remains the headquarters, but again, the reasons like proximity, availability of talent, and the cost also. I mean, Bangalore is comparative in terms of cost. And, I mean, there are some other cities that have become expensive now, because that's definitely one of the important factors that companies look at, before setting up a shop. So, I mean, that's how Hyderabad has become, I mean, the preferred destination for us, and a lot more GCCs as well. And so coming specific to the real estate, like I said, it does not limit to which part of the city that you are in, right? So there are several micro markets now, as my friends in real estate. So I mean, I saw some presence from JLL as well, right? So they would talk about the western corridors or the eastern corridors, etc. So that's mainly because of the connectivity again, because I mean, you need to have the residential hubs around it, connectivity to the workspace, etc. And the kind of investments that we are making does not limit to just setting up an office and creating seats for the associates to work in, right? So I mean, as you all would have seen and experienced, so a lot of at least the BPO and the ITES side employees, I mean, they work late evening shifts or the night shifts, etc. So there's a lot of emphasis that organizations like us, we are putting in to create that home kind of feeling, just to enable them with all the I mean, facilities, etc. at any point in time of the day. So these are the various aspects that I mean, a company is considering before setting up or before picking up a location, picking up a site for the GCC operations.
So what I'm hearing is more than real estate, you also look for the availability of talent, availability of the ecosystem, including the cultural ecosystem. So I'm sure a lot of companies are looking for that. Well, now, question to Rajesh. So Rajesh, you have been part of the Hyderabad ecosystem for a very long time. You know construction industry so well. I would like you to share some light on how you've seen real estate changing. Because I know 20 years back, there was very little availability for large, sophisticated companies to move into a ready real estate. But now we see a lot of buildings all over the place. So how did you see this evolution? And also, I would like you to talk about the tier 2 attraction for GCCs. Is that a reality?
Vijay, thanks for the leading question and the permission to talk about Hyderabad. But if you have to set the context a little higher before I dive into Hyderabad, right, to answer his earlier question, right? When we are growing up, I'm mid 50s. When I'm growing up, I'm talking about 20s. I don't even know what level our GDP is compared to the world GDPs. And now we're at top 5. India is at top 5. If not India, where else GCCs would be set up? In China? No, it has to be in India. So we are ready for all. We don't need to debate on whether we are ready or not. So as I think that answers the earlier one from a Indian context. When it comes to Hyderabad, Hyderabad has seen a tremendous change in the last, say, 2 decades. When initial stages, there is no high rise at all in 2000, early 2000s, right? Where FSI is limited, only 5 floors are limited. There is not even construction technology to be able to build more than 10 floors, and there are no regulations available in place to be able to build something larger than 5 floors, right? At that time, I'm talking about early 2000s. Now, there in 2006, the government has released with a clear mandate about how high rises can be built, something called a GO 86, which has transformed the landscape of Hyderabad. It was in 2006, exactly to be precise. What it has done also is jacked up the prices of real estate, from a land perspective, because there is no limit on what can be built. If you look at contrast compared to Hyderabad versus other cities, this is the only city where there is no limit on how much you can build on a piece of land. Rest of the cities in the country, as a matter of fact, rest of the cities in the world has a limit on how much can be built. So this change in 2006 has dynamically impacted not only the values, but also the landscape. The way you see the high rises now, it's only because of increased land values, because of these geo changes, and also builders are to build high FSIs to reduce the cost down. So, I mean, that is basically a fundamental change. When it comes to 2-tier cities, right? 2-tier cities, again, it has to believe, I believe the ability for talent is the most key driving factor. I've seen most of the 2-tier cities in the country, especially in Andhra states and also in Karnataka, and then some parts of the country that I visited in Kerala. The 2-tier cities also have the needed infrastructure to be able to, host a GCC, whereas the availability of talent is the most critical part, Vijay, in my view.
Thank you, Rajesh. Well said. And so we have seen a lot of growth, hoping to see a continued growth over here on that, on those lines. So Siddharth, while I was talking to you, something interesting came up. So when a GCC decides to move into any country, say India, right? So they do the location selection first, and they have consultants and all of that. After that, a very important phase is convincing the top leaders globally to first relocate to India. And there is a lot of real estate need or the real estate ecosystem need to satisfy or convince the really senior guys to move into India. You have advised a lot of companies, you understand real estate well. Can you throw some light on what that ecosystem is required?
I'd like to actually quote a real life, incident. This is about 10, 12 years back. A large company in US wanted to send 10 of their leaders to come and settle down in India and set up their GCC, specifically in Bangalore. And they said, our families would not want to move to India. Is there any other alternative? So they found a community called Adarsh Palm Meadows in Bangalore, which already had a lot of expats. They had multiple restaurants, nice swimming pools, and very safe and secure environment for families. So while the overall drive for a GCC, maybe the numbers, the cost arbitrage, the talent arbitrage, but what happens behind the boardroom scenes is a lot of social ecosystem is what the top executives are looking at. And these are the top 10, 20, 30 first set of employees who would come and set up and then send thousands and lakhs of thousands of more jobs back again to our country. So the social infrastructure, whether it is gated communities or availability of top healthcare facilities, international schools, this all adds up in the decision-making metrics of any GCC trying to come to India or specifically to cities like Hyderabad and Bangalore. It adds up to the overall decision-making is what I'd like to sum up.
Sure. Thanks, Siddharth. So in fact, I remember almost 20 years back when I was kind of part of the team that came back to India. That was Bangalore too.
Yeah.
In fact, Adarsh Palm Meadows was very popular then.
Of course.
There was quite a bit of sell done that, Bangalore is a great place and, it's a safe place and all of that. And the traffic problem was not very big at that point. So it was actually quite a selling done even in the US. It's not a bad place at all. And that attracted a lot of people to actually come back even at that point.
Yeah. Now, of course, you have practically all the cities having very good quality residential premises.
Yeah.
Back in the day, there were quite few.
Absolutely. In many cases, it's better than what you get outside India, the ecosystem.
Yes. It's definitely getting better.
Sure. So we have around 20 minutes and we will keep 10 minutes for Q&A at the end. So till then, we will continue the conversation. Now, question more to you, Rajesh. This is from a TIE perspective. Rajesh is also the president of the Hyderabad chapter of TIE. And TIE is a forum where a lot of entrepreneurships are nurtured and a lot of things are happening. A lot of collaboration is encouraged. So from that perspective, Rajesh, what's really happening to help out companies, even global companies? It could be smaller companies coming into India and help them set up over here.
See, this question kind of, as a leading to, what my fellow panelists have suggested. I have a contra view from what he has, addressed earlier. I believe of all the cities in India, right, Hyderabad is the only city where all GCCs needs to be set up. Nowhere else. I'll tell you two reasons for that, right? This is the only city where I would say I've seen all cities. I've spent enough time. I've seen cities across the world, right? This is the only city I feel which is the most cosmopolitan in nature, where a person of a different origin being, other parts of the country, they move here and they live for 20, 30 years, they can still survive without speaking the local language. This is the only city that is available in the country, which have this kind of a facility. All other cities where you see you're bound to be very localized. You have to have that local connect and local language and local speak and local connect, right? So Hyderabad in that way is uniquely poised in that, right? So with that said, right, what is happening in the entrepreneurial space right now is the new generation, especially with Gen Z. No one, and with the wealth that is recently created in the last 1 decade within Hyderabad affluent families and Hyderabad ecosystem, not many people are willing to work for a company anymore, right? So everybody is coming out with an entrepreneurial idea, and there are friends, families who would want to fund them. And I see a lot of young entrepreneurs right out of college. Actually, not only college, I'm talking about we are delivering certain entrepreneurial programs within high schools. from 10th grade onwards, 8th to 12th grade, right? This is the space where we tend to give, as a TIE, as an organization, we give entrepreneurial, explain what is entrepreneurship about. There's a curriculum around entrepreneurship, not only in high school, now we have in colleges. Now, after graduation, the young startups or young entrepreneurs who would want to start something, they are lost. So we kind of help them as an organization, we help them, right? So the reason why I'm telling all this history is this is the wave that is coming in. Now, if GCs have to be successful, they need to learn how to work with this kind of talent pool, which are loosely connected, highly talented, less focused in area. They don't want to work for anybody. So again, so this is where I'm operating. So I don't want to talk more on this. So I would love to give time for other panelists to express their views on this.
Thank you, Rajesh. And TIE is doing a wonderful job nurturing a lot of startups, especially in Hyderabad. The chapter is a very active chapter over there. So Srikar, the next question coming to you. So we all know that people are moving to a hybrid working culture. So that is impacting the structure of many organizations over here, especially the GCCs or the kind of large multinational organizations. So what's the impact of hybrid working on your internal culture, the way you operate, and also from a real estate angle?
Sure. Vijay. Again, this is something which we've been hearing a lot in the last 5 years now. So in fact, I have interesting discussions with my team members also, right? So I mean, anybody who is coming into the workforce in the last 5-6 years, I mean, this is the way to work, But I mean, most of us, maybe in the room, I'm taking the liberty to generalize. I mean, who have worked for more than 10 years, 15 years. I mean, we haven't heard of hybrid working, right? So work is from the office. So you go to the office, do your work, go back home. So that was the way of life for most of us, if not all, right? Now, but again, I mean, COVID changed it all. So that's when, I mean, of course, for some time, there was completely work from home. And then that's when the organizations discovered the hybrid working model, right? So the one word answer to the question, Vijay, it's been positive, right? So for all the organizations, I mean, it's been working well. I mean, for the companies from a cost perspective, because the same kind of space, I mean, you can host a lot more associates than what you were doing earlier. It works well for the associates as well, because they don't have to come to the office every day. So most of the GCCs, especially, I mean, they're still working on a 2 days a week or a 3 days a week model. So, the time and the effort that they have to put in commute to reach the workplace, etc. So that's only for those 2 or 3 days. And companies, like I said, I mean, they save on the seat cost as well, right? So that's where it's a win-win for both. Now, I mean, yeah, since we're talking about GCCs and we're all CAs, so we'll have to talk about some numbers as well, right? Now, going back to pre-COVID days, I mean, it was all like 1:1, right? So for every head or head count, there has to be one seat, for them to sit and operate out of. But again, the hybrid working model changed it all, right? So now the companies are operating at about 50%, 60% of their headcount in terms of seats. Now, so a ballpark number, if I have to use in terms of the headcounts to seat ratio, will be anywhere between 1.2 to 1.5, right? So that's how much, if you translate it into rupees or dollars, are the companies saving on real estate costs. So that's why I said my answer is positive. I mean, it's and hybrid working is here to stay. I mean, as we see it, at least in the short to medium term, because most of the organizations, they are trying to look at moving from a 2-day week to a 3-day week. When I say that, it's working from the office week. So the remaining days, people still work from their homes though. But then again, it may move to a 4-day week, right? But still that leaves enough room for us to fully optimize the work from home or the hybrid working kind of scenario. Yeah, just maybe taking a tangent to it, right? So now again, the last couple of years, we've all been talking about AI, right? So that's again the buzzword in the industry. Now, what we look at in terms of real estate balancing is a combination of all this, right? So we spoke about hybrid working model, what kind of headcount to seat ratio, etc. Then how do we bring AI into the mix? Okay, so a lot of GCCs now are, maturing in terms of their capability or adding value, from that perspective. So now, I mean, the expectations are also going up. I mean, the expectation is that the same kind of work needs to be done with lesser headcount, etc. So that's the impact of AI. I mean, I'm just painting a broad brush there, right? So that further brings down the headcount dependency and the seats dependency. So that's again, I mean, for an organization as a whole to look at, it's going to be positive for the organizations and definitely on their P&L, in terms of the financial impact, etc.
All right. So what I'm hearing is hybrid is here to stay, and definitely good to see the cost benefits over there. And what I have noticed, from a co-working perspective, is many companies are choosing from a dedicated desk concept to a hot seat concept. So these are the same seats that can be reused by people. In fact, I've also seen teams that, between them, they negotiate, I'll come on a Monday, the other team on a Tuesday. So the same seat is being more, the efficiencies are going up in a way, and many people come to companies like iSprout, where they ask us to design hot seats so that people can reuse it within the company.
Absolutely.
Okay? It makes it very efficient for you all as well. Okay. Great. So Siddhartha, I have a question for you and also open for the panel as well. So we have seen a lot of a trend where many companies are choosing managed offices instead of the legacy, taking a large premise by themselves, or leasing a large premise. So what's your view on that, since you kind of advise a lot of people in this space?
I feel the entire evolution of office space has dramatically changed post-COVID. Right, employees and employers need much better facilities. They need wellness spaces. They need food courts, which provide exquisite cuisine. They need to mingle with not just employees amongst their own organizations, but outside. And the entire look, feel, architecture has completely transformed in this last 3-4 years. And that is where the managed office spaces are more adept at providing a newer format of workspaces, which is in many ways customized to different organizations. I think it's a good revolution that is in the making, and it is here to stay.
Vijay, in my view, right? So if you look at the sheer size of commercial buildings that are being built in Hyderabad, and I know from a developer perspective, the scope of a developer stops at a warm shell, and any occupant who would want to really establish a GCC or an office of 100 and plus employees would have to invest a substantial capital to finish these spaces so that they can be occupiable, right? When it is substantial, capital, then it goes onto the balance sheet, like all your CS knows, right? So I would rather, if I were a company's hat, owner's hat, I would rather want to see this investment, stay with me, and then also go on to PL& account by an operational expenditures, right? So with that said, I believe it is inevitable, like in companies like yours, like iSprout and VWorks, they are bound to grow. There is no other way. If you go public, I will buy your stock for sure, right? So, and I believe this is the way forward for grade A of office spaces. This is going to be, a game-changing, moment for Hyderabad, where especially with the presence of GCCs. Unless GCC is setting up, 1 lakh square foot, and is interested in putting a capex model. Otherwise, people would want to work with, VWorks and iSprouts of the Hyderabad.
I'd like to actually add on to that. Builder takes about 4 or 5 years to deliver a commercial project. And for a GCC to come and put 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 employees, they'll take another couple of years. But with the evolution of managed workspaces, if today GCC says, I want 2,000 jobs in the next 3 months, 6 months, as long as they are able to recruit, managed workspaces provider can provide 2,000 seats in 3 months, 6 months timeline. This was something which is unbelievable 4 or 5 or 6 years back. I remember many clients approaching us 7 or 8 years back, and we didn't have any options ready-made. But so the builder had to sit and custom build, or the landlord had to do it. Today, that space of providing quality workspaces in a short time, meeting to global exacting standards, is taken over swiftly by managed workspaces. And that's an interesting space to evolve, because this enables GCCs to move swifter and faster into countries like India and open their offshoring centers. So you're a very, very important link, I would say, for GCCs to come and settle down, especially in the initial phase. Eventually, if they grow, they might have their own campuses. They may talk to the government, get some land and do all that. But that's in the long term, in 5 to 10 years. But the first 3, 4, 5 years that handholding that managed workspace providers like iSprouts, VWorks, and Office give has become a very, very critical junction, especially since 2023-24.
Do you have a view on Office?
No, definitely agree with whatever Rajesh and Siddhartha mentioned. Just to add on, it's also important to look at it from which stage of the maturity curve are you in, right? So for a GCC that is just trying to set up shop, definitely, I mean, the co-working spaces or something, like that will be a very good option, because that brings in the agility. I mean, you can execute faster and, start delivering immediately, because, I mean, the headquarter may take some time to decide on a GCC, on a location, etc. But, I mean, then the expectations will start from day one, right? Now, if you look at all the other options, what are we talking about? So either you take a land and construct a building and then occupy, definitely that's a time taking and a complex process. Otherwise, you take a facility and fit it out. Again, even that is a 6 to 8 month kind of process. This is something which you can, at the time that you take to seek approvals, I mean, you can start planning on how many seats you need. You can already start running on the ground. So that way, definitely, I mean, this is the fastest option for a GCC to be set up and start running.
All right, thanks. So if you notice, we have been selling Hyderabad real estate, and then very cleverly, we have been selling managed offices now. So, so a few comments. I also lead the GCC practice within iSprout. So a few reasons I've seen a lot of companies coming to managed offices is, number one, the speed in which they will get the facility. From 5 seats to 5,000 seats within 3 months in any city in India, be it iSprout or any of my peers will be able to set up. That kind of speed is very difficult to if you set up your own facility. That's one. Second, it's a headache to actually build and manage. So managed offices manages everything, internally. You don't have to from a cleanliness to the ACs to the desk to the furniture is fully fitted you get. And also, like, the total cost of ownership also comes down. And that's what many people have kind of said that. The other interesting aspects I've seen is many companies, they use managed offices as a stepping stone before they set up their own campuses. And I've seen this in many global companies. They want to start off with even 10 people up to 100, 200 people. They prefer to be in a managed office or a co-working space by the time they set up their own facility and they move over there, which is a very common feature. And we are also seeing companies which have already invested in a large facility. If they want add-on facilities in other cities, they prefer managed offices over here. So these are many reasons why actually people come there. That's a clear trend which we are seeing. Okay, with this, we have a little less than 10 minutes available. So I would like to open the floor to questions for all the panelists over here. Yeah, we have a hand risen over there. If somebody could help with the mic.
Thank you, everyone. It was wonderful listening to you, and especially real estate has a very close connection because everybody in Hyderabad at least wants to own a house. While you're talking about the commercial real estate and the advantages that the companies have by setting up their shop in Hyderabad, do you think the paymaster of the GCC entities which are set up will be able to match the growing the residential real estate cost charged by the current real estate developers in Hyderabad? And an extension to that, GCCs are completely focused on the quaternary sector, extension of the tertiary sector that is focused on the innovation R&D. Now, do you think there should be also a focus on the real estate or the improvement of the manufacturing capabilities of the current Indian-owned business houses? And to an extent, sir, can this also get a reverse migration from those traditional Hyderabadis who have left on to choose avenues in Bangalore or Chennai or Delhi? Do you think with this GCC setting up, can they come back to Hyderabad being their own? By introduction, I missed it. My name is Anand Krishna. I work in a public accounting firm based out in Hyderabad. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. So, Rajesh, would you like to take that?
There are 3 questions there. Residential real estate, right? Okay. So the way Hyderabad is landscaped, in my view, okay, you hear about projects where a flat cost around about 20 crores, okay, and there are close to 20 plus projects in that space, right? Who would buy this? People from Bombay, who are people from Delhi, people from Bangalore, where there is no value for money, would want to invest in these kind of projects, right? So if you want to take a middle-aged man family making, say, 40 or 50 lakhs annual packages, right? I would say, the ability to buy a property will hover around about 1.5 crore or 2 crores, not more than that, right? And there are so many projects. There's so many options that are available in this price range. All you have to do is go a little farther, right? Now, why would anybody wants to go a little farther? Because in infrastructure, it has to. When you talk about infrastructure, right? And I believe Hyderabad has the best infrastructure compared to any city in the world, any city in India, I would say, right? Yeah. So with that said, it's a no-brainer, and we are not landlocked. We have an outer ring road, and there's so much of land available. So I don't think there will be a dearth of or a challenge in anybody is seriously willing to own a residential real estate. They will have so many options. They will continue to have so many options. And I leave the GCC question to my panelists.
Would you like to take the question?
What was that question? Come again?
That's not fair. You asked 3 questions.
Yeah, certainly reverse migration is already happening in bits and pieces. But if the cost arbitrage is too much between other cities and Hyderabad, with Hyderabad being lower, people will want to suddenly come back to Hyderabad if they have left Hyderabad. And not just that, people from across the country also, when they decide on a city that they'll migrate, they have suddenly cost as a factor in mind. And they look at which is a more affordable city where do I get better pay but lesser cost. And Hyderabad definitely stands out consistently for last many years.
See, one of the key features I would say, from a cost perspective, right? If you want to establish a 1,000-seater, in Hyderabad, this is the only city when you talk about cost of commercial real estate in a dollar value compared to the rest of the countries, we are still at $1.50 per square foot, per month. Whereas rest of the cities, you take abroad, it's average $6-7. Bangalore is around about $3, right? Who would really want to, who should, unless this very specific talent is available. 10 years ago, it is the challenge for Hyderabad to really have the talent. It's not anymore. And I'm seeing next at least a decade with the GCC drive that is happening in the country, Hyderabad being the destination. I know a lot of friends who are in real estate broking companies where they are closing 4 to 5 million a year in GCC spaces occupying, right? So, and with the potential of residential real estate at a reasonable cost, and I think we're poised to grow.
All right. Talking about talent coming back, I can tell you I'm personally one of the examples. Building up a GCC brought me back from New York to India, and then started 2 companies over here, and then now with iSprout over here. So I'm very much settled in Hyderabad. A lot of things are attractive over here, and this decision was 20 years back when India was not as attractive. Now I think India is way more attractive for many of my friends. I speak on a weekly basis. They somewhere in their mind they want to come back.
There is one angle that we are supposed to talk, or you're supposed to ask leading question of what is happening abroad with the T gone, right? So reverse migration is going, in my view, the uncertainty what is happening abroad, right? Of what is going to, what our H1 talent is going to have, what's going to happen to our H1 talent abroad. It's a no-brainer. Reverse migration is going to happen, and I would say 70% of Indian population in abroad are basically Telugus are from Hyderabad or this origin, right? So 100% reverse migration will come down. That will bring down the cost of manpower in Hyderabad and talent availability with the lower cost of real estate from a GCC's perspective. Invest in Hyderabad.
So we were debating whether we should talk about US tariffs and the impact on real estate. So there you go. You answered the question. So we can take 2 more questions. Yeah, there's a...
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
So, Siddharth, I'll particularly ask this question to you. So this being a CA summit, right? Technically. So how do you think the CA can add value or try to help you in your GCC real estate marketing or stuff like that? I mean, is there a scope from the CA's end, or it's just like we are just supposed to take the back seat as usual, let the things flow and then move on?
I think there is immense scope for chartered accountant to come and take a seat on the big table primarily to start with providing for accounting services for GCCs in India. For their India balance sheet, obviously they'll need internal audit, external audit, and other mandatory requirements. But beyond that, for the larger community, employees could come and work for many of these GCCs in various roles, not just in accounting, but even in management and leadership roles. I think the earlier panelists also spoke about CAs being very well adept as a community to take on leadership and challenging roles. Then obviously there are companies like Deloitte who have outsourced a lot of accounting, international accounting work. So CAs could imagine themselves as entrepreneurs and open offshore accounting centers to provide for services to people, to companies across the world, big and small companies across the world. So there are various opportunities, and I think this two-day summit has, I'm sure, opened a world of opportunities for the community to ponder over and encash on. Danny was earlier in the day, he spoke about, I think, MDP, where you could form, CS could form a company with company secretaries, cost accountant, and other professionals, and give all these services on a platter to not to GCCs and even non-GCCs client for that matter. So I think the sky is the limit as far as chartered accountants as professionals are concerned. I can imagine hundreds of thousands of opportunities, by the day, which have arisen for you.
Vijay, if we are allowed to go up a little bit, I'll add a good idea for CS, right? Especially in the GC space. My fellow panelist is a CA turned into CFO, right? If I have to raise money for any large scale development project, I would think of a CA who has the greatest connects. In the industry, who has helped large companies set their financial statements properly, who they know who their wealth is, right? So that's one side of the equation. And the advent of REITs and participation of REITs, a structured investment models, right, and happening in share, undivided ownership of residential or commercial projects like this. I believe that is where the greatest value add a CA could do. Have these new set of services, a new set of funding abilities to kind of build in and build something very parallel to NBFCs. No developer or somebody would want to go work with an NBFC. If you can come up with these kind of structures, right? I believe with your network, that'll be a great value add.
All right, time is almost up. One last question we will take. If there's a question in the room. All right, so I think everybody recognizes time is up. So thank you, everyone. And with this, we close the session. Oh, there's one question out there. Okay, so that's the last question we'll take.
Yeah, hello, sir. Good evening. So my question is, with respect to US tariff changes and everything, so how it is impacting the Indian economy? So whether it is plus or minus in the case of GCCs?
Sure.
Let me take a stab at it. Yeah, I know. I mean, Rajesh gave you a hint. Maybe that's where you're taking it from. So, yeah, I mean, the last couple of months or maybe more, I mean, have been like that, right? So, I mean, every morning you wake up and you think which side of the bed Trump woke up from, right? And I mean, there are different things that he's been doing, which has an impact on, I mean, a lot of industries in India, and maybe some have an impact on GCCs as well, right? So the latest being on the visa regulations, okay? So now, I mean, initially, yeah, I mean, the moment you listen to something like that, you think that it's going to hit us and it's going to be negative, etc. But yeah, I mean, the more you dig into it and you try to analyze, in fact, at least, I mean, within our organization, that's what we did. I mean, it seemed to be positive for us, right? So even if something like that happens, so companies will definitely try to preserve their profits, etc. Try to I mean, build on their businesses, maintain their profits, like I said. Now, how do they do that? With rising costs, I mean, obviously cost containment is most of the CAs, I mean, we are known to be experts at it. So I mean, it's good for the GCCs in India, right? So, I mean, that could actually add in terms of inflow of jobs into India. So you no longer have to stand in lines, go for the visa interviews and pay the $100,000, whatever is proposed. So as long as that work is being delivered from an India GCC center, I mean, it works well for, I mean, the organizations as well. So I would see it as a win-win. I mean, of course, there are a lot of clarification that came in after that. So we still have to wait and watch on how things evolve. But then again, I mean, we will have to start looking at the positive side of things and see how to make it work for us, work well for us.
Thank you, sir.
In every adversary, there is an opportunity. That's what I believe in. And we'll go with that. And
Absolutely.
so thank you, everyone. And with this, we close the session.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request CA Saran Kumar, Hyderabad branch committee member, to give vote of thanks.
Good evening. It is indeed my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this truly engaging session on real estate readiness catalyst for GCC growth. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our CA Abhay Chajad sir, Central Council member, for setting the perfect tone through his insightful opening remarks. His vision and guidance has truly inspired the spirit of this discussion. A heartfelt thanks to our esteemed panelists, Mr. Srikar, Mr. Rajesh, Mr. Siddharth, for sharing their rich perspective on how real estate and infrastructure readiness are shaping India's role in the global capability landscape. Your insights have provided both direction and depth to this very relevant topic. My special appreciation to our moderator, Mr. Vijay, for leading the discussion so effectively, balancing perspectives, drawing out practical insights, and ensuring the dialogue remained sharp and meaningful throughout. And finally, to all our participants and attendees, thank you so much for your active engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request CA Ishwar Prasad Reddy, sir, to present a memento to our moderator, Sri Vijay Pasupuleti. I request CA Gunuguntla Murli garu to present a memento to Srikar Yaddanapudi. Next. I request CA Karmanch Ramagaru to present a memento to Sri Rajesh Pagadala. I request CA Saran Kumar Garu to present a memento to Mr. Siddharth Shah. I request all the delegates to give a round of applause to all the speakers. Now we have concluded all the sessions of this 2 days summit. Now it is the time for vote of thanks to the all. I request CA Karmanch Ramarao Garu, Secretary of Hyderabad branch, to deliver the vote of thanks.
It is my pleasure to deliver vote of thanks on the occasion GCC Summit, which is a great opportunity to Hyderabad branch to host this summit. I, on behalf of Hyderabad branch, would like to convey my sincere thanks to convener and deputy convener of the committee and group of GCC Summit, Hyderabad CCMs and event coordinators, CA Dayaneva Sharma and Sridhar Mpala, who are key liners of the event Hyderabad, our regional council members, and my beloved Hyderabad branch committee members has made this event a grand success with their untiring efforts. I thank to speaker of the sessions who are the real heroes of the show. Without them, it would have been out of reach. And I also thank our sincere thanks to the delegates who have allowed us to run the show. I also thank HIC coordinators, event managers who has allowed us to make the arrangements without any difficulty. And I also thank sponsors who are supported us to showcase the event. Finally, our officials of head office, Center of Excellence, Hyderabad branch are the main tools of this show. Finally, I thank all the well-wishers who supported directly or indirectly to make the event a grand success. Jai Hind, Jai ICI.
I request all of you to stand for the national anthem.
Jai Hind.
I request all the management committee members, central council members, whosoever, please join for the group photograph. Congratulations.
All right.